Chapter 509. Gilbert cast Thales a profound glance. I cannot make a rash judgment. Even though the two of them were facing each other, the Foreign Affairs Minister's choice of words was still strict and restrained. Perhaps they do indeed have an old grudge, perhaps they do not obey each other, or perhaps it is just an accident that the king's orders have not been carried out smoothly in Western Desert over the years and have been greatly discounted, but Gilbert narrowed his eyes. But from the perspective of your father and your rule, your highness, did they collude, or was it a coincidence? Or was it both? Or was it just a tacit understanding? Is this still important? Thales was stunned when he heard this. Gilbert took a deep breath and spoke in an incredibly serious tone. The Western Desert is like a cake that is uneven, soft, and hard. Sometimes, it is slippery, and sometimes, it is stubborn. It is hard enough for the teeth to crack, but it is also sticky enough to be cut. Whether you chew it slowly or eat it quickly, it is difficult for you to swallow it from any angle, much less digest it. Compared to this, be it a Rund, who took a risk in the Northern Territory, Nanchester, who is easily broken in the land of cliffs, or Covendier, who is young and full of vigor in the south, Gilbert shook his head. The wariness and worry in his eyes increased instead of decreasing. So, do you understand the meaning behind Baron Williams? Thales, who had yet to register the situation, stared at him in a daze. Gilbert chuckled softly. Indeed. Compared to his fame in the desert, those who have truly come into contact with the inside story know that the legendary wing is arrogant, egotistical, difficult to get along with, has countless enemies, and disdains making friends. His choice of words was precise and direct. Even Renaissance Palace looks down on him. He has no respect for nobles in his eyes, and he does not care about tradition. When he is angry, he can mobilize an army, and when he is pleased, he can destroy a city. He is stubborn, and it is difficult to control the king's orders. Naturally, he does not care about the petty political tricks in Western Desert. Thales froze. The image of Roman coldly grabbing Norb and openly threatening to invade Renaissance Palace appeared in his mind. There was faint disdain in Gilbert's tone. And with the support of the royal family and the army, he is even more fearless. Be it the Black Lion's toughness, the Crow's shrewdness, the Four-Eyed Skull's unpredictability, or the legendary wing's uncontrollable madness and fierceness overnight after the Desert War, all of them pale in comparison. Gilbert's eyes shone with the excitement of a fox catching its prey. Therefore, I became a fiendish demon who didn't even listen to the king, and took root in the complicated, chaotic Western Desert. He did not continue speaking. He only looked at Thales with a smile. On the contrary, Thales looked at him in surprise. So, what you need is not a West Desert that is at odds with each other, but a West Desert that is forced to unite under the heavy pressure outside the rules? So that you can hold the end of the rope and grasp the key, and you can solve the problem once and for all. Trapped beasts in a cage? And Williams is that pressure? In front of him, Gilbert still had the same smile as before. Williams, Falkenhaz, Chroma, Bosdorf, and now, it was Gilbert, and Kessel V. Thales leaned against the chair weakly and rubbed the space between his eyebrows in distress. He felt as if his brain was about to explode. After a while, he put down his palm. But is it useful? The nobles in Western Desert, even the most radical ones, will not obediently surrender just because there is a madman causing trouble at their doorstep. On the contrary, they will only be angered, and become even more. Thales could not find any good words, so he decided to use an example to explain. Just like this time, Gilbert. The arrogant Williams almost burned through half of Blade Fang's camp and took away all the supplies the suzerain of Western Desert placed here, but at this moment, a terrifying thought flashed in Thales' mind. He continued to speak, but he had unknowingly slowed down. The prince's words came to a halt. He stared at Gilbert in a daze. Gilbert, if the legendary wing is part of your plan, Thales stared at his former teacher in disbelief. Then, how do you expect Western Desert to react? Gilbert seemed to have realized something, and his smile slowly disappeared. Your Highness, it is getting late. He cleared his throat. But Thales seemed to be immersed in his own world. He continued to speak absent-mindedly. I always thought that Blade Fang's camp was not your target, but a bait. And the nobles of Western Deserts suffered great losses and had to give up the camp. That is your result. But what if I am wrong? Thales stared at the shattered food on his plate. Gilbert did not speak. He only looked at him worriedly. What if Blade Fang's camp is not even bait? What if it is just a gambling table with rules written on it? What if the nobles of Western Desert, who think they understand the rules, carefully place their chips? Thales slowly organized his thoughts. As he deduced, he narrated. The more he spoke, the more shocked he became. Until their chips were eaten by Williams, who ignored the rules. What if this is the real bait? What if the result you want is not just to make the suzerains of Western Desert give up Blade Fang's camp? What if what you want is for them to fight back when they are fooled and severely injured, and when they are forced to lose their composure under heavy pressure? Gilbert frowned and shook his head. You are overthinking this, Your Highness. Why should we? But Thales interrupted him again. Gilbert. Thales stared at his plate in a daze. The thousands of regular soldiers of the royal family who were mobilized from the inland, the Northern Territory, and Central Territory along with you and Mallows, they are not going to relieve Blade Fang's camp, nor are they here to welcome me, right? Gilbert pulled up his face, and his smile was a little forced. I do not understand what you mean. Of course they are here to welcome the heir of the kingdom. Thales continued to stare at his plate in a daze. He subconsciously shook his head. Or perhaps they are here to fight against the nobles of Western Desert who intend to counterattack after a night of despair. This time, the silence around the table lasted a little longer. Thales was just stunned in his seat. He did not move. When he saw the second prince's expression, Gilbert sighed heavily. You think too much, Your Highness. The nobles are not that stupid, nor are they that impulsive. Even the most radical of them all, Bosdorf. Gilbert coughed violently. They do not have the confidence to defeat the legendary wing on the battlefield, and they do not have the bargaining chips to force Renaissance Palace to give up on Blade Fang's camp. Why would they do something so unwise? When he finished speaking, Gilbert stared at the prince worriedly. This time, Thales stared back at him in a daze. 6 years ago in Mindy's Hall, compared to Yodel, who did not show himself, and Gines, who spoke bluntly, the polite and amiable foreign affairs minister was one of the few people he trusted wholeheartedly and admired from the bottom of his heart. During his 6 years in Northland, every time he thought about the time he spent in Mindy's Hall, he would have a clearer sense of belonging to his hometown and the path back, which had gradually become blurry. But for some reason, after 6 years in Northland, after the halo of meeting his old friends faded away, for some reason, he felt that Gilbert's gaze had suddenly become a little unfamiliar. Yes, you are right. Thales stared at the edge of the table in a daze. He spoke mechanically, as if he was repeating Gilbert's words. Even if they suffered such a great loss, the Western Desert people do not have bargaining chips. They will not be so unwise as to give the royal family a reason to punish them for no reason and completely seize power from them. The Western Desert people do not have bargaining chips. Bargaining chips. A bargaining chip to tempt the nobles of Western Desert to counterattack. At that moment, he suddenly understood. Thales looked up and stared straight at Gilbert. He forced himself to curl up the corners of his lips. I was thinking too much. Gilbert avoided Thales' gaze, which seemed to be able to see through him, and said stiffly, My young sir, your dinner is about to get cold, and we still have to continue our journey tomorrow. Thales' heart beat rhythmically. At that moment, he felt that his heart was beating very, very slowly. Very slowly. Your Highness. Thales snapped out of his daze. He forced himself to smile, took a deep breath, and started eating again. The foreign affairs minister seemed to have sensed something, but he only opened his mouth hesitantly. He did not say anything. Why, Gilbert? Gilbert lifted his head. Thales was cutting his food absent-mindedly, and he was in low spirits. Why did the Duke of Western Desert give me a sword that has been passed down in his family? Why did the legendary wing fly into such a rage when he saw it? Why? The Count of the Single-Winged Crow came in person and politely sent me on my way home. It was clearly a question, but there was no questioning tone in it. When he saw Gilbert's dumbfounded and hesitant expression, Thales understood something. Gilbert paused for a moment before he explained patiently and gently about this, but Thales could no longer hear what he said. He remembered the story the watchman told Derek when he first met Mallows yesterday. So, that is not just a story. Thales lowered his head and stood rooted to the ground. The ugly old thing was right. My father is indeed a genius. Isn't he? But, Thales tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. So, this is a common tactic used by nobles to curry favor and draw people to their side. Gilbert finished his words amiably and pulled Thales out of his silent thoughts. The prince raised his head like a rusty doll and forced a smile. Yes. So, very soon, the entire kingdom will know that the Duke of Western Desert and the returning Prince of Constellation were chatting and exchanging gifts in Blade Fang's camp. Thales said bitterly, and the small conflict between the Baron of Blade Fang's camp and the suzerains of Western Desert that happened the night before has disappeared without a trace. Their goal has been achieved. He did not continue asking. Gilbert stared at Thales' bitter expression. In the end, he did not say anything. He only exhaled and turned his head away. So, do you understand now? The Foreign Affairs Minister lowered his head. His expression was unreadable, and his tone was low. It is better to return that sword. Thales' hand, which was holding the knife, froze for a moment. He took a deep breath. The lights in the main hall dimmed. No. You said it during the national conference 6 years ago, Gilbert. Thales stared at his plate. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. In politics, when you face your opponents, kill them to your heart's content and leave no room for negotiation. This is not a wise way to govern. During these 6 years, I have gained a deeper understanding of this principle. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows. Thales took a deep breath. When the prince raised his head, his smile had already become indifferent and natural again. I think it is better for me to keep it. If such a day really comes, I want to leave some room for negotiation for both parties who have nowhere to retreat to. Gilbert was slightly surprised. As for this sword, no matter what the intentions behind it are. Thales' eyes dimmed a little, but they immediately returned to normal. At least, it has the possibility of becoming that room. Thales said absent-mindedly. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I do not want to give up. His voice faded away. The silence in the main hall lasted for a long time. After a long while, Gilbert let out a long sigh. Your Highness. The cunning fox of Constellation looked at Thales with a gratified expression. You have grown up. Thales curled his lips and forced himself to be spirited. You have said this once. Gilbert smiled, but it was obvious that his smile was a little forced. Yes, Your Highness, but, Gilbert stared straight into Thales' eyes and sighed again. You have really grown up. This time, Thales did not refute him. He only smiled again and shifted his gaze back to his plate. Just as the two of them looked at each other in silence, Gilbert. Has my father ever thought about it? The prince slowly chewed on a piece of food that he did not even notice. What if I die on this journey? Gilbert's expression became tense. Your Highness, the entire kingdom will do everything in its power to protect your safety. Thales hummed in acknowledgement and curled up the corners of his lips in anguish. Yes, you have said this before. 6 years ago. The Foreign Affairs Minister was instantly rendered speechless. A few seconds later, Gilbert continued the conversation in a very unnatural manner. This is also the reason why Yodel has been by your side throughout the journey. He forced himself to speak. His Majesty is concerned about your safety, so he sent his most trusted secret protector. He believes that Yodel can protect you, just like how he believes that he can protect His Majesty himself. Once he finished speaking, Gilbert turned his head around and scanned the air beside him, as if he was confirming something. Am I right, old friend? But there were only 2 people at the dining table in the main hall. There was only the sound of knives and forks clashing against plates in the air. There was no response. Gilbert's smile slowly froze. Thales looked up and stared at his former teacher with an indecipherable expression. Gilbert exhaled. Perhaps Yodel is not here right now. The Foreign Affairs Minister smiled bitterly. Or perhaps he is just. Gilbert looked around him. In the end, he lowered his head awkwardly and sighed in resignation. Does not want to talk to me. At that moment, the latter, a hoarse voice suddenly rose. The Foreign Affairs Minister was shocked. Gilbert instinctively turned his head around, but what he saw was still empty space. Thales curled up the corners of his lips. All right. Gilbert felt sorrowful. By the way, you have completed your mission, old friend. You did not let down His Majesty's trust in you. You protected his heir's safe return. There was still no response. Gilbert could only sigh and turn his head around resentfully. But Thales suddenly put down his knife and fork and stared at the air. What is it? Gilbert asked in concern. Thales did not look at him. He only grabbed a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of beans. Nothing, it's just. Thales stared at the beans in a daze. He subconsciously twitched the corners of his lips. I miss Northland a little. Especially during mealtimes. Gilbert raised his eyebrows in realization. You know, after 18 years ago, there was quite a long period of time. The Foreign Affairs Minister nodded. His tone was filled with endless nostalgia. I think so too. The old man and the young man were immersed in their own memories by the dining table. A few seconds later, Thales snapped out of his daze and put down the spoon of beans gently. He grabbed the knife and fork that were difficult to use. The second prince flashed a fitting smile at Gilbert and ate a piece of meat covered in sauce with perfect etiquette. Gilbert gave him a gratified smile in return. But only Thales knew. That piece of meat had been left for too long. Bitter. Stiff. Under the dim light, Count Bosdorf stepped into the room, looking travel-worn. A guard with the emblem of a four-eyed skull on his armor rushed forward, but he was pushed away rudely. The guard was enraged. He was about to draw his sword. It's fine. A sharp and cold voice rose in the room, causing the guard's arm to stop. He can come in. Count Bosdorf did not even look at the guard who was ordered to retreat. He strode straight to the owner of the sharp voice and stared at the man who was eating. You came in without announcing yourself. Cyril Fakenhas swallowed a mouthful of fruit. He then raised his terrifying face and narrowed his eyes at the guest. If Gotham was here, he would have beaten you to death. With his fists. But his threat did not seem to work on the guest. My father respects you, Cyril, the master of the Black Lion, Louis Bosdorf said coldly. I do not. The Duke of Western Desert sneered. Coincidentally, I also respect your father. He shifted his attention away from the plate in front of him. His tone was cold. But not you. Bosdorf snorted angrily. You were the one who asked the crow to travel day and night to rush to the camp to fetch him? Count Louis gritted his teeth. The anger in his eyes almost overflowed. You? The Duke of Western Desert chuckled again and did not answer. But Bosdorf was not prepared to let him go just like that. Asterisk thud. Asterisk he punched Fakenhas' dining table with his iron-gloved fists, causing a plate of fish to flip over. Juices splattered everywhere. The Duke of Western Desert did not panic or become angry. He only quietly took out a handkerchief and wiped his face, which had been splashed by the juice. The Count of the Black Lion bent his elbow, and his upper body slowly pressed down on the Duke. I even prepared the boy's family flag. It's very big. Louis' gaze was as sharp as a knife. He gritted his teeth and said, all I need to do is to welcome him. The Duke of Western Desert snorted. Really? Count Bosdorf stared at the seemingly indifferent Duke. Then, he curled up the corners of his lips. He looked as if he was so angry that he laughed. In Blessingstown, that boy was right in front of me. He was as close as I am to you right now. He could slit his throat with one slash. Bosdorf tilted his head. There was a fierce glare in his eyes. He met the Duke of Western Desert's eyes, which were sometimes murky and numb, and sometimes clear and sharp. And he was still as self-righteous as he was 6 years ago. He proudly showed off his ridiculous eloquence to me, completely unaware that he was only 1 foot away from disaster. Fakenhas did not realize that he was being threatened at all. Instead, he laughed. You have to admit that the boy does have some eloquence, don't you? Bosdorf did not seem to have heard him. He gritted his teeth. And that damn crow and his equally damn crow whelps are standing there, between him and me. They are within the reach of my army. They are smiling at me, like a god's personal bodyguard. Bosdorf's voice was cold, and his words were suppressed. Because of you. Fakenhas' smile slowly faded away. He seemed to be in deep thought. That Derek did a pretty good job. Thank the sunset goddess, he is a good crow, isn't he? Asterisk bang. Asterisk Lewis slammed his fists on the dining table again. I could have taken him down. This time, Count Bosdorf could no longer suppress his anger. You knew that my army, the Black Lion Infantry Regiment, which is best at breaking through enemy defenses and destroying cities, had already arrived at Blessings Town. You knew that I was far away from Blade Fang's camp. From him, Bosdorf could not contain his anger. He panted a few times before he finished speaking. There is only 1 day left. 1 day. He gritted his words. Fakenhas also seemed to have become serious. He snorted in disdain. And then? Bosdorf stared at the Duke of Western Desert. That is Renaissance Palace's lifeline, the foundation of their rule, and our best bargaining chip over the past 10 years. The Count of Black Lion was aggressive. The anger in his eyes could be seen clearly. We can take back Blade Fang's camp and even chase that sissy away. At least, we can tell them our attitude, but the Duke of Western Desert, who had been calm, suddenly raised his head and said firmly, then, there is only 1 day left before the Bosdorf family of brave souls fort is destroyed. His words were as fierce as a cold wind, and he was not polite at all. The conversation between the two stopped for a few seconds. This time, it was Bosdorf's turn to sneer. Do you know what happened in Blade Fang's camp? The Duke who has been pampered all his life? The Count of Black Lion straightened his body and distanced himself from Bosdorf, but the sharpness in his eyes only increased. Biro lost an entire year's income, and a lot of it was borrowed. Emery lost their family heir. New Offering Land also lost this season's autumn harvest manpower. And Toth said that he will never join our military expedition again. Lugo even bet everything of his entire family. Fakenhas turned his head to avoid the Count's gaze. Bosdorf's question sounded as if it was ground out. This is us. Destroyed today, destroyed tomorrow. Is there a difference? Fakenhas raised his head slowly. Of course there is. At this moment, the Duke of Western Desert's gaze became profound. Destroyed today, and you will have nothing. Fakenhas narrowed his eyes. Destroyed tomorrow, and you will at least have tomorrow's hope. Louis Bosdorf's lips parted, and he laughed coldly. 2 seconds later, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. Tomorrow's hope? All the things you've done, his smile turned into ice. For the so-called hope. Cyril Fakenhas paused for a moment. No. He turned his hand to his walking stick. His gaze was fixed on the empty hook where a long sword was originally hung. For, with the most complicated and indescribable emotion, the Duke said flatly, tomorrow. Chapter 5:10. He was dreaming. This time, he knew it clearly. He sensed that a hole had appeared in the void beneath his feet. It was an increasingly large hole. Until he fell into it. He could not free himself. He subconsciously lifted his leg, wanting to get rid of that terrifying hole, but he was greeted by a call. Your Highness. Thales woke up with a start. Only then did he realize that he was lying horizontally on the seat. His right leg was firmly pressed against the carriage. And there was no hole under his feet. Not to mention falling. There was only the rumbling of horse hooves, the slow sound of wheels, the low murmurs of people, and, "I am sorry for disturbing your sleep." In the swaying carriage, Gilbert's gentle voice slowly calmed his panic. "Did you not rest well last night?" Thales sat up straight, took a deep breath, and rubbed his face. "No, it has been a long time since I had such a good sleep." Thales buried his face in his palms and said quietly. A second later, the prince raised his head from his hands and smiled amiably. "I was just resting for a while." Gilbert looked at him seriously for a long time before a smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness. Eternal Star City is right in front of us." Eternal Star City. In an instant, this phrase seemed to have supernatural power. It swept away Thales' fatigue and sleepiness. "What?" Thales turned his head in surprise. "So fast?" The teenager dragged his slightly numb body and tried his best to move to the side of the carriage. He pushed open the window. "We have only been in Central Territory for a few days." Thales' words came to an abrupt halt. As the carriage went up a slope, he saw it through the vague figures of the cavaliers outside the window. Under the bright sunlight, the plains were vast, the roads were flat, and the villages were orderly. It was like a colorful ribbon between the blue sky and the black earth. More and more people came from both sides of the road. There were busy peddlers, hurrying farmers, government officials who dashed past, and all sorts of carriages. Some were fast, some were slow, but they were in order. Under the forceful orders of the regular soldiers, they moved to the side of the road. They stayed outside the temporary cordon set up by the soldiers, and they sized up the astonishingly large group of carriages with curious and surprised gazes. "They are probably some high officials and nobles. Oh, there are so many bodyguards clearing the way. Maybe it's a Grand Duke from another clan. What do you think is in that carriage?" "I'm guessing it's some expensive urinal." The indistinct discussion reached the young man's ears. However, none of this could compare to the focus of Thales' gaze. It was a city. In the distance, the towering gray brick city wall stood tall like a towering tree. The protruding sentry towers and battlements were uneven, creating a different kind of scenery. The starry blue flag on top of the city wall fluttered in the wind like rolling waves. It was not as grand and majestic as Dragon Cloud City, not as sturdy and tough as Broken Dragon Fortress, and not as chaotic and free as Blade Fang's camp. But, for some reason, this orderly, and seemingly ordinary city attracted his attention so much at this moment. Eternal Star City. Thales was a little dazed as he watched. "You don't need to be nervous." Gilbert seemed to have sensed the teenager's complicated emotions. "You went home, that's all." Thales' gaze still could not leave the city in the distance. He said absent-mindedly, "I know." "I know." Gilbert did not say anything. He only smiled as he watched the prince lose his composure. "If you want to, Your Highness," Gilbert gave him an encouraging look. "Then let's go out and see for ourselves." To see it with his own eyes, he was unfamiliar yet familiar, hometown. Thales slowly came to his senses, and his gaze gradually became determined. Gilbert grinned and said, "I think it's time for Eternal Star City and the entire kingdom to see the air they haven't seen for 6 years." After 6 years, Thales' gaze passed through the soldiers, passers-by, the wilderness, and even the city walls in the distance and the clouds in the sky. "Of course, Gilbert." Thales turned his head around. His expression was complicated and difficult. "Of course." The Foreign Affairs Minister was silent for a few seconds under the prince's rare gaze. After that, Gilbert gently pushed open the window, knocked on the carriage, and stuck his head out slightly. "Lord Mallows, could you please slow down and raise the 9-pointed star flag? Perhaps it is time for His Highness to show himself in public." Count Casso's shout caused the horses' hooves and wheels outside the carriage to change their speed and trajectory at the same time. The royal guard surrounding the prince's carriage moved. They quickly formed a formation and revealed Watchman Mallows, who was approaching on horseback. "Let His Highness see his eternal star city as well," Gilbert continued speaking, "but, I am very sorry." "No." Mallow's voice came from afar like the hooves of a horse. His tone was gentle and polite, but his refusal was very straightforward. There was no room for negotiation. Gilbert was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect that his suggestion would be rejected. Thales frowned as well. Fortunately, the Foreign Affairs Minister only paused for a few seconds before he continued to lean out of the carriage and tried to make another effort. "All right, Lord Mallows, I understand your work, but we do not need to stop, and we do not need to deviate from the route. It is just that when His Highness enters the main road," but what welcomed him was still Mallow's polite answer. "I cannot allow it." Thales was stunned. Gilbert also froze for a moment. "My lord?" Mallow's face appeared outside the carriage window, and he exchanged a glance with Thales, who was in the carriage. "I believe that you understand the commotion caused by the prince's return to the country better than I do. The nobles in the western desert are a good example. I can even imagine what kind of crowd and chaos we will have to face if the Duke shows himself in public. From the commoners who are watching the show to the nobles who are trying to get information. This is too troublesome for us. For safety's sake, I do not think it is suitable for you to show yourself. Instead, you should stay in the carriage until we enter Renaissance Palace." The watchman continued to smile. He looked at the curious commoners on both sides of the road and rejected him with a friendly tone. "And there is no need for us to make a big fuss and attract more attention. For safety's sake." When he heard the other politely but resolutely reject him, Thales frowned a little. "Lord Mallows, if you are thinking about safety, we have already reached the capital, and we have all of you and even the regular soldiers behind us. I believe that all of you have the confidence to ensure His Highness." Gilbert spoke softly, but he was interrupted by Mallows. "No, no, no. Do not overestimate us, Count. We do not have the kingdom's wrath, and we are not the fortress flower." Mallows continued to smile, but in Thales' eyes, he did not like it. "If we were to really face the people who would explode like a tidal wave, we would at most have a 50-50 chance of winning." Gilbert was speechless for a moment. The royal guards looked at each other. Mallows, on the other hand, was still grinning. The prince's mood became a little gloomy. Gilbert sensed that the atmosphere had stiffened. "I admire the royal guard's caution and apprehension, but other than that, shouldn't we consider more?" Count Casso sat up straight, supported himself with his staff, and adopted the attitude of a professional negotiator. Regardless of whether he is the Prince or the Duke of Star Lake, on the first day of his return, he should show himself in public. At least for a few seconds, let everyone see him enter the city and let the news spread. Constellation's cunning fox narrowed his eyes. "And this is for the royal family, for His Majesty's rule and interests." Lord Mallows. When he heard the other party's righteous and noble reason, Mallows lowered his head and remained silent for a while. But just when Thales thought that he was about to compromise, "Ha ha ha. Perhaps I did not express myself clearly. Perhaps you were just joking." Mallows raised his head. His smile was even more sincere, but his gaze was calm and indifferent. "But my mission is to safely escort the prince back to Renaissance Palace, Count Casso." Mallows curled the muscles on both sides of his lips, but there was a sparse smile in his eyes. Nothing else. The nail that was neither too hard nor too soft made Gilbert frown. When he sensed that Mallows was not cooperating with him in this matter, Thales cast a glance at the narrow carriage that he had stayed in for a long time, relatively speaking. He sensed the numbness on his butt from being shaken by the carriage. He then looked at the vast scenery outside the window, as well as the famous city of his hometown. He was silent, and his emotions were a little depressed. "We should have talked about this, Your Grace." Gilbert's tone became a little stiff. "You and I have our own missions, and we tried our best not to make things difficult for each other. Before this, we worked together pretty well, didn't we?" As he stared at Gilbert's gaze, Mallows smiled as well. He was only silent for a few seconds. "I am very sorry that my mission conflicts with yours. Mallow's expression was still gentle and polite. But all I can do is say, sorry. Count Casso. He nodded respectfully at the end. Gilbert's expression was a little unpleasant. Even though every sentence he said started with a polite and humble apology, Thales listened to Gilbert's repeated rejections and looked at the slightly displeased Gilbert. He then glanced at the royal guards who surrounded him tightly from the corner of his eyes. He suddenly thought of Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace, and Blood Court. Nicholas' subordinates did the same over there. They blocked every entrance and exit so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. As he thought of this, the discomfort in the prince's heart reached its peak. Your Grace. Gilbert sighed. The Duke will stay in the carriage. This will save us a lot of trouble. The watchman smiled as usual and interrupted Gilbert. That will be enough. When he heard this, Thales, who could not listen to it anymore, could not help but interrupt. So, because you think that it is very troublesome, you would rather trap me in the carriage? The prince subconsciously raised his voice. I thought His Majesty asked you to escort me, not to imprison me. The sound of the horses' hooves changed a little. The prince's loud voice was obviously not normal. A few royal guards, or rather, the members of the Star Lake Guards, rushed over nervously, including Doyle and Glover, whom Thales had gradually become familiar with. Gilbert's expression also changed slightly. Mallows finally shifted the focus of his gaze to Thales. Thales frowned. He looked like he wanted an explanation. But Mallows only paused for a moment before he smiled. I'm sorry to make you feel that way, Your Grace. After meeting His Majesty, you can protest to him at any time and suggest that he remove me from my position. Thales was stunned. Mallows looked at Thales in a gentle manner, shrugged, and said softly, but before that, according to tradition and rules, as the watchman of the royal guards and the person in charge of your personal guards, I'm afraid that my consideration and judgment for your personal safety takes precedence over your personal preferences. It's my duty, please forgive me. In that instant, the air inside and outside the carriage seemed to freeze. Thales' expression was stiff. Mallow's expression remained the same. Doyle and Glover looked at each other among the royal guards around them. Their eyes were filled with surprise, but they did not dare to breathe loudly. For some reason, Thales remembered Roman's expression when he was still in Blade Fang's camp, where he said, "Don't tell me how to do my job." Just as Gilbert wanted to say something to soothe his cheeks, Thales shut his eyes tightly before he opened them again. Are you royal guards or my personal guards? Thales spoke slowly. You should obey my orders. But Mallows only shook his shoulders. You are the Prince of Constellation and the Duke of the Kingdom. The watchman remained respectful, but his words did not show any signs of weakness. You should also respect His Majesty's orders. His eyes shone with a profound light. Especially on the first day you returned. Thales' expression darkened. Are you saying? The prince stared at Mallows and enunciated each word clearly. Is this His Majesty's order? At that moment, Gilbert's expression changed as well. No, the watchman said faintly while he rode on his horse. It's just the way I carry out my orders. The way I carry out my orders. Thales' gaze changed. Doyle, who was listening by the side nervously, suddenly felt that the air around him seemed to have become thick. Lord Mallows. Under everyone's gazes, the prince faced the watchman who refused to back down and spoke softly. I want you to stop the carriage, now. But Mallows only snorted softly. I really want to, my lord. Gilbert, who sensed that something was wrong, shouted sternly and interrupted Mallows. The Foreign Affairs Minister then turned to Thales, who had a cold expression. He said gently, Your Highness, we have traveled a lot today. Perhaps you do need to rest. I believe that Lord Mallows is also doing this to protect you, but Thales interrupted him. Protect me. The prince's words seemed to have been dipped in ice water. Just like 6 years ago. Gilbert was momentarily speechless. Thales and Mallows' gazes met in the air. One of them was cold and sharp, while the other was calm and indifferent. Doyle, who was watching by the side, suddenly had a bad feeling. "Gilbert, tell me," the prince said softly. "The personal guards of each Duke of Star Lake, such as John, are all royal guards directly mobilized by the king and stationed around him?" Gilbert froze. Mallows also narrowed his eyes slightly. The Star Lake guards around them looked at each other with different expressions. A few seconds later, Gilbert coughed, and he seemed to be rather embarrassed. "That is because you have been away from home for too long, and you lack the manpower by your side. His Majesty is also worried." Thales did not hear the rest of his words. He only stared intently at Mallows. It was as if he was staring at another person. "I understand," the prince said softly. "Continue." Mallows' expression froze. "What?" Thales stared straight at him. "Continue smiling, Lord Mallows." Under the puzzled gazes of the royal guards around him, Thales snorted coldly. "Because if you don't smile, then you will look like a dead man." Mallows was stunned. Gilbert looked at Thales worriedly. "Your Highness." But Thales ignored Gilbert's words. He only minded his own business and looked at Mallows, who had a puzzled expression on his face. Mallows frowned slightly and ignored him. He turned his horse around and gave his order. "Return to the previous formation," but this time, the prince spoke before he could. "Then, the watchman of the royal guards, the royal knight, and my captain of the Star Lake Guards, Lord Tormund Mallows." The watchman's gaze froze. Thales raised his voice so that the royal guards around him could hear him clearly. "To thank you for your hard work and diligence in escorting me back to the capital." When he said this, all the guards were puzzled. Thales stared intently at Mallows and said slowly, "I want to reward you." Steel fragrance. Chapter 5:11. Under the sun, the carriage continued to move forward slowly towards Eternal Star City. The people on both sides of the road were separated by the regular soldiers, and only their faces could be seen. But no one could imagine that there was a strange conversation going on between this unusual carriage and the dozen or so royal guards around it. Gilbert watched in astonishment as Thales raised his right arm expressionlessly and displayed the item in his hand next to the window. The guards, including Mallows, Doyle, and Glover, frowned. They were either puzzled or in disbelief. This is the sentinel." The prince stroked the long and narrow sword hilt in his hand expressionlessly. The sword of the ancient empire was forged by gathering the skills of the dwarves and elves, as well as the essence of the earth and the seven seas. Sentinel. Mallows was shocked. Doyle and Glover were both stunned. "Your Highness, I don't." The watchman glanced around and suppressed the strange gazes of his subordinates. Whoosh. The sound of metal sliding through leather made Mallows' words freeze in his throat. The teenager sized up the slightly unsheathed longsword and sensed its cold gleam. "Ewan, it is the Fakenhas family's treasured sword that has been passed down through generations. It once accompanied their ancestor to participate in the Battle of Eradication. It cut through all the obstacles and witnessed the establishment of the King of Renaissance. In recent times, it was also the most reliable blade in the royal guards. Together with its master, it fought hard to help King Adi ascend to the throne." In front of everyone, Thales' fingers brushed past its blade, sheathed it, and praised in a low voice. "Of great significance." Perhaps it could not stand the stifling atmosphere. The steed under Mallows neighed unnaturally and turned its head anxiously. But on the saddle, Mallows' eyes were burning, his emotions unknown. The uneasiness of the warhorses spurred on their own kind. For a moment, all four sides neighed, and the carriage moved with increasing difficulty. Doyle tried his best to control his steed while he stared at the sword with a unique arc in surprise. His mouth was wide open. That sword, beside him, Glover pursed his lips and pacified his horse. Gilbert stared at the sword and thought about something. In the next second, under all kinds of gazes, the young Duke of Star Lake opened his mouth coldly and left no room for doubt. "Lord Mallows, from now on." Thales raised his right arm steadily and sent the hilt of his sword out of the window. "It's yours. It's yours." The air was quiet for a moment, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Gilbert snapped out of his daze and looked at the teenager in disbelief. The guards around them burst into a slight commotion, and Doyle looked as if he had just seen a ghost. It was as if he was meeting the prince for the first time. Mallows frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the reins. But Thales did not give him a chance to speak. Of course, I hope that's not all. The young duke continued speaking gently. As a matter of fact, with my return, discussions and speculations about this sword will flood the entire kingdom. People will come to you tirelessly to ask you about the secrets behind the legendary sword out of curiosity, confusion. Gilbert's expression was a little strange. Especially about how it left Duke Fakenhas Kane in Western Desert, reached Eternal Star City, Renaissance Palace, Prince Thales, and the Duke of Star Lake's hands, and finally fell into your hands. Including the reason and meaning of how it passed through so many hands. Thales swept his gaze over every royal guard coldly. His tone fluctuated, as if he was reciting an ancient bardic poem. From Doyle to Glover, the people who met his gaze instinctively avoided eye contact. In the end, Thales' gaze returned to Mallows, who did not say a word but was frowning even more. But I believe that you can handle it. Am I right? The young duke said nonchalantly and raised the hilt of his sword. Everyone fell silent. They looked at Mallows in unison and waited for his decision. In the next moment, Mallows turned his head around abruptly. He looked at everyone with a burning gaze. The royal guard seemed to have come to a tacit understanding. They turned their heads away in unison. They did not dare look at Mallows or Sentinel anymore. It was as if the former was not their superior, and the latter was not a famous sword. The place fell silent again. But there was no longer any hint of relaxation on Mallows' face. He tightened his grip on his steed in a slightly stiff manner and forced it to calm down. Time seemed to have turned into a distant mural. It was dim and silent, and as Mallows moved, it peeled off piece by piece. Your Grace. He stared at Sentinel, which had half of its body sticking out of the window. What does this mean? Mallows' words were very soft and soft. It was like the sound of an old page being flipped. But the guards around him held their breaths. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Logistics Officer Stone, who was at the back, even subconsciously gulped. Gilbert did not say a word either. What I mean is, only the Duke of Star Lake was different. He smiled in a relaxed manner. Congratulations, Lord Mallows. From now on. Thales' gaze met Mallows, and it was as if they were fighting in the air. Sentinel has a long history and is of great significance. It is the heirloom of the noble and loyal Mallows family, one of the 7 Jade Star attendants. He said softly, remember, pass it down to your son, and to your grandson. Mallows froze on his horse. His face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. He could only let his steed move him up and down. And Thales just watched him quietly. The guards looked at each other. Their expressions were different. They did not know how to deal with it. Ahem. Although the prince admires you very much, I do not think that this is a good time to accept the reward, Gilbert said stiffly and slowly. What do you say, Lord Mallows? No one responded. After what Doyle felt was about a century, Mallows' voice traveled into his ears slowly. It sounded as if a rock stratum had cracked open. This gift is too precious and too heavy. Forgive me, but I cannot accept it. Once he finished speaking, without waiting for Thales to react, the watchman whipped his horse, and its hooves swept past Thales' window. Mallows raised his voice and ordered with a stern face. The prince is tired. Hurry up and continue forward. The royal guards, who had long since felt very uncomfortable being stuck between the prince and their superior, turned around and obeyed the order. But Thales' voice traveled through the crowd again and rang clearly. Then this is no longer a reward. Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing. The young duke in the carriage said coldly, it is a responsibility that you cannot shirk from. Lord Tormund Mallows. Mallows' figure also slowed down in the air. Responsibility? You are the watchman of the royal guards, right? Watchman, under everyone's gazes, Thales easily put away his sword hilt and toyed with the black gemstone embedded in it. If I remember correctly, this position has been sacred and important since Constellation was founded. It is second only to the captain of the guards. One of its duties is to protect the royal family's treasury and control the movement of secret treasures. When he said this, the royal guards around him were all stunned. Doyle frowned and looked at Penal Officer Gray Parson, but the latter could only look at him with a gloomy expression. Even Gilbert sank into deep contemplation. Thales stared at Mallow's back. His tone allowed no room for doubt. So, protecting the secret treasures of the Jade Star royal family, including the Sentinel. If I remember correctly, it is my family. This is your duty. You cannot shirk it. The Sentinel trembled in Thales' palm and flipped over. The Duke's young voice rang in everyone's ears. Take it well and place it in the most eye-catching spot. No matter what occasion it is, I want to see it, with you. The sun was still shining, and the sound of hooves thundered. However, Mallow's back had completely stiffened. Doyle looked at his superior cautiously, but the latter did not show any reaction. A few seconds later, the watchman's voice rose slowly. Abusing the rules and abusing public office to avenge personal wrongs are not the qualities a king should have. Your Grace. His voice was no longer as relaxed and indifferent as before. Instead, there was a solemn and gloomy tone. Thales smiled. I am sorry to make you feel this way, Lord Mallows. The new Duke of Star Lake's next sentence sounded familiar, and it caused everyone's expression to change. After you enter the palace, you can bring this sword and protest to His Majesty at any time. You can suggest that he remove you from your position. Of course, I guess that in the end, he will still put this sword into the royal family's treasury. Thales narrowed his eyes, and his words were cold. But before that, according to tradition and rules, as the watchman of the royal guards and the person in charge of my personal guards, I am afraid that your duties as a member of the guards will take precedence over your personal preferences. At that moment, the muscles on Mallow's arm tensed. Thales snorted softly and said in the end, It is my duty, please forgive me. Mallow still had his back to the carriage. His expression could not be seen, but the guards who drove the carriage did not dare to look at his face. In the dead silence and awkward atmosphere, Thales knocked on the window with the hilt of his sword. Sir Watchman? At that moment, Doyle coughed violently and interrupted him with a laugh. About that, as the watchman, you have a rather high rank. You need to report to your superiors before accepting gifts. How about this? Our flag bearer, Hugo Fubel, will record everything that happened today, and His Majesty will make the final decision. Perhaps it was because of his talent. Doyle's words made the atmosphere become much more relaxed. Thales frowned slightly. So troublesome? Doyle rushed to the window and gave the prince an apologetic smile. The young duke also smiled. Then forget it. This sword will not be given to Mallows. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But, young D. The sudden address made Doyle subconsciously perk up. Huh? But he immediately realized who was calling him. Yes, Your Highness. The Duke leaned against the window and sighed. Did you know, 60 years ago, the silent Sumer IV's widow, the witch Empress Vera from the Covendier family, once worked together with the Tabark family from Blade Edge Hill to murder my grandfather. They tried to support John Jade Star, the previous Duke of Star Lake before me, to be crowned king. Thales' tone was very mysterious, and it made every noun that came out of his mouth even more stirring. What? There was a small commotion among the royal guards again. Even Gilbert could not control his expression. Perhaps it was because his impression of Doyle was too different from before, or perhaps it was because there were too many secrets in his words, but Doyle was stunned for a moment before he answered in an extremely unnatural manner. Yes, is that so? But Thales did not care. He only stared at the sentinel in his hand in a daze. It is thanks to this legendary sword that my grandfather did not lose his throne and was successfully crowned. Doyle quirked his eyebrows slightly. He wanted to send his superior a questioning look, but Mallows did not even turn his head around. But can you feel it? The prince's expression of fascination slowly turned into solemnity. Can you feel the bloody storm between the supreme royal family and the two aristocratic families 60 years ago from the sword? Bloody storm, Doyle's eyelids twitched. But Thales did not give him the chance to answer. Today, I have decided to bestow the sentinel to you, Protector Danny Doyle. At that moment, Doyle's entire body trembled. The Duke of Star Lake turned to Doyle and handed over Sentinel with a stern expression. As the most reliable person among the 6 protectors under me, perform well. Thales narrowed his left eye. Do not disgrace it. Just like his peers, Doyle was stunned on the spot. All right. He first nodded subconsciously as he stared at the sword. Then, he realized something, and his face instantly turned pale with fright. But Doyle reacted very quickly. Before his peers' sympathetic gazes landed on him, his expression became stern. He straightened his back and held the weapon by his waist in a relaxed and straightforward manner. Ahem, no, Your Highness, in truth, my current sword was left to me by my grandmother. Doyle looked a little sad, but he immediately became determined, like a loyal young man who was encouraged by something. I swore on my grandmother's grave that I will not be disloyal before it breaks. Thales snorted and shook Sentinel. So, you don't want it? Even if it is a precious sword of the ancient empire? Doyle shook his head like a rattle. All right then. Thales sighed regretfully. Doyle then breathed a sigh of relief. But, Vanguard Glover. When Doyle sighed in relief and Thales suddenly called out his name, the nearly expressionless Glover first tensed up. Then, he looked at the prince with a wary gaze. Thales waved at him with a smile. I heard that your grandfather once served in the Royal Guards, and he held a high position. Then, I think that the most suitable family to pass down this weapon is the Glover family. Glover trembled a little. But he subconsciously shook his head, and he said firmly, no. Thales' smile froze a little. No? You don't want it either? Glover's expression remained the same. He shook his head like a log. No. Thales sighed heavily. When he raised his head again, he suddenly noticed that at some unknown point of time, the royal guards around the carriage had all turned their faces away. They were either dutifully investigating the enemy's situation, or they were talking to their peers in a seemingly serious manner. Even Doyle was holding Glover's hand, who did not say a word. They seemed to be chatting and laughing. All right. Thales shook his head in resignation. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Gilbert, who had a strange expression on his face. Then, I can only tell them that regardless of whether it is the Mallows, Doyle, or the Glover family, all of them disregard Sentinel, which represents the relationship between the powerful families and Renaissance Palace, and they cast it aside like it is an old shoe. Mallow's hooves trembled slightly, and Doyle's smile froze. The prince chuckled and extended the long sword out of the carriage with a regretful expression. On the first day I returned, they abandoned Sentinel by the side of the road. Since then, its whereabouts have been unknown. In the next second, Thales let go without hesitation. Asterisk thud. Asterisk under the royal guard's incredulous gazes, the precious sword of the ancient empire, the heirloom of the Fakenhas family, and the extraordinary Sentinel fell off the carriage and crashed on the ground. A lot of dust was stirred up. What? Doyle's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Glover also tightened his grip on the reins. A few of the royal guard subconsciously tugged at the reins and turned around to avoid stepping on the precious sword that had been passed down through the ages. In an instant, the formation of the entire convoy was a little chaotic. Mallows turned his head around swiftly and stared at the young duke, who did not care at all. He gave Doyle a look, and Doyle quickly urged his horse to catch up to them. He wanted to scoop up Sentinel before it was covered in dust. Very good, Doyle. Thales placed his elbows next to the carriage window, and his eyes lit up. Thank you. In the end, you still accepted this weapon that no one dares to take. Doyle had already stuck his body out of the saddle, and he froze in midair. His feet were hooked in the stirrup, and his palm hovered above Sentinel. It was only 1 foot away from the hilt of the sword. Doyle's strange posture showed that he was a great horseman. That is, if you did not look at his expression. Remember, it holds great significance. You must treat it well. Thales looked at Doyle, who seemed to be frozen above the long sword, with great interest. Enough. Finally, Mallows pulled the reins and pulled his horse back. His expression was sullen. Your Highness, what exactly do you want to do? The entire convoy stopped because of him. Gilbert sighed. He looked at Thales with a slightly complicated gaze. Doyle, who was frozen in midair, looked as if he had been pardoned. He tumbled and crawled back to the saddle. He did not even look at the extraordinary sword. What do I want to do? Thales repeated these words slowly, and his tone became solemn. He turned to Mallows, and his originally humorous and relaxed expression became serious and serious. It's very simple. Thales swept his gaze over every royal guard and spoke in a deep voice. I want to tell you that my sword is very heavy and very heavy. Mallows' eyes sparkled slightly. From Central Territory to Western Desert, from Constellation to Extet, it carries the weight of many people. It is so heavy that sometimes, I do not know if I can even lift it. Doyle and Glover looked at each other at a loss. So, when my mission conflicts with yours. Thales stared at the watchman's expression, and the rhythm in his words was stretched to the limit. So, when my mission conflicts with yours, I hope that all of you can do more than just say sorry. My personal guards. No one answered. Including Mallows. Thales averted his warning gaze and sat up straight. And next time, if all of you insist on placing His Majesty's orders and my will on two sides of the chessboard, he said faintly, then you better first decide whether you, who are in the middle, can lift this damn sword. The royal guards were silent. Even Mallows stopped where he was. He looked at Thales with an incredibly complicated gaze. Thales knocked on the carriage and stared coldly at the sentinel on the ground. Because, no matter how troublesome you think my will is, do not forget that in this world, there are many more troublesome things than all of you think, even more troublesome things. At that moment, Thales suddenly understood something with some satisfaction. Thakenhaz did not just give me a sword. Instead, he gave me a direction. As he thought of this, Thales returned to his seat. Sorry, I am not in a good mood today. Can you take my sword back? Doyle shuddered. He was about to bend down to retrieve the sword, but he hesitated again. Are you saying, your sword? Thales exhaled. Yes. He flashed a friendly smile at Doyle through the carriage window. It is my sword. Thales said with a profound meaning. Because no one can lift it except me. Mallows was silent. Hence, under everyone's gazes, Doyle quickly picked up the sentinel with extreme caution and handed it back to the prince at lightning speed, as though he would be in great trouble if he was any slower. Thales held the sword, stroked its arc, and sighed softly. Now, because of all of you, this sword is covered in dust, and the carriage is filthy. Thales put down the sentinel and looked at his personal guards indifferently. So, before returning to Renaissance Palace, I need to go outside and breathe some fresh air. It would be best if I am on a good, docile, tall, and strong horse. He stared at the leader, Mallows, with a burning gaze. Is there a problem? Under the nervous or uneasy gazes of his colleagues, Mallows did not say a word. He only frowned deeply. A few minutes later, Thales sat comfortably on the horse. He swayed and rose and fell as he followed the royal guards forward. As he looked at the scenery of the wilderness in the suburbs of Eternal Star City, he slowly sighed in relief. The royal guards pulled up the cloaks that concealed their identities. They seemed to be in a messy formation, but in truth, they surrounded him tightly and meticulously. Besides that, Mallows also rejected Gilbert's request to erect the 9-pointed star flag. He asked the carriage to go first, and they disguised themselves as regular soldiers who came to take over the defense. But, this is just the beginning. Isn't it? Thales whispered in his heart. You have not only grown up. Gilbert, who was riding on another horse, sighed softly. You are also different. Thales lowered his head. His emotions were indescribable. Is that so? Gilbert nodded. His eyes were filled with emotion. Just now, I thought I had returned to when I was 35 years old. Thales raised his head. Why? Gilbert smiled. He heaved a long sigh, as if he had returned to the past. Yes, because I went to Broken Dragon Fortress at that age. Thales was stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress? It was also there that I met him for the first time. Thales frowned. Who did you meet? The Foreign Affairs Minister froze for a moment. Him. Gilbert's tone was filled with fascination and wariness at the same time. My opponent in the negotiations. The Overlord of Extet. The born king. Nuvan VII. When he heard this name, Thales was stunned. Nuvan. In the face of Gilbert's gratified and respectful gaze, he watched the people coming and going in front of him in a daze. The scenery changed. He did not reply for a long time. Chapter 5:12. Blue sky, white clouds, a clear sun, and a gentle breeze. Under the banner of the double cross-shaped star, the regular soldiers belonging to Central Territory went around the city wall in an orderly fashion and headed to the military camp in the southern suburbs of the capital. Among them, dozens of riders wore cloaks and surrounded a carriage. They left the group early and headed to Eternal Star City. At the city gate, the city defense team who received the notification had already taken action. They limited the flow of people, cleared the path, and chased the citizens, who were used to it, to the other side of the main road according to the rules for special messengers. Once the city defense officer saw the leader's warrant and badge, he respectfully and quietly welcomed the dozens of knights with hidden identities into the city. Quite a number of passers-by, from the coachmen who drove leisurely to the merchants who were in a hurry, curiously looked at this group of people, and they especially pointed at the carriage among them. However, no one seemed to be particularly surprised. Compared to the local people, the citizens of the capital could be considered to have seen a lot of things. They were calm, and they were born to be superior to others. They had even experienced something as major as Constellation's national conference acknowledging the second prince. What else could possibly alarm them? Hence, the carriage surrounded by the knights successfully passed through the city gate and entered the main road. It continued moving forward under the curious gazes of the citizens by the road. In the group, a figure who looked even friendlier than the others stuck his head out from the saddle. Your Highness. Gilbert caught up to him slowly and nodded in understanding. Welcome back to Eternal Star City. Welcome home. The friendlier figure did not answer. He only trembled slightly. Eternal Star City. Home. He stared at the city defense sentry tower above his head in a daze and sighed under the cloak. A few seconds later, Thales turned his head around and forced a slightly absent-minded smile. Thank you. The group of knights moved forward hastily. The prince under the cloak did not speak anymore, and the tactful Gilbert also did not say anything. Home. Thales felt the tremors of the horses' hooves on the road. He quietly looked at everything around him through the gaps between the figures of the royal guards. The main road connected to countless alleys and forks, the rows of houses that were cut like cakes, and the various shops that were opened under the signboards that swayed in the wind. The chattering citizens who surrounded the municipal bulletin board, the women who held a wooden basin in one hand and went to Shepherd's River to wash their clothes, the ignorant outsiders who stood in the middle of the road with their eyes wide open, the exasperated coachman whipping his horse to hurry up to the destination, the priest standing on the wooden box in the corner, trying his best to preach with a flushed face, the orderly formation of the public security team and police officers. It was like a frozen picture. But, strange, he felt that his eyebrows were a little heavy, and his lips subconsciously pursed. A wondrous and indescribable feeling surged uncontrollably into his heart. However, just as it was about to gush out, it was cut off halfway. It was like a bucket of water that was drawn to the edge of a well suddenly knocked against the wall, loosening its rope and falling back into the well. Only countless splashes and echoes could be heard. It made him feel as if he had lost something. After experiencing the sword delivery, the royal guards around him, including the glib-tongued Doyle and the expressionless Glover, became high-spirited. They stood straight and kept a distance from Thales. They no longer stole glances at the Duke of Star Lake from time to time like they did on the road. Only Gilbert remained by Thales' side and spoke softly. Thales, Thales. Your Grace, you've been living in the North for a long time. It's normal that your memories of Eternal Star City have faded. Thales snapped out of his complicated thoughts. Gilbert's expression remained calm as he continued to speak. For example, the road we took to enter the city is part of the Avenue of Blessings. It's a little messy, because this place is closer to, at that moment, the Western City Gate. The prince's voice traveled into his ears languidly. I know. Gilbert paused for a moment. Thales raised his head slowly and looked into the distance with an emotion that even he could not understand. This place is closer to the Western City Gate, Western City Gate. The Duke of Star Lake's voice was like the echo in an empty valley, like a clear stream washing stones. There was an inexplicable melancholy in his voice. Gilbert was slightly stunned. Against his expectations, the Duke only paused for a moment before he snorted softly. This can be considered the most interesting place in Eternal Star City. Farmers, peddlers, messengers, government officials, police officers, soldiers, priests, beggars, brave adventurers, curious tourists, despicable foreigners, you can find everyone in the capital here. Thales stared at the crowd that moved along the two sides of the road to avoid the knights like he was reading the most interesting storybook. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. But you have to be careful. Don't accidentally squeeze into the clean and tidy main road and then refuse to leave. Otherwise, the dedicated city defense team and public security team will show you what the king's authority is. Because in this world, even a strand of the mane of a famous horse might be more valuable than the life of a street kid. Or more than one life. Thales stared at the floor tiles under the horse's hooves in a daze. His thoughts were distant. At that moment, Gilbert looked at Thales with a complicated expression. There, with a barely noticeable smile, Thales pointed at a fork in the road in the distance. I remember. That direction leads to Lower City District. The Duke's voice rose faintly. If you take that road, you will first reach the Grand Bazaar. Gilbert frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but he did not. But Thales only stared in that direction in a daze. The prices are cheap, and there are many kinds of goods. It is a paradise for the local poor to earn a living, but it also has its own rules, and there are many inside stories. It is a hell for outsiders who have just arrived. The roads in the Grand Bazaar are not easy to walk on. The geography is messy, and the layout is complicated. Many of the vendors' stalls have already taken root on the ground and turned into spikes. But on the other hand, it is easier to hide and conceal. Of course, there are also street barricades and group fights. Half of the fixed vendors have dealings with Black Street Brotherhood, and some have secret dealings with Blood Bottle Gang. Since the source of goods is complicated and difficult to track, the Grand Bazaar is also the best channel to deal with illegal goods and wash away stolen goods. It is also the place with the most tourists and fat sheep. Thales thought quietly. Your Highness. Gilbert was about to say something, but Thales interrupted him again. If you continue north, after the Grand Bazaar, there will be a dirt road that leads to the sewers and sewers. Thales' eyes were filled with sadness as he reminisced. That territory belongs to Iron Bat Association. The earliest members came from the lowest rung of the society, and they were cleaners and canal diggers. They made a living in the sewers that were distributed throughout the city. They used the geographical advantage to do all sorts of shady things like human trafficking, smuggling, and distributing drugs. Thales said in a daze, but they are very adaptable to circumstances. They were one of the first gangs to surrender to Black Street Brotherhood, and that is why they have been able to struggle at death's door until now. If you have illegal goods in your hands and are not afraid of death, you might be able to get a good price from them. Or deep regret. The group took a turn and turned into another main street. The bustling noise in front of them grew louder. At the same time, rhythmic music and excited shouts could be heard. Run! Ignorant Northlanders! Run. Because all of you will be destroyed here. Because I have descended, and I will bring disaster. A loud voice rang and pierced through the crowd. A row of tall stone houses appeared in front of the royal guards. A stage was set up in the square in front of the houses. Quite a number of people surrounded the stage and pointed at the actors on the stage. Dark Knight Temple. Thales looked past the backs of a few knights and watched the actors perform with all their might on the stage. As he listened to the exciting music in his ears, he once again looked at the temple that did not even have idols to worship, and was specifically in charge of funerals. It is the only temple in Eternal Star City outside of Morning Star District. This time, Gilbert listened quietly. They never care about the cost of their plays, and they renovate them every year. The sound effects on the stage, the props, and the actors are all excellent. They also have no lack of audiences. There are too many people in the capital who like to watch a good show. But Thales snorted. It's a pity that the plays they put on are all terrible scripts. It's either Dark Knight descending to the mortal world to save mankind, or Dark Knight will eventually rule the world. Perhaps Dark Knight Temple thinks that as long as they repeat it enough, the people will treat it as the truth. Of course, they might be right. Wait a minute. When he said this, Thales looked at the plump actor on the stage who was wearing a costume with a lot of red tentacles and looked like an octopus. He was sweating profusely, but he was still shouting at the top of his lungs. Thales noticed that something was off. What are they performing today? At that moment, a calm and indifferent male voice cut into their conversation. Night descends on dragon clouds. Thales and Gilbert turned their heads around at the same time. They saw the leader of the group, Watchman Lord Mallows, ride his horse to their side. Today is Monday. They are going to put on a big show. Mallows looked at the stage, which was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The play is about a calamity appearing in an unknown continent. It wreaked havoc in the north and even killed a king. Calamity. North. King. Thales' expression changed slightly. Mallows looked at the comical actor who was dressed like a big octopus and continued to speak. At the last moment, the god of Dark Night descended. It showed its might and summoned the great dragon. Hence, at the end of the night, the calamity was defeated and disappeared without a trace. Thales raised an eyebrow. Great dragon. Night. Really? The prince asked with a frown. Mallows snorted softly. Gilbert took over the conversation. A few years ago, when the news of the change in Dragon Cloud City reached the capital, all sorts of rumors were spread. The Foreign Affairs Minister shook his head in resignation. Since then, the plays about calamities and the end of the world have become popular again. Calamity. The end of the world. Thales looked at the big red octopus who was massacring on the stage. Then, Dark Knight Temple thinks that the calamity is that monster, the Hydra? Mallows was silent. The stage was left behind them, far away from their line of sight. A second later, the watchman nodded and cast a sideways glance at the prince. What else? Thales had no choice but to avoid his gaze, which had suddenly become sharp. He nodded. True. Mallows still had that calm look on his face. And if you do not mind, Your Highness, Your Grace. Thales raised his head slowly. After 6 years, you should not still have such an understanding of Eternal Star City, especially Lower City District. Mallows was expressionless, but there was a profound meaning in his words. After all, everyone knows that you were raised by Lord Mon. Once he finished speaking, Mallows lifted the reins and spurred his horse forward. He only showed them his back. He should not still have such an understanding of Eternal Star City. As he stared at the watchman in front of him, Thales' gaze became solemn. He knows my past? Gilbert seemed a little awkward. He coughed. Lord Mallows was sent to be your personal guard and lead your personal guards. His Majesty naturally trusts him. Lead my personal guards. Yes. His Majesty trusts him. His Majesty. Thales continued to stare at Mallows' back. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. Is that so? Thales tightened his grip on the reins. So, he is Thales' personal guard. Or the Prince and Duke's personal guard? Once he said this, Gilbert was instantly rendered speechless. His expression became very unsightly. But the Foreign Affairs Minister only lowered his head and did not say anything in the end. The royal guards continued to move forward. They went up a slope and arrived at another street. The strange thing was that the street was very wide, but it was empty even though it was daytime. There were only a few people who seemed to be in a hurry. They could not help but think of Ghost Prince Tower. But, why is this place so, this time? Thales was stunned. At that moment, countless memories surged into his mind. I know this place, Gilbert. The teenager looked around him and said with a myriad of emotions, if we enter through that opening, it will be, Thales said in a daze. It will be, Gilbert looked at the direction Thales pointed and immediately blushed. Your Highness, perhaps you do not know, Thales shook his head. I know. The Duke retracted his finger and calmly stared at the indistinct houses in the depths of the street. That is, Red Street Market. Thales only felt as if his blood had stopped flowing for a moment. It is the southernmost street of the Western Ring District, along with Linha Street. Although it is not in a good location, it is the most popular place for the nobles and officials at night. He said in a daze, in the past, Blood Bottle Gang practically monopolized the business here. That was until 6 years ago. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath before he slowly sighed. Your Highness, Lord Mallows just reminded me, but Thales completely ignored him. The young Duke stared at the opening that was getting further and further away. He subconsciously pressed his hand against his chest, and his eyes were glazed over. In the past, if the child beggars were lucky, they would be able to obtain unexpected rewards here. For example, a coin that can change your fate, a silver coin. Gilbert sighed in resignation again. He no longer tried to persuade the prince, who could not get over his emotions. Instead, he schooled his expression and listened quietly. The knights did not stop moving forward. Soon, there were more and more things that caused Thales' emotions to surge. Do you know that if you walk straight in this direction, you will reach Lower City District after you walk past 3 residential streets filled with low-class people? Thales gestured at a tattered doorway in the distance. Then, you will see Black Street. The legendary Black Street. Thales shook his head slowly as he faced the silent Gilbert. His tone was low. The people who want to settle down there are either ruthless or brave enough. Or, desperate enough. There is a low-lying street not far from it. Everyone calls it Underground Street. Underground Street. Thales breathed absent-mindedly. Unknowingly, the person he was talking about had already left his sight. Every time it rains, it floods. That is why the houses and shops there, including the Grove Pharmacy at the corner, always have a moldy smell. Grove Pharmacy. The more Thales spoke, the more complicated and chaotic his emotions became. Aside from Sunset Pub, it is located at the highest and best location. Aside from a back alley that is often filled with trash, it is rarely flooded. But even better, few people dare to cause trouble there. You have to be careful of your targets and not provoke the wrong person. Sunset Pub, the teenager paused for a moment. He was a little speechless for a moment. Before a graceful figure entered his mind, he managed to suppress his emotions in time. And beside the underground street, Thales sucked in a deep breath and looked at the streets of Eternal Star City. He felt his right hand tremble slightly. Beside him, Gilbert pursed his lips tightly. Beside, Thales gulped. That is a group of abandoned stone houses. His voice trembled a little. They are all homeless people who have gathered in half of the city, street children. The sound of horse hooves could still be heard from the group. The guards were still on guard. But the Duke of Star Lake slowly lowered his head. Even Gilbert's expression was solemn. A few seconds later, Gilbert, I did not have the time to ask you before. The teenager's voice rose faintly from the horse. But regarding the things I asked you to do during the past 6 years, Gilbert's expression changed slightly. "Oh, of course, your search for certain books, including gifts for the Archduchess," but Thales interrupted him. "No, Gilbert." The prince raised his head. His gaze was a little dazed, but a few seconds later, he regained clarity. "You know what I am talking about." Thales stared at Gilbert, as if he was the only way out for those who were lost. Gilbert sighed. "Just now," Lord Mallow said, but the Duke interrupted him again. "Gilbert, I am begging you. I am begging you." There was a slight eagerness in Thales' eyes. "Please." The group was still moving forward. At some point in time, they had already left the western part of Eternal Star City. The messy paths and forks had disappeared. In their place was a wide, flat, and straight road. "No, Your Highness." In the end, Gilbert exhaled. He could not hide his fatigue. "I am very sorry." Thales did not speak. He only waited quietly. "I asked for favors from the City Hall and even the police station to launch a few raids against Lower City District and Western District in the name of clearing the market and cleaning up the streets." As expected, Gilbert spoke. There was shame in his words. "But just as you know, every time that happened, aside from capturing a few evil forces to appease the people so that they could continue praising the stability of society and that their lives would become better," Gilbert paused for a moment. "In just one night, those ugly and filthy people and things mysteriously disappeared without a trace. There was no way to investigate." Thales stared at the ground. Gilbert stared at the teenager's expression, and he did not dare to face him. "My friend, they especially searched through the underground street and the abandoned houses that you mentioned." Gilbert shook his head in disappointment. Of course, according to the usual practice, that day, the underground street turned into an antique shop and a burial area. There was also a foul-smelling garbage dump. The gazes of the grave diggers and corpse carriers were ignorant, sincere, innocent, and helpless. No matter how much the police nitpicked and interrogated them, they could at most only catch some petty thieves. They even lured out a large group of poor people who struggled to eat and wear. Their complaints filled the air, and they forced the officials to stop. As for the abandoned houses, just like the dozens of inspections conducted by the City Hall, they turned into an empty garbage dump and an ominous place to dump corpses. There were only a dozen vagrants and lunatics who could not even speak clearly. No one was found. Thales clenched his fists. At that moment, he felt a dull pain in his chest. It was as if the wound from 6 years ago was still burning. The group passed by a group of people who seemed to be gathered to watch a circus. The prince's steed neighed, causing the horses around it to become restless and agitated. The royal guards quickly quelled the commotion caused by their steeds. They changed their formation and moved away from the circus. But Thales did not care about this. He thought about other things. When faced with power, Black Street Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang had their own ways. They split up and cut off their tails to survive. They waited for the commotion to die down before they left their nest. And everything would go on as usual. Thales tried his best to breathe. Then. Red Street Market? Gilbert paused again. "Your Highness, I am afraid that." Count Casso shook his head. "My friend's level of power is not at the level where he can openly investigate Red Street Market. It involves." Thales closed his eyes and lowered his head. "I understand, Gilbert." The teenager opened his eyes. "You need people who know the business. You need people who truly understand the situation in the market, not government officials who are high above the masses and do not understand the suffering of the people." Gilbert did not immediately answer. He seemed to be thinking about something. But a few seconds later, he still spoke. "My friend did suggest to me, Your Highness, that if you put up a reward on the black market that they yearn for even in their dreams, but of course, it is insignificant to us, then within a few months, useful clues will grow on your table like mushrooms after a spring rain." But Gilbert's gaze changed slightly. "And that also means that we will leave behind traces that cannot be covered for those who are paying attention to us." Thales frowned. "We discussed this 6 years ago." Gilbert nodded resolutely. His gaze was stern. And the conclusion we reached at that time is still applicable today. Thales sighed. Gilbert continued to speak in a low voice. With your current status, it is not a good thing for your friends to form a connection with you. The best ending for them is to disappear into the crowd where no one can find them and forget everything related to you. As he spoke, Gilbert's tone became more and more serious. But Thales' mind was in a mess, and he did not know where to start listening. What about the Secret Intelligence Department? Thales ignored his words and continued asking. Have you looked for them? They are the most suitable people to do this. Gilbert furrowed his brows. Gilbert? Thales urged him. A few seconds later, the Foreign Affairs Minister finally sighed and answered. A few years ago, before you returned to the country, when there was not much news about you, I tried to ask for help from Lord Hanson. Lord Hanson. When he heard this name, Thales felt a sense of discomfort out of nowhere. But over the past few years, his appearances, which were already few to begin with, have decreased significantly. He almost never shows up, even during the Imperial Conference. Thales' eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Then let's try the one in the Secret Intelligence Department. Without waiting for him to finish his question, Gilbert took over the conversation. Young Baron Bone Man, your old friend who went through trials and tribulations with you? Thales glanced at him and nodded. I tried. Gilbert shook his head expressionlessly. But from the top to the bottom of the Secret Intelligence Department, all the people I came into contact with denied that they have a cadre called Raphael Lindbergh. Thales was stunned. Denied? Even if he showed up publicly in the Hall of Stars 6 years ago? In the face of the prince's incredulous question, Gilbert still shook his head. At least in Eternal Star City, this person does not exist. Or he is not allowed to exist. Thales understood what he meant. The teenager asked in disbelief, the Secret Intelligence Department rejected you? Gilbert sighed slightly. Not exactly. What do you mean? Gilbert patted the horse beneath him, as if he was trying to find a way to change the topic. You know, Your Highness, spying and planning are Putre's specialty, but my specialty is to pay attention to the people who do these things. And I can tell from their attitude and actions that the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department seems to. Gilbert raised his head slightly and cast a glance at Thales. They have a very deep prejudice against you. Thales was stunned. Me? Prejudice? The prince reacted. At that moment, he actually felt as if he was so angry that he wanted to laugh. What kind of joke is this? I am the pitiful person who was forced to leave home for 6 years because of them. But Gilbert only shook his head worriedly. I do not know what they think, but Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt again, but in the history of Constellation, every king and his chief of intelligence maintained a good relationship with the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, the group continued, but Gilbert's words had already traveled into Thales' ears. The Duke scratched his neck in annoyance. He felt indignant. But all I want is to search for a few people. Gilbert shook his head. Are you talking about the few homeless children who went missing for 6 years during the chaotic night in the infamous Lower City District? No one paid attention to them, and they were nameless? At that moment, Thales raised his head swiftly. Yes. He looked at Gilbert seriously. There was a stern look in his eyes, and it caused the Foreign Affairs Minister to be slightly stunned. And a female bartender. Gilbert quirked an eyebrow and nodded in an obedient manner. And a female bartender. The two of them were silent for a few seconds. Missing for 6 years. No one paid attention to them. Nameless. Thales repeated Gilbert's words in his heart. And they are not unnoticed, Thales said in a low voice. They are not nameless. A few small figures appeared before his eyes. When Gilbert saw his expression, there was a gratified look in his eyes, but there was also a hint of regret. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but it is very easy to find their whereabouts as long as we make a big move. Thales looked up. But what about after we find them? Gilbert's expression became solemn. Have you ever thought about the effect your rewards, repayment of gratitude, and even just observing them in the dark might have on them? It is very easy to do one thing, but it is incredibly difficult to perfectly deal with the countless consequences brought about by this matter. Thales wanted to say something, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. Gilbert said solemnly, especially after you have returned in the limelight. Especially after your return in the limelight. If this continues, someone will notice your actions sooner or later, and we can't count on their kindness and principles. No matter who it is, this is not a good thing. Thales closed his eyes in pain. Perhaps the day you find them. The Foreign Affairs Minister's tone became tense. Is the day you cause their deaths. Find them. Cause their deaths. Gilbert said with a pained and hateful tone, so, I sincerely suggest to you, Your Highness, for your own sake, and even more so, for their sake, give up. Don't investigate any further. Give up. Give up. After a while, Thales opened his eyes. He watched the ground under the horse's hooves slowly move backwards, and he could not help but feel a little dazed. Gilbert. Thales opened his mouth slowly. His voice was hoarse. You knew from the start, didn't you? Gilbert asked curiously. Knew what? Thales sighed. 6 years ago, when I was in Mindy's Hall, you told me that once the curfew was lifted, I could look for my friends. Gilbert's expression changed slightly. And after I became a prince, you said that I had to wait for the limelight to subside before I could look for my friends. The Foreign Affairs Minister was silent. When I arrived in Northland, you wrote me a letter. You said that you found a few useful clues, and you were investigating them. Thales sucked in a deep breath. At that time, I believed you, but now, the Duke of Star Lake raised his head and looked straight at the silent Gilbert. He said with certainty, you knew a long time ago. With emotions that Thales himself did not know, the prince spoke in a hoarse and calm voice. From the beginning, from the moment I came to Mindy's Hall, you knew that I could not look for them. So at that time, you were just. Thales choked on his words for a moment, and he did not continue. At that moment, everything in Mindy's Hall from 6 years ago suddenly became unfamiliar. Gilbert closed his eyes and turned his head away. He did not answer. Thales also lowered his head and did not pursue the matter. But he knew. Eternal Star City. The abandoned house. Mindy's Hall. Those familiar hometowns, he was already. Chapter 5:13. The royal guards did not stop. They passed through countless streets, Twilight District, Morning Star District, and went straight to the center of Eternal Star City. Thales was in low spirits. He moved with the crowd like a walking corpse and was escorted forward. Even though there were only around 20 of them who hurried on, the number of police officers and public security teams who passed by them increased without them noticing. It might seem like a coincidence, but it happened one after another, inadvertently dispersing and separating the obstacles and crowds on the road, allowing them to move forward without any obstacles. But Thales could not find the interest to study them. You know, over the past few months, Mr. Hicks has written me a few letters. Finally, amidst the unbearable silence, Gilbert spoke. He talked to me about your studies. There was a hint of awkwardness in his similarly deep voice. Thales snapped out of his daze. Oh, old crow. The young Duke of Star Lake perked up and tried hard to tell himself that he should not bring unnecessary emotions to the people around him. Yes, I have yet to thank him. Dragon Cloud City is all thanks to him. When he sensed the prince's change, Gilbert's tone was slightly excited. He reminded me that your progress is a little ahead of schedule. Thales tried his best to focus his attention. Ahead of schedule? Gilbert nodded. Yes, although that is a rare evaluation, but, the Foreign Affairs Minister narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he seemed to be in a daze. After receiving my teacher's letter, I sometimes think that perhaps we are too impatient. Thales looked at him, puzzled. About what? Gilbert sighed and spoke in a sincere and heartfelt manner. At least in Eternal Star City, the young nobles at your age are more concerned about their appearance, clothes, banquets, and girls. Appearance and clothes. Banquets and girls, is that so? Thales paused for a moment and recalled the past 6 years. What did he care about during those years? What did he experience? The Duke could not help but be slightly absent-minded, but he immediately composed himself. Thales had a feeling that Gilbert was going to advise him about something. He forced a smile and shook his head. You should go back a few years. At that time, Waya was only a teenager. When he heard the familiar name, Gilbert Casso was slightly stunned. The prince looked towards the northern sky and smiled. However, during those years, your son cared more about his sword, and me. Thales smiled as he recalled Waya Casso's every move, voice, and smile. As he listened to the sound of the horses' hooves around him and looked at the personal guards surrounding him, Thales suddenly realized, even though he had returned to Constellation and Eternal Star City, these royal guards who protected him, it was so strange. This made him miss those familiar faces that used to surround him. Waya, Ralph, Putray, Jenned, Willow, and the one who stole the drumstick and roasted rabbit, from Eternal Star City to the Birch Tree Forest, from Broken Dragon Fortress to Dragon Cloud City. From the past to the present. But where were they now? Thales could not help but be lost in thought. I'm glad you think so highly of him. Gilbert's words brought him back to reality. But about this topic, Constellation's cunning fox's expression was complicated, but there was pride in his words. You know that Waya returned to Eternal Star City a few times during the past few years in Northland. Thales nodded. Gilbert narrowed his eyes a little. But he probably never mentioned to you that he came back to see his fiancée? Thales, who was immersed in his thoughts of his old friend, subconsciously repeated Gilbert's words. Fiancé, Thales' expression changed. What? The prince turned his head around in surprise. He saw Gilbert looking at him with a smile on his face. Thales widened his eyes and asked, Waya? Gilbert nodded. There was gratification in his eyes, but there was also sadness. Waya? Waya? Thales opened his mouth wide in shock and stared at Gilbert. Waya Casso? That old-fashioned, stern, and little old man, the one who always put on a stern face, was polite and stared at Ralph. The Waya who always used too much force and was stiff all over? Thales blinked subconsciously and tried hard to digest this news. Gilbert only smiled faintly. Thales took a deep breath and shook his head. Waya, Waya. I didn't expect this, I didn't expect this. He could not help but feel a little amused and gratified. I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also, then, he heard Gilbert's next sentence. So, you have reached your age this year. Thales' expression changed again. Cough, 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 cough. The prince suddenly coughed. His figure on the horse's back was hunched in pain. Gilbert's old face stiffened, and he continued speaking. He continued, you must know that you have an obligation to continue the bloodline of the great kingdom. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The prince's coughing became louder and louder, drowning out the foreign affairs minister's voice. Even the royal guards, who were quite a distance away from him, turned their heads around curiously. In the end, Gilbert could only shake his head in pity. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Thales' coughing instantly disappeared. His back was straighter than a flagpole. Gilbert narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales, who did not seem to have any self-awareness. His face was filled with a resigned expression that said, I knew it. Then, I hope that the next piece of news will interest you. Thales seemed to have suddenly snapped out of his daze, and he came to a natural realization. News? Gilbert nodded slightly. His expression became stern again. Every time this happened, Thales would think of Waya and his expression when he saw Ralph. However, the foreign affairs minister's next sentence made the prince's thoughts turn solemn. The newest messenger crow came from the north. The north. Thales frowned. Is it Putray and Waya? No. Gilbert shook his head, but his expression did not relax in the slightest. But, the foreign affairs minister moved his horse closer. His voice was deep and his words were heavy. A few days ago, Dragon Cloud City completed the mobilization for war. Dragon Cloud City. When he heard this familiar term, Thales clenched his fists slightly. Gilbert continued speaking. The expeditionary army formed by 10,000 men has been assembled. They are prepared to head to the city of faraway prayers and join the war against the Alliance of Freedom in the West. Thales frowned deeply. At that moment it was as if all the memories of Northland returned to his mind. War, forced marriage, mobilization, and everything that happened during the state affairs hearing in Dragon Cloud City. 10,000 men. Thales recalled his impression of Dragon Cloud City. To Dragon Cloud City, it was neither too little nor too much. Then, who is the noble leading the army? The Duke of Star Lake's expression was solemn. Who will fight this war? Gilbert nodded and reported the information accurately. The suzerain of Hunt and Origami counties, Count Khan Karkagel, will be the vice commander of Dragon Cloud City's expeditionary army. Karkagel. The one-armed count's determined face in the Hall of Heroes appeared in Thales' mind. He sighed. As expected, the commander of the army is the best fighter in Dragon Cloud City, but when he said this, Thales was slightly stunned. Wait, Gilbert. Did you just say vice commander? The prince stared at Gilbert in surprise. Gilbert pursed his lips and nodded. Wait. Karkagel is only the vice commander. That means, no, the incredulous surprise on Thales' face became greater. Gilbert's tone was solemn. According to the latest news, Dragon Cloud City is going to launch its first large-scale expedition after being silent for 20 years. The young Archduchess Walton will be wearing her martial attire and carrying her sword. She will lead the army. Personally lead the expedition. Archduchess, personally lead the expedition, personally lead the expedition. At that moment, Thales was stunned on the spot. Gilbert did not speak either. He only looked at him quietly and waited. He took in the prince's reaction. A familiar figure seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. The figure that cried in the dark and asked him if he could escape. Thin and weak. Frail. Wronged and helpless. Weak and lonely. She grabbed his arm and hid behind him. She trembled. Oh, is that so? The Duke of Star Lake retracted his expression in a daze. He nodded subconsciously and mumbled to himself. Wow. His face was stiff, but he forced himself to let out a suppressed cry of surprise. But no one knew that at that moment, he felt so strange. He had mixed feelings. It was indescribable. But in the next second, the figure in his mind turned around and revealed a face that was equally familiar to him, but completely different. Her face was covered in sweat, but she still tried her best to pout even though she had tears in her eyes. Tenacious. Stubborn. Stubborn and unyielding. Determined and unyielding. Standing in front of the highest seat, standing among thousands of soldiers, raising his arms and shouting. Hundreds responded to his call. It felt like a long time had passed. It was so long that even Gilbert could not help but remind him. So they succeeded, Thales said faintly. He tried hard to forget the unnecessary images and forced himself to start thinking about more practical things. Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers, Letko of Defense City, and Walton of Dragon Cloud City, Extet's alliance of 3 cities. In the end, they stood on the side of everything. Thales' tone was still empty, but his spirit gradually recovered. His brain started working. To face the turmoil in the West stirred up by Lampard. When he thought of this, the Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath and raised his head. What about us? If it were someone else, they might be confused when faced with such a question, but Gilbert knew what he wanted to ask. The Foreign Affairs Minister exhaled slowly. As you can see, since you have returned and the storm at the Western front lines has calmed down. Gilbert's lips curled up slightly. Then, regardless of whether it is the regular soldiers of the royal family under Baron Williams or the recruits that the suzerains of Western Desert painstakingly gathered, there is no reason for them to stay in the desert and waste time and energy patrolling. Thales took a deep breath and closed his eyes. So, without Constellation to keep them in check, the weak alliance of freedom has to defend itself against the three great cities in Northland and almost half of Ekstedt. The Duke of Star Lake opened his eyes. This time, he became calm and solemn. The outcome of the war has been decided. The alliance of freedom is finished. Gilbert did not say anything. He only nodded in agreement. A few seconds later, Thales curled up the corners of his lips. He was in a good mood. Now, it is King Chapman's turn to have a headache. He looked at Gilbert with a smile on his face. I escaped and Constellation also retreated, so Lampard lost his bargaining chip, and he also lost his reason. He can no longer use Constellation as a blade to threaten his vassals to obey his orders. Thales remembered how the aggressive Kinslayer king looked when he was forced into a corner. He felt the melancholy from losing his home disappear. Even his breathing felt exceptionally comfortable. On the other hand, Dragon Cloud City has joined Rocknee's side, and the City of Faraway Prayer's problem will be solved. Black Sand region has one more enemy, and the opposition against the king will only increase. Thales snorted and spread his hands gently on the horse. Lampard has failed on both sides. He could even imagine his old opponent's gloomy face as he suppressed his anger and glared at him. Gilbert coughed. In fact, Your Highness, the Foreign Affairs Minister's words were a little hesitant, and it caught Thales' attention. A few weeks ago, not long after you fled Ekstedt, and the news of the state affairs hearing in Dragon Cloud City just arrived, Gilbert glanced at him and frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Thales' heart sank. The Foreign Affairs Minister exhaled unnaturally. At that time, King Chapman rushed back to Black Sand region. Gilbert lifted the reins and looked into the distance with a grave expression. In just a few days, Chapman I visited almost every vassal who opposed him. Thales frowned hard. Visited? The prince remembered King Chapman's so-called visit to Dragon Cloud City, regardless of whether he visited him or the Hall of Heroes. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. As he observed Thales' expression, Gilbert sighed softly. The information obtained by the Secret Intelligence Department is limited. Under Thales' bad premonition and unpleasant expression, Gilbert told the truth with a straight face. But obviously, when the king announced that he wanted to recruit their army to the far west, Black Sand region's Mend and Devonson families, who had been resisting the tax, were the first to yield. They declared that they would return to the king's banner. The reason behind this is unknown. Thales' heart sank. Under Lampard's command, the Ika family, who is the closest to Reformation Tower, was probably worried that Archduke Trentido was in cahoots with Lampard. They did not wait for the king to visit them and withdrew their call to resist the tax. They took the initiative to send this season's grain tax to Black Sand City. The prince's grip on the reins grew tighter, and his entire body subconsciously tensed up. However, Gilbert's sigh continued. One day later, the old Count Peruno, who was highly respected, had a life-and-death friendship with the former Archduke of Black Sand region, and was also the person who opposed King Chapman the most, suddenly fell ill. Thales began to hear his own breathing. He was bedridden and could not attend to matters. So, Peruno's son took over the power of the territory and changed his father's policy. He personally left the city and warmly welcomed King Chapman's inspection. Under the Duke of Star Lake's almost shocked gaze, Gilbert continued in a displeased manner. And the last two families who resisted stubbornly and refused to open the city gates to welcome the king. They were punished. Thales gritted his teeth. Punishment? Gilbert nodded. His eyes showed the rare wariness of a cunning fox in Constellation. Under the protection of the four great families, King Chapman's army arrived at the city gates and declared war with blood. A total of 2 castles. The Fire Knight personally led the army, and the Black Sand region army broke through like a hot knife through butter. They won the war in 1 day, and conquered the city in 3 days. Gilbert's solemnity and vigilance had been raised to the maximum. Based on the ancient etiquette of the Northlanders, they hung the heads of those who did not respect the king's orders on the city gates as a warning to others. The king also stripped an earl and a viscount of their titles on the execution ground, and demoted their heirs to commoners. As he listened to Gilbert's words, Thales could barely adjust his expression. It was as if every word Gilbert said was accompanied by the snow that came from Northland. Gilbert sighed slowly. That's not all. On that day, King Chapman used the power of his conquest to go against the rules and made an exception to confer titles to a few new nobles who were of humble birth. None of the vassals in Black Sand region dared to say anything. Thales slowly relaxed his body and pressed his arm against the horse. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. Gilbert shook his head. Up to this day, aside from a few small families who are near the borders and do not affect the overall situation in Black Sand region, they still shout loudly and refuse to compromise because of morality or benefits, but Thales did not let him continue. He succeeded. The prince stared at the northern sky in a daze, as if he was looking at the gloomy and cold king. He won. Gilbert observed Thales' expression worriedly and could not help but cough. Internally, it is indeed so. The cunning fox of Constellation forced a smile. His tone changed from wariness to enthusiasm. But externally, regardless of whether it is Reformation Tower or Prestige Orchid region, they immediately strengthened their defenses after they received the news. They deployed a large number of soldiers at the borders of Black Sand region. The other archdukes in Extet were even more agitated. They called for a crusade against Chapman. From the city of Faraway Prayers to Beacon Illumination City, from Elifure City to Glacier Sea, many Northlanders even openly questioned the origin of his throne. Gilbert spoke with a smile, but Thales could sense a hint of discord in his laughter. Black Sand region has already provoked public anger. King Chapman cannot do anything alone. Besides, the economy and people's livelihood in their region are already shaky, but the prince interrupted him. It's too late. In the group, the teenager under the cloak straightened his back, but he lowered his head quietly. Chapman Lampard. Perhaps many people do not recognize him as the king of Extet. Thales pursed his lips tightly and imagined the scene where he and Chapman were enemies. It was as if he could feel the heavy pressure that felt like it was real. But now, he has already become the king of Black Sand region. Gilbert was stunned. He did not know how to answer. Only the second prince sighed at the sky and closed his eyes. I told them before. In the past, in the Hall of Heroes, I told them before, but I am afraid that they still do not understand. Thales opened his eyes. He did not look at the clear blue sky above his head. Instead, his gaze landed on the layers of black clouds that were faintly discernible in the distance. They do not understand that the wave they are facing is not something that can be easily stopped by appealing to the army or by paying with money. Gilbert was stunned for a moment. The prince gritted his teeth and frowned. And this is just the beginning. Chapman Lampard, he will become stronger, greedier, and more. Thales paused for a moment and exhaled indignantly through his nose. Your Highness, you do not have to be so worried. Gilbert seemed to be unable to bear it. No matter how strong King Chapman is, we can still, but Thales shook his head. No. Not us. He stared at the black clouds that pressed down from the horizon. Killing, seizing, granting. King Chapman's actions may seem like sparks of fire. But they are unstoppable. Gilbert listened to the prince's words and fell into a contemplative silence. And they will eventually be ignited. Thales lowered his head and looked straight ahead. The seriousness in his eyes could not be any more intense. All of Northland. At that moment, *dong. The sound of a bell rang. Thales and Gilbert trembled at the same time. The sound of the bell rose indistinctly. It was long and heavy, and it shook people's hearts. At the same time, it pierced through the ground and the air, reaching the underground and the sky. The echo was deep and lingered for a long time. As the horses neighed in unease, many of the royal guards frowned and looked at each other at a loss. Only Mallows, who was at the very front, remained as calm as ever. He lifted the reins and stepped on the pedals while he moved forward steadily. That is, as he sensed the roar in his ears, Thales slowly turned to Gilbert, as if he had sensed something. The latter got over his initial shock and nodded slowly at the prince. The bell of Constellation. Thales' thoughts moved. Gilbert sighed and said, "The last time it rang, it was, I know." Thales sensed the memories that surged into his mind. He said in a daze, 6 years ago. The National Conference. But his sentiments did not last for long, because the group soon turned into the next street and stepped onto another main road. It was also at that moment that Thales noticed. Without realizing it, they had already passed through countless streets. The citizens around them were also gradually moving further away from them. They were kept at a distance of 100 steps by the public security team, which was slowly increasing in number. They only had curious heads and gazes. Soldiers, guards, police officers, public security teams, and countless people were already standing in an orderly manner in front of them. They either formed their own teams to maintain order or acted as walls to block off the passageway. They were waiting for the guests. On this side, the road under the feet of the royal guards had already become a broad road. Of course, at the end of the road, the most eye-catching thing was, Thales breathed in a daze and slowly raised his head. He saw it. The classic mottled colors, the endless flight of stairs, the thick and black palace walls, the grandeur that rose from the ground, the vicissitudes of a century, and the awe-inspiring might that looked down on the stars. Renaissance Palace. The Great Pyramid with a flat top that had appeared in his dreams countless times was like a giant that walked silently but blocked out the sky. It had appeared before his eyes without warning, but it also appeared without warning. It was like an avalanche. But it was silent. Thales stared at the huge palace in front of him in a daze. It took him a long time to snap out of his daze. When they passed through the passageway formed by the palace guards, the royal guards subconsciously lightened their horses' hooves and slowed down. Then, Mallows raised his hand high, and the 25 royal guards lifted their cloaks at the same time. They revealed their silver helmets that reflected the sunlight. Flag-bearer Hugo even raised a tall 9-pointed star flag. It fluttered in the wind. In the distance, the citizens who were separated from the line of separation started to make a ruckus. Countless gazes were cast on the 20 or so cavaliers, and they discussed among themselves. Thales turned his head with complicated emotions. He looked at the citizens who were separated from the two sides. He looked at the soldiers and guards who stood straight around him. Finally, he looked at the heart of the kingdom before him, which was separated by the palace wall. Renaissance Palace. No one knew his current state of mind. No one could describe his current feelings. No one could describe his current emotions. He could only open his mouth and fall into a daze. He was deep in thought. He seemed to have lost something. As Thales' group arrived in front of the palace wall, the black mass of city defense crossbows and mystic guns turned around with the help of their hinges and manpower. There were many sentries, and they were filled with murderous intent. A noble dressed in the same attire as Mallows and the others walked through the palace gate while being escorted by a group of soldiers. He raised his right arm high and showed his palm to Thales' group. In an instant, as Mallows gestured, the 25 royal guards reined in their horses at the same time. Glover and Doyle even took a step forward and extended their hands to stop Thales and Gilbert's steeds. At that moment, their expressions were stern, and their attitudes were stern. 25 royal guards. We have received orders from the king to escort an important person. Mallows' voice rose in front of the palace gate. It bounced off the palace wall of Renaissance Palace and echoed on the wide road. The Duke of Star Lake, the Prince of Constellation, the first heir to the 9-pointed star crown and the supreme throne, the noble Prince Thales Jadestar, he has returned. Once he said that, all was silent. Regardless of whether it was the guards in front of the palace gate, the sentries on the palace gate, or the public security team on the road, all of them fell silent. For a moment, only Mallows' clear and indifferent voice could be heard echoing in all directions. In front of the palace gate, the noble who stopped Mallows straightened his body and took a step forward. Password. The noble dressed in the attire of the royal guards looked at Mallows and said coldly, "Crown?" Mallows slowly urged his horse forward and faced the ferocious city-guarding crossbow in a relaxed manner. He narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. His voice was very soft. Darkness. Thales shuddered slightly. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Then, the noble guarding the palace gate nodded, turned around, and waved his hand. Asterisk boom, asterisk amid a deafening roar, the steel noose moved. The dark-colored palace gate in front of Thales trembled violently. Then, with the rhythm of a great force, it moved slowly, as if it was about to push away dust that had accumulated for 1,000 years. It tore itself apart. It revealed the true appearance of Renaissance Palace. The setting sun turned into gold. It was just like 6 years ago, when Thales became a prince, and the setting sun illuminated Renaissance Palace in a bright red light. But this time, under the bright sun, Thales only raised his head in a daze. He watched the dazzling golden light shine on the outer wall of Renaissance Palace inch by inch. But he could only see darkness. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom. Chapter 5:14. Renaissance Palace. Thales' memories of the palace were very vague. A long, long time ago, to the child beggars who made a living on the streets, the king's house, which was located at the end of the main street a few blocks away, was like an unreachable legend. It was mysterious, awe-inspiring, obscure, and dignified. They could only recognize the legendary palace that shared the title of the King of Renaissance in the Dark Knight Temple's theatrical performances that were so exaggerated and comical that they deviated from reality. They knew how, under the protection of the Dark Knight Temple, this place had an extraordinary origin, experienced countless things, and stood firm. Or, from drunken drunkards who said, "Let me tell you, I know so-and-so, and he has a friend who works in Renaissance Palace. That place is like this." And so on and so forth, they learned a little about the whole picture from a single glance. Or, when they went out to beg, they would timidly poke their heads out of the unfamiliar but tidy alleys, and catch a glimpse of the huge silhouette of the palace as the pedestrians hurried about. They would then gasp in shock and find it difficult to shift their gazes away. This feeling lasted until 6 years ago. It lasted until Thales' fate changed. The Duke of Star Lake slowly closed his eyes. But even after he became a prince and the heir to the palace in name, Thales realized that he still did not understand Renaissance Palace. 6 years ago, when he first entered Renaissance Palace, he was attacked. He was carried into the palace wall while he was unconscious. 6 years ago, he left Renaissance Palace in a carriage when he was about to head north. He was absent-minded. As for now, with the guards by his sides looking steadily forward, and the guards behind him moving in an orderly fashion, Thales snapped out of his daze when he opened his eyes. He realized that they had already passed through the heavily guarded palace gate. They even walked past the palace wall and the wide flat ground in the inner palace to enter the inner gate of the modeled ancient palace. Thales only snapped out of his daze when they entered the narrow and deep darkness without stopping, locking the vast and high sky and the boundless horizon outside the heavy and old door of the palace. 6 years later, when he personally stepped into this place, without an accidental assassination and without going abroad as a hostage, but he still could not see clearly the appearance of Renaissance Palace. After leaving the streets and carpets, the feeling under his boots became firm and clear. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps rang out from under Thales' feet. They echoed in the quiet air before they traveled to his ears. In the suddenly dim light, the young Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath, but his nose was cold and damp. Stone. Cold. Rough. Dusk. And silence. This made the Duke, who had gradually gotten used to the dryness of the Northland and the scorching heat of the desert, instinctively uncomfortable. In the dim stone corridor that was almost silent, they walked through the interior of Renaissance Palace. They walked past one small hall after another and walked up one stone staircase after another. The sparse windows and lights were the only source of light that could guide them. Thales suppressed his unnecessary thoughts and raised his head to look at Mallow's back in this palace that had a long history but was quiet and solemn. He walked along this stone corridor that was classical and low-key but did not lose its taste. The watchman was expressionless and looked straight ahead. He calmly led the way forward. Gilbert fell behind Thales. The sound of his footsteps was slightly softer, and his footsteps were steady. Glover, Doyle, and the others who were further behind did not make a sound. They seemed to have disappeared into the air. It seemed like they were already used to this ancient palace with its dark colors and suffocating air. They were not surprised. And Thales could only follow them quietly. The group was not alone. They passed by many guards who were on duty, servants who were in a hurry, cautious officials, and well-mannered nobles along the way. In the quiet air, these people did not say a word, but they seemed to have known since a long time ago. All of them stopped in their tracks respectfully and politely, retreated to the side, and silently but accurately bowed to the teenager in the crowd. The new Duke of Star Lake instinctively cleared his throat and wanted to respond, but Gilbert, who was beside him, pressed down on his arm gently and shook his head. In Renaissance Palace, the king preferred silence. Thales was slightly stunned. After he understood something, the Duke of Star Lake could only nod slightly and respond to these people with a smile. When he was in Heroic Spirit Palace in Dragon Cloud City, no matter where the Prince of Constellation went, the Northlanders' palace guards, especially the former White Blade guards, and the extension nobles would always stare at him with hostile and vigilant gazes. Even after 6 years of being together day and night, those gazes merely changed from gnashing their teeth to disdain. However, things were different in Renaissance Palace. Thales could sense that the servants, guards, nobles, and officials all had an extraordinary interest and curiosity towards the Duke who had just arrived. But when they passed by the teenager, their gazes towards the Duke were respectful and careful, polite and restrained. And when the Duke returned their gaze, the latter would usually immediately lower their heads or avert their gazes to look elsewhere. They would look away the moment they touched, and they would stop when they reached a certain point. It was a little deliberate. It was like a peeping Tom hiding in a corner. As if he was afraid of waking something up. And the deathly stillness and murderous aura that was carefully created and maintained, the Duke of Star Lake could not help but inhale and exhale slowly. For some reason, Thales always felt that the cautious, polite, and restrained gazes in Renaissance Palace made him feel uncomfortable. It was no less than the undisguised hostile and estranged gazes of the Northlanders in Heroic Spirit Palace. Irritation surged into his heart. There was even a moment when the teenager really wanted the royal guards around him to move closer. To surround him tighter. To block those gazes. It would be best to isolate everything and make it airtight. Just like the thick and heavy city wall that blocked the way between Renaissance Palace and the city. The journey was so quiet that it was almost dead silent. When they went up another flight of stairs and arrived at a rather large corridor hall, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of a stone door in front of them. Mallows was the first to stop. Thales, who was following behind him, took an extra step before he instinctively retracted his steps. But he soon noticed that other than Gilbert, who was still smiling, the guards behind him, including Doyle and Glover, all puffed out their chests and raised their heads. They looked even more solemn, like a lute with its strings pulled taut. The figures in front of the stone door were dressed and equipped in a similar style to Mallows and the others. However, they wore light leather armor that made it easier for them to move around indoors. Their expressions were stern, and their gazes were stern. They did not seem to have any intention of greeting their colleagues in the prince's escort group. Just as Thales began to guess the identity of this group of people, a person walked out from among the unfamiliar figures. He held the long sword at his waist and approached them. This was a middle-aged man who was dignified and experienced. He was about 50 years old. His figure was a little clumsy, but his back was tall and capable. His hair and beard were a mix of gray and white, but they were neatly arranged. There were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but his eyes were bright and full of life. His attire was obviously different from the others. His equipment was exquisite and meticulous, but his footsteps were incredibly steady. The gray-haired middle-aged man stopped, but he did not even look at Thales. He only stared straight at Mallows, who was leading the group, and spoke slowly. "Who are you?" His words were stern, and his tone was cold. His words stunned Thales. He confirmed once again that this was Renaissance Palace, where his father lived. And he's really returning to his own home? But the others, including Gilbert, did not show any strange expressions. They waited quietly and solemnly. They held their breaths and did not even exhale loudly. It was as if there was a major event in front of them. Mallows took a step forward expressionlessly. His tone was indifferent. Tormund Mallows. I am the watchman of the royal guards. In the name of the king, I am here to escort the Duke of Star Lake back. The middle-aged guard in his 50s sized up Mallows and nodded. Under Thales's curious gaze, Mallows finished his answer faintly. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged guard in front of him with an aggressive gaze. Who are you? The middle-aged man was silent for a while. He still did not look at Thales. His right hand was still on the sword at his waist. The man took a step forward with an upright posture. His posture was stern. Fabio Adrian. The middle-aged man named Adrian said softly, I am the chief commander of the royal guards. In the name of the king, I am here to welcome the return of the Duke of Star Lake. Thales swore that he could feel Doyle sucking in a suppressed breath behind him. Royal Guards. Chief, Commander. Thales recalled the key to the 6 Praetorian Guard divisions. Mallows was also silent for a while before he nodded at Adrian, who had grayish-white hair and looked stern. In the next second, Adrian turned his head around and sized up Thales for the first time, who was shorter than Mallows by a head. Perhaps it was because he was affected by the atmosphere or because there was pressure in Adrian's gaze. The Duke of Star Lake subconsciously puffed out his chest and sucked in his stomach to accept Adrian's gaze. But just like the others, Adrian's gaze only met Mallows once before it was averted. The latter turned to Mallows again. Knight Mallows, thou hast fulfilled thy duty. Adrian said faintly, hast thou fulfilled thy duty? Fulfilled thy duty, fulfilled thy duty. Thales was stunned. In a daze, he remembered something. Mallows answered calmly but sternly, Knight Adrian, though I fulfilled my duty. The watchman narrowed his eyes. Yet my sword did not break. When he heard Mallows' answer, Adrian nodded at him. His gaze became gentler and no longer sharp. Then thou hast not fulfilled thy duty. Mallows also nodded slightly. He lifted the corners of his lips slightly. Then thou hast not fulfilled thy duty. Thales frowned. He was even more certain of his memories. Just as he expected, the conversation before him, it was filled with the ceremonial feeling he was familiar with. The air was still quiet, and the atmosphere was as solemn as ever. The Duke could not help but cast a puzzled glance at Gilbert, but the latter only gestured for him to remain calm. Finally, Adrian revealed a smile. The middle-aged commander took off his gloves and extended his hand to Mallows. Then, welcome back to the team, Knight. Mallows also put on a faint but restrained smile that he had not shown for a long time. He removed his glove and went forward to hold Adrian's right hand. Captain. Adrian smiled and nodded before he called out Mallows' name. Tormund. Just when Thales was wondering whether this was a tradition of the royal guards, Adrian let go of Mallows' hand and coughed. All right, the mission has been handed over. Relax a little. In the next second, Thales heard the royal guards behind him sigh. It was as if they had all breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. It was as if they had ended a leadership meeting where they had to remain still and listen attentively. Adrian walked forward and flashed a smile at Gilbert. Count Casso. Gilbert also flashed a smile and went forward to shake his hand happily. Lord Adrian. Lord Adrian smiled and said, looks like I was right. Looks like I was right. You really did come back in high spirits. It is all thanks to you, my lord. Gilbert turned around and looked at Thales after he finished exchanging pleasantries. Welcome to the meeting hall, Your Grace. The Foreign Affairs Minister extended his hand and gestured at the stone door behind Adrian with a proud expression. This is the place where His Majesty usually receives envoys and foreign officials. When he saw the puzzled look on the Duke's face, Gilbert added, this is an important place for national affairs. As the Duke of Star Lake, you will definitely familiarize yourself with this place in the future. Thales responded politely while he looked at the stone door. The meeting hall. Receives envoys and foreign officials. Wait a minute. Thales was suddenly stunned. He stared at the stone door guarded by the guards behind Adrian. He remembered something, and he also recognized something. I remember. The meeting hall. I have been here before, Thales said in a daze. I have been here once. These words made Gilbert pause for a moment. But Thales knew that the meeting hall in Renaissance Palace, he had indeed been here before. Thales stared at the stone door absent-mindedly and imagined the scene after it was opened. That's right. It's here. 6 years ago, it was here that he saw the arrogant Exted envoy intimidate King Kessel without any scruples, forcing him to make a difficult choice between starting a war and ceding his territory. 6 years ago, it was here that he saw Duke Arund vent his anger and indignation hysterically, revealing his political conspiracy that affected the two kingdoms in an attempt to turn the situation around but was unsuccessful. 6 years ago, it was here, Thales thought absent-mindedly. It was here that he saw Kessel V wave his scepter in an awe-inspiring and unquestionable manner. Amidst the nervous and dumbfounded gasps, he decided on the second Prince of Constellation, and for the next 6 years. Fate. Oh, my memory is bad. Gilbert seemed to have remembered something. His expression darkened, and he awkwardly changed the topic. On the other side, Adrian coughed softly, interrupting the conversation between Gilbert and the Duke. Lord Adrian first turned around and patted Mallow's shoulder. Will and Gaetan are waiting for you in the guard room. You know, paperwork. Mallow stopped smiling and frowned slightly. Adrian nodded at him and urged him a little. Go. But the watchman turned around and looked in Thales' direction. His gaze was unclear. The Duke of Star Lake did not know what was going on. He could only show a fitting smile. Adrian looked at the Duke together with Mallows. The middle-aged man seemed to have understood something. He smiled and gestured to Mallows. Leave it to me. And Count Casso. Mallows turned around and cast Adrian a glance that was neither too deep nor too shallow. All right, the watchman said calmly. Then I'll take my leave. Under Adrian's encouraging gaze and Thales' puzzled gaze, Mallows turned around and left without hesitation. He walked towards the other exit of the hall. Doyle and Glover, who were the closest to him, were also stunned. Together with the others, they instinctively followed him. But Mallows immediately stopped in his tracks. Not you. Mallows turned around and frowned. He looked at Doyle and Glover, who stopped in their tracks in puzzlement. Both of you stay. Yes, commanding officer. Glover nodded without hesitation and retreated behind Thales. Doyle blinked before he was pulled back into line by flag-bearer Fubby. Looking at this scene, Commander Adrian smiled. Mallows nodded at him in acknowledgement, then glanced at Thales before he left leisurely. Gilbert cleared his throat. He was friendly and gentle. Your Highness, allow me to introduce you to the Chief Guard Captain of the Royal Guards, Chief Commander, and also the person in charge of Renaissance Palace and His Majesty's safety, Lord Fabio Adrian. He is from the Adrian family of Central Territory, Swan County, the head of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Adrian turned around and bowed respectfully to Thales. Thales was overwhelmed by the favor. He nodded at him in return and came to a realization. I knew it. Fabio Adrian. He's the highest commander of all the royal guards in Renaissance Palace. The captain of the guards, including all the 6 wingers. And he's one of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Let us save the introductions and small talk for another day. While Thales was thinking, Adrian seized the gap between Gilbert's words and interrupted him in an appropriate and timely manner. Your Highness, Count. His Majesty is in the meeting hall. Adrian gestured at the stone door behind him. Should we not let him wait for too long? His Majesty. At that moment, Thales felt all the blood in his body freeze. His Majesty is. He has finished today's Imperial Conference? Gilbert suddenly became excited. No. Adrian replied politely, that's right. In fact, His Majesty has ended the conference early. He has been asking about the messenger crow from Western Desert since yesterday. His Majesty. Thales breathed in a daze. He suddenly understood where the discomfort and the lingering sense of unfamiliarity that had been tormenting him since he stepped into Renaissance Palace, or rather, Eternal Star City, came from. It was not the environment and decor of Renaissance Palace. It was not the noise and old matters of Eternal Star City. It was, Thales clenched his fists on his own. Of course. Gilbert looked at Thales with a hint of excitement. I believe His Majesty is also looking forward to this moment. Adrian did not answer. He only gestured for Thales and Gilbert to follow him before he walked towards the stone door of the meeting hall. His Majesty. Thales could feel his feet moving forward as he followed Adrian's lead. Gilbert's footsteps followed behind him, and he did not leave him by even an inch. One in front, and one behind. It made him, there was nowhere to run. The royal guards who stood guard in front of the stone door and belonged to an unknown wing bowed together. They pushed the stone door open respectfully and professionally. It revealed the endless darkness inside. There were only a few lights that illuminated the path ahead. Adrian moved to the side and politely gestured for the Duke of Star Lake to go first. It was no longer one in front and one behind. But Thales realized that he would rather have the other walk in front of him. But Thales then saw his feet being lifted, lowered, lifted again, and lowered again. Until he passed by Adrian's side, until he stepped through the heavy stone door, until he stepped into the endless abyss. Not you. Adrian's voice suddenly became stern and cold. It was a stark contrast to the friendliness he showed to the prince and the count. It made Thales subconsciously stop in his tracks. But he soon realized that Adrian was not talking to him. All of you, stay. The guard captain's voice was very low. But it contained an unquestionable tone. A few seconds later, Doyle's nervous and trembling voice came from behind him. Yes. Yes, Captain. Ed, amid the low sound of friction, the heavy stone door that separated the corridor from the meeting hall was slowly closed. It shut Doyle's mumbling outside. Behind him, Adrian and Gilbert's footsteps approached slowly. It was as if they were urging something. A gust of air rose from Thales' chest and was forced out of his mouth and nose. He realized that he had started to walk forward again. Just like 6 years ago, the meeting hall was long, narrow, and deep. From the entrance on one side, the end of the hall shrank into a small dot. It was blurry. Once, the two sides of the meeting hall were packed with vassals, listening to the negotiation between Constellation and the dragon. Unlike 6 years ago, there were fewer lights in the meeting hall. Many of the windows that allowed light to pass through were closed. It was even darker. Now, the platforms on both sides were empty. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. But as he walked forward, Thales soon saw it. At the other end of his line of sight, there was a lone peak that protruded from the ground and landed on a few steps above. The throne. Thales' breathing slowly tightened. A strong but lonely figure appeared on the throne above the steps. The figure had his head lowered. His back was bent, and he sat cross-legged on the throne. His right elbow was on the arm of the throne, and his right hand was on the scepter in front of his knee. His forehead was pressed against the back of his hand. His face was hidden in the shadows. Thales stopped in his tracks. He stared at the figure he had not seen for 6 years. His emotions were hard to discern. The prince's pause forced Gilbert to stop as well. But the Foreign Affairs Minister quickly reacted. He raised his voice and spoke to the figure on the throne with great enthusiasm. Your Majesty, I am honored to bring you the new Duke of Star Lake, your thud. The bottom of the scepter hit the ground lightly, and the dull thud echoed in the meeting hall. It also made Gilbert's words die in his throat. Very soon, a voice that had appeared in Thales' dreams before came from the throne. It was heavy, thick, awe-inspiring, and dull like thunder. It echoed in the entire hall. Gilbert, the voice on the throne, paused for a moment. Thank you. Compared to 6 years ago, this voice was much more hoarse, drawn out, and dull. There seemed to be an indescribable fatigue. Thales listened to the other person's words in a daze. His gaze was fixed on the figure. Gilbert frowned and sucked in a deep breath. His Highness must be tired from the journey. Your Majesty, on his way from Dragon Cloud City to the desert, but he was interrupted by the voice on the throne that echoed in the hall. My friend. I said. The voice on the throne was calm at first, but it gradually became firm and short. Thank you. I will look for you later. Gilbert was stunned. However, Captain Adrian understood the king's meaning. Adrian extended his arm towards the hall door behind him and gestured politely to Gilbert. Count Casso. Gilbert looked at the shadow on the throne before he cast a glance at Thales with a heavy heart. But in the end, he did not say anything. He only gave the Duke of Star Lake an encouraging gaze before he bowed and turned around resentfully. Thales forced a smile and nodded, but he suddenly realized that the Foreign Affairs Minister's back was very old. You too. The voice on the throne rose again. Yodel. Thales shuddered. Gilbert's footsteps also paused for a moment before he recovered his rhythm and left slowly. Nothing happened around him. Lord Adrian acted as if he did not hear Gilbert's words and left with Gilbert. But Thales knew that something was different in the air around him. This made him especially terrified. The footsteps grew further away and softer. In the end, as the stone door opened and closed, they completely disappeared at the end of the hall. Only Thales and the shadow on the throne were left. They faced each other in silence in the hall. Come forward. The teenager shuddered slightly. Thales could be considered to have been through hundreds of battles. From bloody battlefields to sinister schemes, he believed that he had seen a lot of things. But for some reason, when he heard those words, he could not help but clench his fists. Thales raised his head and stared at the figure on the throne. He slowly walked forward until he could see the stairs to the throne clearly. But before his eyes, the figure on the throne was still blurry, and the everlasting lamp behind him flickered. Closer. The shadow on the throne raised his voice slightly. The teenager was silent for a moment before he walked forward again. This time, he walked close enough that he could even see the pair of boots leaning against the bottom of the scepter under the throne. A little closer. The voice on the throne seemed to be a little impatient. He dragged out his voice, causing the flames of the everlasting lamp to sway slightly. Thales took a deep breath. Hence, in the next moment, the prince resolutely lifted his feet and continued forward. Then, he saw the shadow on the throne move slowly as well. Thales froze. Under the dim light, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Iron Hand King, Kessel Jadestar V, who seemed to have aged more than 6 years, raised his eyes from the scepter and looked at the prince. Thales had to look up at him. His breathing began to quicken involuntarily. Uncontrollable. He endured the gaze that he had seen many times in his dreams, but it always managed to wake him up with a start. Thales blurted out a term of address. Your Majesty. As soon as the words left his mouth, Thales subconsciously added another sentence. F.A. Father? The man on the throne supported his chin with his hand and frowned slightly. He had lost weight. That was Thales' first feeling. Even though the man's body under the leather robe was still strong, even though the scepter in his hand was still steady, even though his eyes still emitted a faint cold light, but he could see that King Kessel's face was much thinner, his eyes were slightly sunken, and his cheekbones were slightly high. And more wrinkles had already climbed onto the king's face. The knuckles on the man's hand that held the scepter were even more protruding, and he looked rather sharp. Compared to 6 years ago, the only thing that had not changed, and even surpassed, was probably the stillness, dullness, suffocation, and uneasiness that was like the eve of a storm. The silence seemed to last for a long time, but Thales only stared at the king quietly. He felt that he could not shift his gaze away. Finally, the king's expression changed. Anxiety. His voice was as steady and heavy as before. It was especially obvious in the empty and long meeting hall. Thales snapped out of his daze and cleared his throat. Sorry? King Kessel snorted softly 6 years later. How you feel right now? The king said slowly, anxiety. Anxiety? Thales frowned. He did not understand. But the king continued to speak, completely ignoring the teenager's puzzlement. Anxiety is very strange. It's neither panic nor panic. These feelings often emerge when you're caught off guard, leaving you at a loss and powerless to do anything about it. The teenager's breathing froze. King Kessel's voice echoed in the hall, as if it was pressing down on him from all directions. There was no gap between them. For example, you are about to face a certain great test, accept a certain judgment, do a certain great thing, or, you are about to become the heir of an ancient kingdom, and carry a burden that is much heavier and more tiring than ever before. The king snorted so loudly that the entire hall seemed to shake. But you know that you are not qualified. You know that you cannot bear it. You know that you are destined to fail. At that moment, you are extremely afraid. You do not want to face it. You only want to escape, regardless of everything. This feeling is panic. This is panic. Thales tried his best to maintain a dignified expression and posture in the face of the gaze that seemed to have seen through him. He felt that the act of raising his head was getting more and more tiring. But there seemed to be some kind of power supporting him. He did not shift his gaze away or lowered his head. King Kessel exhaled slowly. But once there is a moment, before the final moment, an opportunity, a way, a turning point appears. It makes you feel that there is still a glimmer of hope in the situation, that the consequences may come a little later, that the judgment can be delayed for a moment. And you can delay it for a little longer, and not have to face the ending that you fear the most. King Kessel raised his chin from the back of his right hand, revealing the faint blue light of the staff of constellation. For example, you can face the test a few days later, endure the judgment a few weeks later, and accept your inevitable identity a few years later. Thales stared at the king's calm face and listened to the profound words. That moment, that is simply redemption. It is rejoicing, numbness, the ecstasy and relief after surviving a disaster. It makes you feel that the end is still far away, and that I can still be saved. Hearing this, the teenager could not help but tremble. But when all this is over, when the reprieve period given to you by God is over, the king chuckled softly. His gaze was deep, but his face was still expressionless. These illusions make you think that you have breathed a sigh of relief. Then they will all disappear. Thales listened in a daze. His palms were cold. On the throne, the Supreme King slowly straightened his back. Under the dim light, it was as if dark clouds had spread over his head. And those lucky escapes will flow back to the present, along with the regret, uneasiness, self-blame, and panic of, I knew this would happen. In the end, it will turn into something that you know very well, but cannot resist, anxiety. Thales met the king's gaze. He felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. There was no way to fill it. Kessel stroked the scepter in his hand coldly and stared at the strange blue light emitting from the top of it. It is precisely this annoying anxiety that will make you understand while you scratch your ears and scratch your cheeks in pain that the 6 years of running away, getting lucky, procrastinating, and illusions are actually meaningless. 6 years. Thales breathed absent-mindedly as he listened to the king finish his words. It is like a damned but useless whip, forcing you to face it. Face what you know will eventually come, but in the end, you are powerless against fate. Chapter 5:15. King Kessel looked down at Thales in silence. His gaze was calm and indifferent, and his movements were slow. It was completely different from King Niven's awe-inspiring and King Chapman's aggressiveness. But it did not make the teenager feel relaxed. The prince gulped and tried to relax his tense muscles and mind. Up until now, Thales did not understand his father. What kind of person was he? Cold? Silent? Dignified? Perhaps. Aside from the time in the Jade Star family tomb, which was more like a one-sided listening experience, Thales had spoken less than 10 sentences to Kessel V. As for the time they spent alone together in the past 6 years, Thales suspected that it was less than 15 minutes. However, in the teenager's limited life, the Iron Hand King was like a dark cloud hanging high above his head. It seemed unreachable, but it always cast a shadow over him and enveloped him. Whether it was the national conference, the negotiations with Extet, the night of Dragon's Blood, the day of Dragon Cloud City's state affairs hearing, Gilbert's exhortations to his face, or the one-eyed dragon Koster's harsh words. Many experiences reminded Thales from the side what kind of person his father was. But when he really faced that dark cloud, Thales realized he was still not ready. He still did not know how to face him. You misunderstand. Thales lowered his head and avoided the quiet but unsettling gaze. He took a deep breath. He tried to chase away the negative emotions that he had sensed, but the king's words made it even more obvious. I am not anxious. In fact, leaving Extet and returning home. But the king did not give him time to explain. Is it familiar? Kessel no longer stared at Thales. The corners of his lips curled up in a strange arc, as if he was disdainful. This tone. Thales raised his head abruptly with a puzzled expression. Familiar? On the stone steps, the king on the throne spoke in a cold voice. That old bag of bones from Western Desert should be like this, pretending to be profound and talking nonsense to scare you, right? Thales furrowed his eyebrows. That old bag of bones from Western Desert? Pretending to be profound and talking nonsense? Scare me? Thales understood something. He remembered what Adrian said to Gilbert just now. The king was asking about the messenger crow from Western Desert yesterday. A messenger crow from the West Wilderness. As he tried to guess the king's intentions, Thales exhaled and calmly said, Yes, Fakenhas did come to me, but unfortunately, the king did not give him a chance to explain. Perhaps he didn't care at all. Where's the sword? King Kessel calmly interrupted him. What about the ancient empire sword that was given by the prestigious Four-Eyed Skull family in Blade Fang's camp? It caused some people to feel uneasy, some people to rejoice, and all of the kingdom to make endless guesses. Thales' words came to a halt. As expected, he also knew. The sword named Sentinel. It should be the legendary wing. With a certain thought in mind, Thales raised his voice and answered, It is in the luggage, guarded by Lord Mallow's men, but, no. For the third time, King Kessel interrupted the Duke of Star Lake. It's not there. On the platform, the king slowly leaned back against the back of the throne. It's in your heart. Thales was startled. Kessel V calmly looked at the Duke of Star Lake at the foot of the platform. And you don't even know where that sword will stab. Thales was silent for a while. Obviously, the king was very dissatisfied with what happened in Western Desert. But, I am very sorry about what happened in Western Desert. Thales tried hard to regain his composure, and tried hard to treat the person in front of him as another Northland vassal he could negotiate with. But Fakenhas' purpose in coming to me, but he still could not finish. When I sent you to the north, unlike the Northlanders and even the Western Desert people, King Kessel's tone was very light, and there was very little fluctuation in his words. But compared to King Chapman's preemptive words and Fakenhas' alarmist words, the effect of the King of Constellation's soft words was not inferior to the former two. I did not expect that much from you. Thales was speechless. King Kessel sat on the throne with his back almost half raised. His posture seemed relaxed, but his eyes were locked on Thales. At least I did not expect you to rebuild Northland and appoint a new king. Rebuild Northland. Appoint a new king. Thales closed his mouth, feeling the weight behind these two sentences, feeling the faint contempt and accusation behind them. That's right. Rebuild, new king. This was indeed what he had been doing for the past 6 years, but Dragon Cloud City was filled with blood and corpses, Heroic Spirit Palace was in a state of mutual hostility, and everything was hanging by a thread. The teenager bit his lower lip. With a little displeasure, Thales raised his head again. I did not want it to be like this, but, when he talked about what happened 6 years ago, he thought he would remember the injustice back then, and then he would sneer and ask about the king's conspiracy, mock the failure of the secret intelligence department, and ask why he was put in danger. But at that moment, when he looked into King Kessel's eyes, which were as calm as still water, he did not care. There was a small voice in Thales' heart. He would not care. Thales pursed his lips. He suppressed the indignation in his heart, turned his head and said, "That was an accident." Silence. Thales was not used to the darkness in the meeting hall. 6 years ago, this place seemed spacious and bright. The teenager suddenly remembered the only day he stayed in Renaissance Palace, and his first impression of the palace: the cold room, the hard stone bed, the bone-chilling cold, and the deep darkness. Just like the abandoned house. No. The king snorted and brought Thales back to reality. That was not an accident. King Kessel stared at his son, and his tone was strange. "You. That was an accident." Thales' heartbeat was a little erratic. "At least, that is what the Secret Intelligence Department said." Secret Intelligence Department. Thales' heart sank. The Secret Intelligence Department again. The king narrowed his eyes slightly. "You must know, in this world, there are not many things that can catch the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department unprepared." "Not necessarily." Thales silently retorted in his heart. When he heard the Secret Intelligence Department, the displeasure that Thales had just suppressed rose again. "All right." The prince took a deep breath. "Let me put it this way, if there is an accident, it must be you." Thales paused, and changed the way he addressed them. "They are the ones who do not trust me." The lights in the meeting hall dimmed a little, and the shadow on the throne became even more blurry. King Kessel hummed in acknowledgement. He seemed to be asking a question, but was not. "They do not trust you?" Thales answered with a snort. "Yes, whether it is the Calamities or Lampard." Before the Secret Intelligence Department took action, they blocked all information and kept me in the dark, even if it was harmful to me. The teenager exhaled. "There were a few times when I almost died." Thales stared fixedly at the king, trying to see something in the dim light. The meeting hall was quiet for a few seconds. But what made him feel a little disappointed was that Kessel remained seated and did not move. His tone did not change at all. "Is that so?" The king's indifferent attitude made Thales subconsciously clench his fists. "I had no choice." Thales felt that his words were becoming more and more unyielding. "I had to adapt to the situation and find a way out." The king remained the same. "Is that so?" Thales felt a lump in his chest. "Yes." He raised his voice and said unhappily, "Whether it is for myself, or for..." The teenager paused for a moment and glanced at the king before he said, "Constellation." Kessel's gaze was unreadable, but this time, what he said was different. "Just like what you did in the national conference?" Thales froze for a moment. The national conference. He suddenly remembered that 6 years ago, he was unwilling to be a puppet in that conference, so he said shocking words and angrily rebuked all the suzerains. He could not help but sigh a little. But Thales still nodded. "Yes." The teenager's voice sounded a little gloomy. "I had to do it." The king raised his gaze and looked at the other end of the meeting hall. He seemed to be thinking about something. A few seconds later, he snorted and repeated, "I had to do it." "They do not trust you." The king twirled the scepter in his hand and said in a contemplative tone, "And you had to do it?" Thales did not know how to answer. Perhaps it was because he had not seen Kessel for too long, or perhaps it was because the rumors he heard over the years had distorted his understanding of the king. Thales realized that he could not read the Supreme King's emotions and actions. It was like there was a curtain between them. This was a situation he had never encountered when he faced Nuvan, Lampard, the 5 Northland Archdukes, and the 3 Great Dukes of Constellation. In the end, the king chuckled softly. "You mean..." The next moment, King Kessel raised his gaze, which was as calm as before, but inexplicably profound. "They did not trust you to be able to put your arm around King Nuvan's shoulder and call him brother. So when he fell, you were caught in a trap of your own making and were dragged into the enemy's hands. And you had no choice but to counterattack, return to Heroic Spirit Palace, and create a new king?" Thales shuddered. King Kessel continued to speak, each word carrying a peculiar charm. "Or they did not trust you to be able to get along well with the girl from Dragon Cloud City, so much so that she abandoned everything in order to force you to stay, incurred public anger, and publicly broke off relations with all the vassals? And you had no choice but to meet Lampard privately and find another way out? Thales only felt that his throat was a little dry. The king continued to laugh coldly. Or they did not trust you to be able to conceal your identity in Western Desert and have an unclear relationship with a group of mercenaries who sell swords. Then, they saw through your identity and used it to threaten the Baron of Blade Fang's realm? And you had no choice but to. The king did not continue. He only curled his lips. But that was enough. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As expected. He knew. He knew everything. But, Thales suddenly realized that in the face of the king's words, all the self-defense and reasoning he had developed over the past 6 years were useless. He could explain. But whether it was Asda and Giza during the Night of Dragon's Blood, or Little Rascal's background, or the secret between Quick Rope and the old royal guards, he could not explain. He could not explain. Thales opened his eyes and said with difficulty, "Is that what the Secret Intelligence Department said?" This time, the king stared at him for a long time. A long time. Finally, King Kessel opened his mouth again, but his tone gradually became stern. Murat's report said that as a prince, you do not know how to reflect on yourself. Your progress is slow, and you always act on your own. You act recklessly, and everyone has no choice but to bear the consequences of your actions. Kessel narrowed his eyes. Or in their words, wipe your ass. The teenager was stunned. Murat. Thales exhaled heavily and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. I understand. I am very sorry. But the king chuckled again. And Gilbert repeatedly told me that you improve very quickly. You learn in difficult situations, grow through setbacks, and gain wisdom after experiencing setbacks. You are a rare genius. Gilbert. Thales felt warmth in his heart. He praises me too much. Kessel sized him up. The scepter in his hand stopped spinning. But Ida has a third opinion. The moment he heard that name, Thales was stunned. Who? Thales raised his head in puzzlement. The king had left his seat and was leaning forward to size him up. She said in her letter that you grow too slowly and too quickly, which annoys her. Wait a minute. Thales repeated in disbelief after he heard the way the king addressed him. Ida? A certain crazy, hopping short figure appeared in front of him. Thales stared and moved his lips stiffly. That person can write letters? It's fake, right? But Kessel V did not seem to feel that it was funny and absurd at all. The king continued to speak, minding his own business. She said that you grow too slowly. You don't even have the guts to let her go to the forest outside Dragon Cloud City to hunt rabbits for dinner. Thales' face darkened. His father snorted coldly again. But you grow too quickly. Every time she wants to go out and poach, you predict it and send people to keep an eye on her. Thales confirmed that this was what the king said and could not help but feel puzzled. All right, Ida hunting rabbits. Is that important? The king did not answer. He just stared at the second prince quietly under the waning light. Thales calmed down a little because of Aida's name, but the king's gaze made his heart clench again. But I can see that you have indeed changed after 6 years. The king said faintly. Thales was stunned. He turned his head slowly to avoid the king's condescending gaze. 6 years is a long time. But Kessel shook his head. No. Whether it is Murat or Gilbert. The king said softly, they are both wrong. Thales' breathing began to quicken. The king's gaze became sharper. As for Ida, Kessel's words were very strange. At that moment, Thales did not know if he was disdainful or sentimental. This made Thales suddenly curious. I wonder if Black Prophet Murat, who is said to be able to see through lies, can see through the king before me? No, the King of Constellation's words pulled Thales' attention back. You do not grow fast enough. Kessel said unhurriedly, "Not slow enough. Not fast enough. Not slow enough." Doubts surged. Thales frowned slightly. "I do not understand." Fortunately, the king did not interrupt the teenager this time, nor did he change the topic. But Kessel's next words were full of profound meaning, causing him to fall silent. "You either grow fast enough." King Kessel raised his head to look at the ceiling. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was looking into the past. So fast that it is unexpected, so fast that it is gratifying. So fast that in just 6 years, you can bear the weight of the entire planet. The king's gaze focused on Thales, and it returned to its cold and indifferent state. "But you did not bear the weight of the entire planet." Thales gulped. He felt his body stiffen. The king looked at him from afar, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "You either grow slow enough." Kessel lowered his head and looked at his opened left palm. His words were a little desolate. "Slow enough to know your place, slow enough to do things step by step, slow enough for us to unload the burden of the kingdom bit by bit." The king clenched his fist and looked at Thales again. His gaze was slightly cold. "But you did not know your place, do things step by step." He understood some of the king's meaning. At that moment, Thales did not know how to answer. "Right now, you are neither growing fast nor slow," the king said coldly. Said the king coldly. His tone became even colder. "Neither too fast nor too slow. Neither too fast nor too slow." Kessel snorted softly. There was a hint of disdain and frustration in his tone. He shook his head. "You exceed my expectations, but you also disappoint me." Thales took a few deep breaths. He wanted to say something, but he did not. This time, the silence between the father and son was exceptionally long. They just looked at each other quietly, and they did not speak for a long time. Then, the teenager could no longer endure the depression in his heart. Thales paused for a moment. With indescribable depression and gloom, he exhaled a few times. He tried his best to smile, but he could not. "I thought that on the first day I returned to Eternal Star City, you would talk about something positive about your reunion with your father." Thales turned his head around, trying to find something to ease the tension. "Father." But Kessel obviously did not have the same intention. "And I thought that after experiencing so much, you would understand what it means to live for constellation." The king's gaze burned, and his tone was cold. "Prince." Thales froze. Kessel looked at Thales and snorted softly. He seemed to be disdainful. "But fortunately, we still have time to teach you how to be a Prince of Constellation." Be Prince of Constellation. Thales did not speak. He could only feel an indescribable emotion rising in his chest. It made him uncomfortable. It was difficult to get rid of it. But in the end, he did not say anything. "Your homecoming banquet will be held a week later. It will be the time for you to show your face again." The king turned his head around. He was not bothered by Thales' silence. No one knew whether he saw it as a tacit agreement, or whether he did not care about it. "During this period of time, you will keep a low profile. Let the kingdom slowly digest the return of the heir. Do you understand?" Kessel said coldly. Thales was silent. After a few seconds, he answered with great difficulty. "Just like 6 years ago." Kessel V looked up and spoke in a drawn-out tone. "Even more than 6 years ago. Even more than 6 years ago." Thales stood where he was and did not move. A few seconds later, "Yes." Thales felt his voice was hoarse, like an old machine. "Your Majesty." Kessel stared at him for a few seconds before he spoke slowly. "Very good." The king's tone was slightly sarcastic. "Son." Kessel V leaned back again and sank into the shadows. The meeting hall returned to dead silence. Thales panted a few times and calmed himself down. "I believe you have nothing else to say." He forced himself to speak respectfully. "Your Majesty." There was no reply from the throne above him. Thales took this as a tacit agreement. The Duke of Star Lake bowed and walked back with complicated and indescribable feelings. Stop. The king's words echoed in the meeting hall. Thales stopped. Your Majesty, is there anything else? But King Kessel only shook his head in the shadows. No. But you must stay here. The king said coldly, at least 15 minutes. Thales was stunned. Why? Kessel maintained his posture. Only a pair of eyes that reflected a cold light could be seen in the shadows. They contrasted with the staff of constellation in his hand. Because in the eyes of outsiders, a positive topic of reunion between father and son would probably take this long. Thales held his breath. He swallowed hard. I see. The reunion between His Majesty and the prince is only worth 15 minutes. The second prince turned around and looked at his father on the throne. The emotions in his heart were indescribable, and his tone was slightly resentful. But we don't need it. Kessel snorted, we don't need it. But the kingdom needs it. The unhappiness in Thales' heart surged again. I see. He did not have to be anxious. Because it was destined 6 years ago. 6 years later. It was still the same. Thales adjusted his breathing and sneered. So I have to stay here for 15 minutes. Only then will the kingdom not know about the rumors of conflict between the royal family and the discord between father and son, right? In the face of the prince's slightly provocative words, the shadow on the throne froze slightly. A few seconds later, King Kessel also snorted coldly. They didn't know. There was a deep chill in the king's words. Until you accepted that sword. That sword? Thales suddenly paused. He did not understand. That sword is just, but Kessel raised his voice and interrupted him. But they still won't know. At some point in time, the king had left his seat again. He stared at Thales coldly under the firelight, as if he was staring at his enemy. Because I had no choice but to stop all the decrees regarding Western Desert this year, from taxes to land quotas and even conscription, to show the greatest kindness to your new friends. New friends. Thales' thoughts froze. Kessel snorted angrily. Just for that damn sword of yours. In the face of the king, whose expression remained the same, but whose emotions seemed to have turned cold for more than one winter, Thales frowned to show that he could not understand. If you are dissatisfied because of this, I can return that sword at any time. You don't have to think about me. You can continue with your great plan to conquer Western Desert, but the king suddenly asked, did it change you? Thales stopped talking. Changed, what? The prince asked, puzzled. Kessel narrowed his eyes on the throne on the dais. You said that this journey of almost dying a few times, did you learn anything? A journey of almost dying a few times. Thales' mood turned cold. Yes. A few seconds later, he said faintly, I learned a lot. No. But Kessel firmly denied his words. The King of Constellation stared at the Duke of Star Lake from afar. If you really learned something, then you should know. The king's eyes shone with unexplainable anger. The king's eyes flashed with unexplainable anger. Then you wouldn't have become the Duke of Star Lake. Then you would never have become the Duke of Star Lake. Why? He asked instinctively. Why? He asked subconsciously. The light in the council chamber seemed to darken a little more. Why? Kessel was so angry that he laughed. The king sneered and tapped his scepter. The dull sound spread through the hall. Because you do not deserve it. Do not deserve it. The moment he heard the last word clearly, Thales froze. But he did not have the chance to think, much less answer. Gilbert. Adrian. Kessel V no longer looked at Thales. Instead, he shouted loudly and coldly. The door to the stone hall opened. 2 footsteps rose calmly. Gilbert's slightly puzzled voice came from behind him. Your Majesty, why? But the king immediately interrupted him. His tone was resolute and brooked no room for doubt. "Let the Imperial Edict officer draft." "No, Gilbert, personally draft my order, the kind that everyone can see." Gilbert had a surprised look on his face. "Prince Thales has returned from afar. To commend his glorious achievements and display his noble status." The King of Constellation paused and snorted through his nose. "And my trust and love." When he heard this, Thales gritted his teeth. King Kessel sized up his son. Under Gilbert's strange gaze, he said faintly, "From today onwards, Mindy's Hall and Twilight District, one of the properties of the royal family, will be given to the Duke of Star Lake as his specially granted residence." Gilbert glanced at Thales. There was surprise and puzzlement in the Foreign Affairs Minister's eyes. "Yes, Your Majesty." Gilbert quickly nodded and obeyed the order. Thales slowly raised his head, but realized that King Kessel did not even look at him. But the king's resolute order had not ended. "Adrian, accompany the Duke out. Let your men send him directly to Mindy's Hall. He should be very familiar with that place." Gilbert wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Adrian bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Thales, on the other hand, stood at the side and did not say a word. "Of course, that will have to be in," the king snorted coldly and sank into the shadows again. "In 15 minutes. No pop-up window, please bookmark." Chapter 5:16. "We can't defend this place." Glover led his mount and stood in front of a wide and exquisite iron gate with 2 openings. He looked at the exquisite garden and the dragon's kiss fountain in the center before him. He sized up the 3-story house with tall pillars in front of him with a solemn expression. "W.H. Watt?" Beside him, Protector Doyle, who was checking his mount's teeth, asked in puzzlement. Around them, the royal guards who were assigned to protect the prince followed the etiquette officer of the royal family and the administrative officer of the city hall. They entered the beautiful manor in an orderly manner and did the headache-inducing handover and propaganda with the local servants and guards. Most of them were Jade Star private soldiers recruited from the outskirts of Central Territory. The layout of the complicated terrain, troublesome sentry posts, pointless decorations, and the Jade Star private army recruited from a foreign land. Vanguard Glover's gaze swept across the gate and walls to the backyard in the distance. The wariness in his eyes grew stronger. "And a maze garden that is bigger than the Northern Territory." In the bustling atmosphere, the Vanguard looked around and handed his mount to a subordinate of the Vanguard Division. He frowned even more. "Compared to the Northern Territory." Doyle, who was beside him, said subconsciously. He immediately understood something and smiled brightly. "Relax, zombie. This is Mindy's Hall, not Broken Dragon Fortress." Doyle did not care about the Vanguard's expression. He stuffed the reins into his other hand in an extremely natural manner. He watched as the Vanguard pulled his mount away with a displeased expression that said, "Where did the people from the Defense Division go?" Then, he turned his head around in satisfaction. "And we are not here to fight." Glover snorted through his nose. He looked at the road outside the iron gate and the house at the end of the garden. His tone was cold. The prince should be staying in Renaissance Palace. The Vanguard's words were drawn out, and they seemed to have a profound meaning. But Doyle clicked his tongue and shook his head. "No, no, no. Although we were not familiar with each other before, I know that the Vanguard Division does not have many sentry posts." Glover pursed his lips. "I'm not sure about Tormund Hall and the Silence Room where His Majesty and the Queen are." Doyle raised 3 fingers with a smug expression and snapped them down one by one. "But the Ballard Room is very narrow, the Elan Court is a little too high and cold, and the Sumerian Hall is too dark and dark. Trust me, compared to these famous grottos in Renaissance Palace." Doyle elegantly waved his hand at the exquisite garden in front of him. "You'll like it better here." Glover narrowed his eyes. At least Mindy's Hall has. Doyle paused for a moment. He pointed at the iron gate, the garden, the fountain, the avenue, the main hall, and finally pointed at the sun above his head. He smiled faintly. "There is light?" Glover crossed his arms and looked elsewhere. He snorted in a way that made it seem as if he didn't know what was going on. Obviously, he wasn't too satisfied. Besides, do you know how high its artistic value is? Doyle's eyes lit up, and his tone changed. Glover furrowed his brows. Do you know its place in the history of architecture? The guard turned around and spread his arms, as if he wanted to hug the person in front of him. Let's not talk about the fact that this is the famous virtuous king's temporary imperial residence. But look at the garden, look at the reliefs, look at the tiles. Let's not even talk about the many art treasures in the palace. Think about it, if we hold a banquet here, the ladies in the capital will definitely fight to be the first. Doyle turned around with a dance step. His face was full of sweetness. Glover did not move. He only looked at Doyle with a disdainful expression. What's wrong? Doyle shrugged. He looked puzzled. Is it wrong to love art and love beauty? Glover looked away. He took a deep breath and exhaled stiffly through his nose. The familiar sound of a carriage and shouts came from the distance. It seemed like a person was directing the transportation. Doyle, who was immersed in art and beauty, had his expression change. Oh, no, that's Stone and Fubby. He immediately jumped to Glover's side. His expression was stern, and his body was straight. He extended his arm and pointed at Mindy's hall. Quick, pretend that you're talking to me, discussing the defense of the sentry posts or the defense plan. Look very attentive and serious. Glover was confused. What? This is the only way we won't be assigned to help with logistics. Doyle's expression did not change, but his lips moved slightly. Glover still did not understand. But why me? Because he never asks the vanguard to go. Doyle said softly through gritted teeth. Logistics Officer Stone and Flag Bearer Fubby brought a few subordinates and a few carriages while they were surrounded by a group of officials and Jade Star private soldiers. They left doubtful and puzzled gazes on Doyle, but when they saw Glover's stern expression, they got rid of their doubts and left. It was only then that Doyle heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. Glover's gaze when he looked at him became even stranger. But Doyle did not feel awkward at all. He naturally returned to his intoxicated state of admiring the scenery. His gaze shifted, and he saw the teenager who stood quietly in the gaps between the figures moving back and forth under the pillars of the house in the distance beside the cedar wood door. Doyle narrowed his eyes and sized up the still and slightly lonely prince. The servants and guards around him seemed to have some sort of tacit understanding. They perfectly avoided the prince while they were busy with their work. The person closest to him was at least 10 meters away. But they would occasionally cast cautious glances at the teenager who did not say a word. I'll bet you, that kid just got spanked. As if he was afraid that Doyle would not believe him, Doyle narrowed his eyes. Believe me, I know this feeling. He appears to be very calm now, but that is all an act. Doyle stared at the prince's back. His gaze was melancholic, and he seemed to be rather sentimental. But in the deepest part of his heart, he just wants to find a place where there is no one and cry to his heart's content. Doyle stared at the prince's back. His eyes were melancholic, and he was rather sentimental. But in the deepest part of his heart, he just wants to find a place where there is no one and cry to his heart's content. This is not something you should comment on. The vanguard coughed sternly. Protector Doyle. But Doyle snorted softly. Enough with that lousy sword in the morning. You are also very displeased, aren't you? Doyle nudged Glover's arm. He did not care about Glover's unpleasant expression at all, and he seemed to be taking pleasure in Glover's misfortune. I'll bet everything I have with you. Our honorable Duke, I've finally seen someone with a heavier sword than him. Glover did not answer. He only stared at the porch of Mindy's hall and frowned deeply. Over there, Duke Thales stood quietly. He only stared at the porch. He did not make a sound and did not move. It was as if he was isolated from his surroundings. Are you there? Thales asked absent-mindedly. Did you see it? As a response, a steady and calm voice came from behind him. Yes, I saw it. But it was not the person Thales expected. The teenager closed his eyes and sighed softly. The royal family's private soldiers and servants did a good job in maintaining the place. They saved us a lot of trouble. Once we complete the assessment and inspection, we can move in. Watchman Mallows walked forward and stood beside the Duke. He looked at the main hall of the manor with him, and his words were thought-provoking. Congratulations, the new master of Mindy's Hall. Mindy's Hall. New master. Thales did not turn around. The teenager only quietly sized up the familiar yet unfamiliar house in front of him, from the pillars to the door, from the carpet to the interior. However, this time, the familiarity seemed to be greater than the unfamiliarity. Mallows seemed to have sensed the atmosphere. He also remained silent and stood quietly with the prince. The servants and guards were still busy. They came and went in a hurry, but they subconsciously stayed further away from them. A few seconds later, you don't know. Mallows frowned slightly. Thales spoke slowly with an expressionless face. You didn't know beforehand that you would be stationed here, did you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have to wait until the very last moment to assess and inspect. Mallows was slightly stunned. But the Duke of Star Lake smiled. You weren't even prepared to become the Star Lake Guards. Thales lowered his head and looked a little lonely. Because the title of the Duke of Star Lake was decided on the spot after you departed, and it was conferred in a hurry. Because, a sword. Mallows paused for a few seconds. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Thales sighed. Similarly, you weren't prepared to come to Mindy's Hall. Mallows seemed to have heard something from the Duke's seemingly disorderly words. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. But Thales took a deep breath. When he turned his head around, he had already put on a smile. By the way, when you set up your defenses, don't forget to prepare silver weapons. There might even be weapons that have been blessed. Silver weapons. The change in topic caught the watchman off guard. Why? Thales snorted. He took a few steps back and looked at the roof and balcony of Mindy's Hall. To guard against uninvited guests. Under Mallow's puzzled gaze, the prince's tone was filled with faint nostalgia. Such as, vampires? Mallows was stunned again. He was confused. But Thales did not explain further. He only sighed again, raised his head, and sized up the pillar in a daze. It looks even smaller, the teenager said subconsciously. I remember that the pillar here used to be very tall. Mallow's gaze moved, and he stared deeply at the prince. With a little perplexed, Thales walked through the porch and vaguely saw 3 large portraits on the wall under the chandelier, facing the door. And the 3 people in the portrait. One had his back to the setting sun. He held a spear and rode a horse. He was as heroic as ever. One stood deep in the forest. He held a sword and a shield in his hand. He was as determined as ever. One sat quietly in the room. He held a staff and flipped through a book. He was as benevolent as ever. As he stared at the 3 people in the portrait, Thales' gaze became a little unfocused. He subconsciously raised his right hand and pressed it against his chest. A certain part of his skin seemed to still be aching. You are also revisiting an old place, Mallows followed behind him, and his tone was indifferent. When we saw a Renaissance palace, you did not have this expression. Renaissance palace. Thales snorted. The first time I entered Renaissance palace, I was seriously injured by an assassin. I was unconscious, and I was carried in. Mallows narrowed his eyes. The prince's expression was slightly mocking. Revisiting an old place? What kind of expression did you expect me to have? But Mallow's answer exceeded his expectations. Smile. Thales frowned. What? Mallows took a step forward and stood with him in front of the cedarwood door. He stared at the portraits of the 3 kings on the wall in the hall. You need to smile. Then they will not have to suspect that your father does not like you. Mallows narrowed his eyes slightly. Or the other way around. Thales was stunned for a moment before he was stunned. Them? Mallows remained indifferent. He nodded and did not even look at the Duke. The royal guards are all elites. They have a keen sense of smell. Thales instinctively turned around. Around him, the royal guards were still busy with their own tasks. They were either commanding the logistics, handing over tasks to the servants, or assigning tasks. Nothing strange could be seen. Thales was silent for a while before he suddenly chuckled. Did you know? I have a friend who also advised me to smile. Mallows looked at the prince. The latter took a deep breath and looked at the sky in the distance. He sounded sentimental. Because life is heavy enough as it is. You have to smile to make it lighter. The teenager was a little dazed, as if he was looking at the yellow sand again. Then, does it? Mallows stared at Thales, who was feeling sentimental for some reason, and suddenly said, after you finish laughing. Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. I don't know. The teenager's smile was a little strained. I hope so. The prince turned around and was about to walk into the porch. This place, this manor, Mallows spoke again, causing Thales to slow down. Do you know why it is named this way? This place? Why is it named this way? Thales stopped walking and glanced at his surroundings. The prince gestured at the portrait on the rightmost side of the wall opposite him. Him? In the portrait, a middle-aged man with graying hair was smiling at him in a friendly manner. But Mallows shook his head. No. The watchman crossed his arms. There was a hint of respect in his eyes as he stared at the hall. Although Mindys III had indeed lived here more than 100 years ago, and most people thought that it was him. But, no, Mindys Hall was not named after the virtuous king. Not the virtuous king's name? This piqued the teenager's interest. Very good. Thales turned his head around with great interest. Please enlighten me, my personal guard captain. Mallows did not care about the faint strangeness in Thales' tone. He turned around and looked in the direction of Renaissance Palace. His gaze was profound. Year 333 of the calendar of eradication, the 22nd Supreme King was crowned. His name appeared for the first time in the genealogy of Constellation's kings. Thales raised his eyebrows. What, number? 22. That's. This king was young, but he was weak and sickly. He had to move out of the palace and look for a place to recuperate. He entrusted the affairs of the country to his uncle and the imperial conference. Mallows' words were very calm, just like his indifferent expression. The story he told was not necessarily delightful. In just 1 year, the young king unfortunately died of illness. He did not even leave behind an heir. The watchman stepped on the floor tiles under his feet. From then on, the manor in the suburbs where he died was named after him to commemorate him. Mallows looked at the prince indifferently. Entrusted affairs of the country to his uncle, left the palace to recuperate, nephew died young, left his name to commemorate. The story was very short. It did not even have a plot, and it was not very auspicious. The charm behind it was even a little indescribable. But Thales still showed an expression that said, I see. So, the manor in the suburbs. Thales pointed at his surroundings and tried hard to continue the conversation. You call Twilight District suburbs? Mallows frowned slightly. He was obviously not satisfied with the prince's attitude of focusing on the main point. It used to be. I call this city expansion. Thales raised his eyebrows. Oh. However, 3.5 centuries have passed. When we stand here and mention the original master of Mindys Hall, the watchman snorted softly and looked at Thales with a rather meaningful gaze. Even the direct descendants of Jadestar have long since forgotten about the Fog King. Thales was a little awkward. But he quickly noticed the title Mallows mentioned. Fog King? Mallows nodded. He extended his hand and knocked on the expensive cedarwood door. His tone was deep. Regardless of whether he was alive or after, Mindys I, who died young, was known as the Fog King. When he was alive, his rule was like fog. It seemed tangible, but in reality, it was intangible. After his death, his story was like fog. It came and went in a hurry and disappeared quietly. Suddenly, Mallow's gaze became sharp. No one remembers. No one cares. Thales subconsciously shuddered. So, take care of yourself, especially when the entire royal guards are around. Mallow's gaze was focused on Thales again. It made the latter, who was originally a little depressed and lonely, quiver. No matter what you went through, the watchman's tone became cold. You must know that among the many inconspicuous and forgotten masters of Mindy's Hall, you are not the only one who is sick and miserable. Sick and miserable. Thales subconsciously gulped and rubbed his face. But just like the Fog King, the watchman snorted coldly. No one will remember. Mallows looked in the direction of Renaissance Palace. His gaze was unfocused. And no one will care. There was silence. It had to be said that at that moment, Thales, who had his worries and problems pointed out, felt a little awkward. After a while, the young Duke of Star Lake forced himself to laugh dryly. Thank you for your encouragement, Lord Mallows. Even though it was not very inspiring. But the watchman did not respond to his gratitude. He only cast him a faint glance. Once the room upstairs is ready, I will inform you. Your Grace. Once Mallows finished speaking, he strode into Mindy's Hall. Thales looked at his back, and while he felt awkward, he seemed to be deep in thought. That uncle. The teenager suddenly spoke. Under the portrait of the King of Renaissance, Mallow's back froze for a moment. The Fog King's uncle who took over the kingdom's affairs. Thales' eyes burned. After Mindy's the First died of illness, did he inherit the throne? The watchman's back remained still for a few seconds. Of course. Mallows turned his head around. His expression was profound. Sumer Jadestar, who took over the kingdom's affairs, eventually inherited the throne from his nephew who died young and did not have an heir. He was the jackal, Sumer III in history. Thales exhaled, and he came to a realization. But Mallows had not finished speaking. With the body of the Duke of Star Lake. Thales was shocked. But before he could ask, the watchman left without turning his head back. He disappeared up the stairs. Thales was left alone to ponder over the meaning of this story. A few seconds later, the prince smiled in a relieved manner. Interesting. Regardless of whether it's the master of Mindy's Hall or the Duke of Star Lake, the stories of his predecessors, they're all so thought-provoking. Thales glanced in the direction where Mallows disappeared one last time, turned around, left the porch, and walked towards the garden. While he waited, he put on a smile and sized up the busy crowd around him. He suddenly noticed that among the servants and private soldiers who came and went, there were two figures who stood out from the crowd. One of them was relaxed, and the other was standing by the pool with a slightly stern expression. They were discussing something in a serious manner. Thales recognized the two people, so he slowly walked towards them. You didn't want to come, did you? Doyle looked at the few maids in the distance and narrowed his eyes beside the fountain. You know, the Glover family is the best of the 7 Jadestar attendants. They are the backbone of the king's party. They have been trusted for generations, and they hold great power. Beside him, Glover furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Your father is the predecessor of Kirkirkman, and your elder brother is in the Department of Finance. He has a bright future ahead of him. Doyle's attention was still on the maids, and he did not even look at Glover. He narrated while he sighed emotionally. His Majesty is also eager to improve, and he is in the prime of his life. But you are here, and you're involved in this unlucky mess. Doyle turned his head around and stared at Glover curiously. Why? But this time, he seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Glover also turned his head around and stared coldly at Doyle. It was as if he was staring at a piece of rotten meat on a butcher's stand. The silence lasted for a long time. After a while, Doyle, who did not get any response, could only smile awkwardly and turn his head around. All right, it's fine if you don't want to talk about it. But I'm different. Doyle showed a perfect smile to a maid who finally could not stand his gaze anymore and peeked at him. During the years when our family was prosperous, Doyle was too close to the old nobles, and their relationship was complicated. So much so that for 3 generations after that, there was no one who could be put in an important position by Renaissance Palace. Glover did not say anything, but he looked away. Doyle stared at the maid who turned her head around with a flushed face. His gaze was a little frozen. They were worried that if this continued, our family's position among the 7 Jadestar would be lost sooner or later, just like Tardin, Belden, and Doyle paused for a moment and gestured at the direction of Mindy's hall with his head. He sighed and said, "Mallows." Glover did not say anything, as if he did not hear him. "So, I was forced to come here." Doyle quirked an eyebrow. "My father had a beautiful dream. From the king's personal guard to the prince's personal guard, perhaps in the end, he would become the king's personal guard, and in the end, Doyle's expression became a little gloomy. Of course, that was just a beautiful dream. Glover's eyes sparkled a little. After all, we are no longer in the era where we rely on the size of our fiefdoms to make a living. Doyle exhaled softly. His expression was resigned, and his tone was profound. And we are neither the 6 great clans nor the 13 distinguished families. Doyle said airily in front of Glover, who did not move an inch. We are just Jadestar's attendants. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 5:17. Besides, you've also seen the child. Doyle heaved a sigh of pain. God, we were not so complicated when we were 14 or 15 years old. Shouldn't we be simple, stupid, impulsive, and lustful? He looked at Glover indignantly, seeking approval. There's nothing that cannot be solved by going to Red Street Market at night, right? Against his expectations, Glover, who had always been passive, spoke this time. Not us. The quiet vanguard snorted coldly and turned his head to the side. It's just you. Doyle's smile instantly disappeared. At this moment, another voice rose abruptly. Is everything all right? Doyle and Glover trembled at the same time. In a second, both of them straightened up at the same time and turned in the direction of the iron gate. They saw the highest commander of the royal guards, the guard captain, Lord Adrian, standing at the iron gate. He was accompanied by 2 attendants, and he looked at them with a smile. Doyle looked as if he was struck by lightning. He first tried his best to squeeze out a smile, but when he felt that it was inappropriate, he tried his best to straighten his expression. He stuttered, "DDD Captain. CC Commanding Officer?" Glover was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted to the situation. "Commanding Officer." Adrian nodded and walked in with a smile. The people around him recognized him and saluted him one after another. Everyone is busy. What are the 2 of you doing? The smile on Doyle's face froze. He quickly stood still and took a step forward. Ahem. We are evaluating the loopholes in Mindy's Hall's defense and making plans for future sentries, but Glover spoke stiffly and drowned out Doyle's voice. We are pretending to be busy, Commanding Officer. Then, we will avoid being called up by the Logistics Division. When he said this, Captain Adrian's smile also froze for a second. Doyle's body swayed, and he looked at his companion in disbelief. At that moment, Doyle, who first trembled inexplicably, then became completely disheartened. He just wanted to slap Glover to death. Then, he wanted to slap himself to death. In the indescribable silence and awkwardness, the experienced Adrian was the first to react. Oh, you are all Mallow's men? Doyle, who was grief-stricken, sensed that the captain did not intend to hold him accountable, so he quickly tried to salvage the situation. Lord Mallows is inside, he seems to be. Glover's answer was as simple as usual. I'll go inform them. But Adrian stopped him. Wait. The highest commander of the royal guards placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the man. He narrowed his eyes and sized up his robust figure. You're Caleb Glover from the Vanguard Division? Glover's expression became stern. Yes. Adrian nodded, a nostalgic look in his eyes. Very good. I know your grandfather. 40 years ago, as the watchman, he personally promoted me into the guards. By the side, Doyle's expression changed. The way he looked at Glover immediately changed. Adrian sighed. He's a stern man, but he deserves respect. Glover's gaze flickered. Yes. I hope that you will be as respected as him. Adrian's tone was friendly. But, you don't have to be as strict as him. In a team, be a gentle and easygoing person. You'll find that you'll gain more. Glover shuddered slightly, and his reply sounded a little uneasy. Yes. Adrian nodded and looked at Doyle. The latter immediately stiffened in an unnatural manner, like a rat that ate poison. Adrian smiled. So, you're that. Doyle? The corners of Doyle's mouth twitched, and he smiled awkwardly. Yes, Sea Commanding Officer, but that's just a joke. His voice lacked confidence, and it became weaker. Bridge told me about you, Adrian said leisurely. What? Doyle's eyes lit up, and his previous timidity was gone. Is that so? He looked a little expectant. Then, what did the chief say about me? He said that you initially wanted to go to the Vanguard Division, Adrian said faintly. After you failed to get selected, you had no choice but to go to his Guard Division. Glover subconsciously glanced at Doyle. At that moment, Doyle's face flushed red. Commanding Officer, but Adrian's expression became stern. It's not shameful to admit defeat. He said slowly, only those who can accept defeat are worthy of success. Just like how you need to be a good guard before you can be a vanguard. Adrian's sudden sternness made Doyle subconsciously tense up. Yes, Commanding Officer. Adrian nodded and looked at the two of them again. Both of you are very young. You are both important arms of Mallows, and also the kingdom's reliable swords. Adrian regained his friendliness from before. Work harder. Yes, Commanding Officer. This came from Doyle, who was as quiet as a cicada in winter. Yes, Commanding Officer. This came from Glover, who was still stiff. Adrian smiled faintly. Also, do not get caught by your master when you are slacking off. At this moment, Adrian suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance with a spirited gaze. Especially, when he is standing behind you. Doyle and Glover shuddered at the same time, and they turned around. Thales, who was hiding behind the tree, was also shocked when he was suddenly discovered. He had to walk out from under the tree awkwardly under Doyle and Zombie's strange gazes. He adjusted himself and smiled politely and gently. Adrian bowed to him respectfully. Your Grace. Thales quickly nodded and returned the greeting. Lord Adrian. May I know? Adrian smiled and shook his head. Please do not be troubled. I am only here to hand over the official writ of conferring the title of Duke to you. He turned and handed a scroll to Glover. Doyle reached out to take it, but the scroll veered strangely towards Glover just as it was about to fall into his hand. I also want to see how the lads are preparing. The guard captain, who was more than 50 years old, smiled and looked at Doyle and Glover. The former immediately smiled awkwardly, and the latter stood even more stiffly. After all, this is the first time in many years that we have mobilized people from the Royal Guards to form a special unit. Thales looked at the writ in Glover's hands. He did not have the time to delve into the meaning behind the man's words. Thank you for your concern. The guard commander's smile remained. I hope that Tormund did not bring you any trouble. Thales was stunned. Tormund, who? Tormund. His first reaction was the portrait of the King of Renaissance in Mindy's Hall. But Adrian only sighed. I heard from Count Casso about the conflict between you and him on the road. I would like to apologize to you for his actions. Thales then realized that the person he was talking about was, but please believe me, Lord Mallows did not mean to be disrespectful, and neither did he want to be stubborn, Adrian said seriously. He is just too casual. Thales blinked. Casual? He took a deep breath and recalled how Mallows told him that no one would care about him just now, so he asked in confusion, that's right. He asked in puzzlement. My personal guard captain? Casual? Even Doyle and Glover, who did not dare to breathe loudly, could not help but look over curiously. Adrian chuckled. Please do not misunderstand, Your Highness. When I said casual, it did not mean that he was lazy or negligent. There is no doubt about Lord Mallow's ability. Adrian looked at Mindy's hall on the other side of the fountain and said with a myriad of emotions, however, he hates complexity and trouble. When faced with a problem, he would rather choose a solution that is within his reach. This can also be considered a kind of arrogance. Hates complexity and trouble, arrogance. When he heard this comment, Thales understood a little. Adrian said in resignation, for example, the simplest way to protect the prince is to not let the prince go out. But he does not know that sometimes, this will bring more trouble. Thales nodded and responded with a smile. Adrian sighed with emotion. So, he often needs someone to push him. Goad him into doing better. Doyle and Glover looked at each other. Is that so? Thales nodded politely. I will pay attention. By the way, Lord Mallow's is, but Adrian raised his hand. Oh, no, I will not see him. The guard captain looked at Thales with a smile. It is enough to see you. 6 years ago, when you became a prince, I was caught up in family matters and could not be there. I missed your important moment. Adrian's gaze suddenly became serious. But fortunately, I did not miss the time when you became a duke. Thales was stunned when he sensed the meaning in Adrian's gaze. Your Highness. Adrian stared at him and said earnestly, don't worry. An excellent warrior can and must go through many trials and tribulations. A qualified noble can, and must, shoulder a heavy burden. The guard captain said faintly, it is the same for the king. In the next second, he added another sentence with a profound meaning. It is even more so for the king. Thales was stunned. Adrian bowed again, turned around, and left. Watching the guard captain's back disappear, Doyle took a deep breath, as if he had been holding it in for a lifetime. Wow, wow, wow. I can't believe it. The guard captain talked to me, Doyle said excitedly. I have been in the team for 7.5 years, and this is the second time I met Commander Adrian face to face and talked to him alone. The last time was 3 years ago. Yes, 3 years ago. That time was in the guard room. I think it was something like, Captain, do you want some water? And no, thank you. Doyle thought excitedly. Humph, Glover snorted in disdain. He looked at Doyle with a look that said, you have not seen the world. 3 years. We are both in Renaissance Palace. How marginalized is this boy that he has not had the chance to talk to the commander alone for 3 years? As for me, with faint pride, Glover recalled the conversation he had with the guard captain last time. A few years ago. Strange, why can't I remember? Thales seemed to be deep in thought as he stood beside the two with different emotions. That is, he said slowly. The excited Doyle answered Thales' doubts. Oh, you still don't know, right? That is the most awesome person in the Royal Guards. Chief Guard Captain, Lord Adrian. Doyle looked smug. His qualifications are enough to crush all the other people in the Royal Guards. He is the witness of glory and destruction. Qualifications? Glory and destruction? Thales was slightly puzzled. Glover nodded and looked in the direction where Adrian left with a stern expression. It is said that the captain has witnessed the Bloody Year, and he is the only surviving member of the legendary Royal Guards, an old guard. Witnessed the Bloody Year, Thales' expression changed slightly. Are you talking about the former Royal Guards from my grandfather's time? Doyle sucked in a deep breath and nodded with a yearning expression. When he thought of the prisoners in the prison of bones, Thales could not help but be shocked. Adrian lived through the Bloody Year? How did he do it? Glover shrugged. Congratulations, Your Grace. Doyle sighed and spread his hands. You just asked about the third place in the 10 unsolved mysteries of the Royal Guards. Thales was stunned and speechless. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from outside the iron gate. No, no, no. This place is closed today. Even if you are a noble, you cannot. The trio's attention was attracted over. Doyle walked towards the iron gate, and Glover followed closely behind him. The curious Thales also wanted to go forward, but Glover pressed him behind him and blocked him. What happened? Doyle called out to a Jadestar private soldier outside the gate through the iron gate. The soldier turned around and pointed indignantly at a man who was blocked by a few other soldiers in the distance. Protector, this guy wants to barge in. He said he is a noble, or else we would have. Doyle narrowed his eyes and saw the man who was blocked clearly. His eyes immediately widened. Wait, I know him. Doyle stared at the man who was waving at him outside the gate. Why are you here? The man outside the gate struggled to break free from the soldier's suppression. He straightened his clothes, and when he saw Doyle, he was equally surprised. Hey, I'm the one who wants to ask, Doyle, why are you here? Doyle's expression darkened. Nonsense, I am a royal guard. No, I asked you first, why are you here? The man outside the gate blinked. He looked around, and he seemed to be very puzzled. It's me. Behind Glover, Thales burst out laughing when he heard the baffling conversation between the two. Glover looked at him strangely. Nothing, it's just. Thales waved his hand apologetically. I remembered a joke the Northlanders tell, why are you here? Thales could not help but laugh again. He did not understand. Glover's expression became even stranger. Outside the gate, the baffling conversation between Doyle and the uninvited guest continued. Why are you here? Why? The guest scratched his head. I applied for leave in advance today. I purposely came here to see the prince. Ah no, the Duke now. I heard that he came back today. Doyle shook his head. No, nobles have to make an appointment to visit, but Doyle reacted. Wait, how did you know that the prince came back today, and how did you know that he is the Duke? My messenger crow is faster. Alright, move aside, don't block my way to see him. No, how did you know that he is here? Did you forget that when you sent the prince here today, we were in charge of clearing the path? No, wait a little longer. I mean, who are you? What right do you have to come and visit the prince? Are you kidding me? At my age, I am the only promising youth in our hall who has been conferred the title of a lord. Conferred the title of a lord? Are you saying that because you have strong connections, a strong background, and a good father, you got the title of a foppish young master? Bah, get lost. I was conferred the title of a lord because of my meritorious service to the kingdom. Meritorious service. Are you talking about catching thieves on the streets? Catching you. It was my heroic expedition 6 years ago to protect the kingdom from the flames of war. Heh, I'll see how long you want to brag. Let me tell you, Doyle, you're just jealous. You're jealous because you can't make a name for yourself. Bah, you've been single for more than 20 years. Do you have any shame? Behind the iron door, Glover pressed his hand on his head with a face full of shame. Obviously, Doyle's negotiation with the man outside the door would not end anytime soon. The Jadestar private soldiers who were tired of listening had already returned to their posts. But Thales heard something from it. Doyle? Ignoring Glover's expression, the Duke of Star Lake walked past him decisively and reminded him loudly, Doyle. In front of the iron door, Doyle, who had been arguing endlessly, finally snapped out of his daze and remembered his duty. He quickly turned around and smiled apologetically. My apologies, Your Highness, for disturbing you. Let me introduce, this is... Doyle turned sideways and pointed at the uninvited guest outside the door. He awkwardly shouted a string of nouns. My grandmother's brother-in-law's grandnephew. Glover sighed again and pressed his palm against his face. At that moment, Thales saw the guest outside the door clearly. He was stunned. The heir to a certain count's territory. He's working and on vacation in the capital. Doyle laughed dryly and said the person's name. Cohen Caribbean. Thales stared at the man outside the door in a daze. Hey, Your Highness. Do you remember me? I'm the one who eats a lot of fruits and liver. Outside the iron door, the tall police officer Cohen looked at Thales, who had grown up quite a bit, in surprise. He then pointed at himself and revealed a mouthful of white teeth, revealing a silly smile that said, "It's me." Doyle looked at Cohen, who was trying his best to wave, in horror. He coughed awkwardly. "By the way, Your Highness." Doyle did not notice his master's strange behavior. He lowered his voice and moved his head close to Thales' ear. "The nobles in the capital are all talking about this guy." Doyle pointed at Cohen, who could not stop smiling and waving his hand. He nodded discreetly and whispered confidently, "There's something wrong with his brain." Chapter 518. Obviously, as the captain of the Duke of Star Lake's personal guards, Mallows was not happy to see Thales welcome guests on the first day he moved into his new residence. But under the watchful eyes of countless bureaucrats, servants, and guards, the insistence of the second prince, and the pressure from young Master Caribbean's family background, Cohen was politely invited into the freshly prepared guest hall. Of course, before that, the captain of the Duke's personal guards, Watchman Lord Mallows, did not forget to remind his master, he was the heir of the Caribbean family. And today was the prince's first day back in the capital. This must mean something. Hearing this reminder, Thales could only smile numbly. Then, as always, he tensed up. To face the person in the guest hall, I knew it. I told them that the prince's memory is not bad, and he would definitely remember me. He would definitely not forget to fight side by side with me. As expected, I've been writing to you for the past few years, Your Highness, but I don't know why, but you never replied to me. Until one time, I met Casso, who had just returned to his hometown. He told me that the Star Killer intercepted most of the letters he wrote to you. Thales sat on the main seat and looked at the chattering Cohen. He glanced at the familiar guest hall and tried hard to suppress the emotions in his heart. Back then, I was here. Cohen paused. He looked at the absent-minded Thales and raised his palm to measure from his stomach to his chest. He said in surprise, "Hey, you've grown taller." Grown taller. Thales looked at the chair he was sitting on and remembered 6 years ago. Maybe. Back then, when I was sitting here, my feet could not even touch the ground. Thales was silent for a long time. It was so long that Cohen was at a loss. He subconsciously sat up straight in the chair. "Yes." Thales finally spoke. His smile was faint, but it was meaningful. "I've grown taller." But Cohen's smile faded. He looked at the open door to the hall. There, Mallows was standing at the door with his arms crossed. He was sizing up his two subordinates with a smile, and occasionally glanced at the meeting in the hall from the corner of his eyes. The police officer was cautious. "Did I come at the wrong time?" Thales shifted his gaze. Cohen scratched his head. "They don't look very happy, especially the leader." "Look, the one with the fake smile." Outside the open door, a maid was about to serve tea and snacks to the Duke and the guest, but she was stopped by Mallows, who smiled and raised his hand. Doyle, who had a bitter expression, and Glover, who was as stiff as ever, went forward together and began to inspect them. He wasn't happy about it. Of course. Thales thought indifferently. Although they hadn't spent much time together, from the moment he walked out of the conference hall, obviously, even Cohen had sensed something. When he thought of this and recalled Mallows' words, Thales forced himself to smile. "That's Mallows. Tormund Mallows. Watchman of the Royal Guards. So that's how it is." Cohen had a look of realization, and he was filled with respect. "It's the famous Mallows." Mallows, this name does sound a little familiar. Cohen struggled desperately with his memories. Where did I hear it coming from? Thales adjusted his emotions and smiled. "Don't mind him, he's just a little stricter. After all, this is my first day back, and Mallows is my personal guard captain." Cohen quickly put the family name he could not recall to the back of his mind. Personal guard captain, wow, your highness. Cohen looked pleasantly surprised. He looked back and forth at the layout of the guest hall. Compared to Northland, it's a lot more upgraded, right? The police officer looked around excitedly and curiously. Mindy's hall, I was only brought here once by the old man when I was very young. He said that this is a good place, and that it has an extraordinary meaning. Cohen happily patted his chair. Who knows, this seat of mine has sat on many important people. Yes, 6 years ago, Thales said, not without nostalgia. The Black Prophet sat on that chair of yours. Cohen, who was in high spirits, froze. Thales smiled faintly as he recalled the intense meeting that year. I wonder how I'll react when I face Murat Hansen again 6 years later. The prince unknowingly clenched his fists. 6 years ago, the Black Prophet was mysterious, terrifying, and creepy in his mind. But 6 years later, he knew that the Black Prophet was not that terrifying, was he? At least, the Black Prophet had his legs broken before. In front of him, Cohen moved parallel to him and changed his seat without batting an eyelid. You might not believe it, but the time the old man brought me here, he was summoned by the Crown Prince. I suddenly needed to pee, but my servant disappeared. I couldn't find the place, but I suddenly found a vase in the corridor, cough, cough. Doyle, who was coughing loudly, walked over with tea and snacks, interrupting Cohen's unconscious narration. Doyle's tone was normal, but he glared at the guest from an angle that Thales could not see. This is His Highness's palace, and thanks to His Highness' generosity, you can be the first to visit this place. Mind your manners. Cohen snorted and did not care. He looked like he was very familiar with the prince as he watched Doyle leave. Then, he picked up his teacup and downed it in a show of force. In the next second, the police officer's expression changed, and he spat the tea back into the teacup. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. Cohen stuck out his scalded tongue and fanned himself in a disheveled manner. Thales watched the interaction between Cohen and Doyle in surprise. He picked up his own teacup and tested it. The temperature is just right. Under Cohen's indignant gaze, Thales coughed to break the awkwardness. So, you've known Doyle for a long time? Ha, ha. Damn it. Dee-dee-doo. Oh, you mean Doyle. Cohen finally smoothed out his tongue. He's my... that, Cohen's tone was a little uncertain. Some great-uncle's brother-in-law's grandson? Probably. Some great-uncle's brother-in-law's grandson. To think that he remembered. Thales looked at Cohen's bright blonde hair, and then at Doyle's dark blonde hair. He suddenly felt a little better. At the very least, the oppressive feeling from Renaissance Palace was no longer like a dark cloud pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Cohen's expression changed. He moved closer to Thales and whispered to Doyle's back, "But you better not play with him too much, Your Highness. That guy is a playboy." All right. Thales' expression was strange, but he could not help but curl up the corners of his lips. Judging by the fact that he snitched on me, you guys are really relatives. So, where's the boy from the Casso family? The one with the single-edged sword? Cohen did not pay attention to this small interlude. He straightened his back and searched for the figure that he remembered. And that smoking uncle who is very good at scheming? Cohen scratched his chin and recalled. Including the mute who fanned himself, Cohen paused for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Wait, the mute isn't here, right? Why a Casso? Put Ray Neiman. Madeira Ralph." Thales was slightly absent-minded. "They're still in Northland dealing with the matters I left behind, but they'll be back soon." The prince quickly snapped out of his daze and answered flawlessly. Cohen breathed a sigh of relief and touched his throat warily. It's better if I don't run into that mute." Looking at Cohen's expression, and then at the unfamiliar yet familiar environment, Thales realized that he missed his old acquaintances even more. "It's hard to imagine, Your Highness." In just a few seconds, Cohen regained his energy and was full of excitement. 6 years ago, we were still in Northland, fighting and killing together. The police officer's enthusiasm towards the prince made it difficult for the latter to resist. But, look at this place again, Your Highness. You're a duke now. The Duke of Star Lake. Cohen took a deep breath and his face lit up. He seemed to have thought of something exhilarating. Even my old man has to bow to you. But you didn't bow. Thales rubbed his forehead in resignation. So, why Mindy's Hall? Cohen patted the chair with undiminished interest. You're still underage. Why not Renaissance Palace? Thales wanted to answer, but he hesitated. He glanced at the royal guards outside the door. My body is weak, and I'm afraid of the cold. Thales recalled the story of the Fog King who left the palace to recuperate. He smiled and said, My father let me stay here. Thales felt a little stifled. He suddenly realized that compared to 6 years ago, he could no longer treat his friends without any grudges or reservations. Afraid of the cold? Cohen looked at him in surprise. But you stayed in Northland for 6 years. Tyrevan forced a smile. Maybe that's why they sent me back. To prevent me from freezing and dying in Northland. Cohen was stunned. With a face full of suspicion, he sized up the prince in front of him again. A second later. Ah. Cohen reacted as if he had a sudden realization. His smile reappeared. Your Highness, you're really good at joking. Afraid of the cold? You're the hero who charged into Heroic Spirit Palace and saved Dragon Cloud City. Thales could only continue to smile. But you can't fool me. At this point, the police officer's eyes lit up. So, how did you come back from Northland? Thales' smile froze. It was another difficult question to answer. Although the announcement said that Extet sent you back as a gift, and at the same time, their king sent his regards to His Majesty, Cohen seemed to be deep in thought. His eyes shone with a shrewd light. But I'm a man who fought in Northland and Western Desert. I know that place very well, so I know that things. Cohen smiled mysteriously. It's definitely not that simple. Thales was shocked. But unexpectedly, Cohen looked confident and did not intend to question him further. I know. The police officer snapped his fingers as if he knew what was going on. This year, whether it's the war in the Alliance of Freedom, the civil strife in Black Sand region, or other things, it's just the surface of things. Looking at Cohen in front of him, Thales was a little surprised. He means, and the truth is, someone with ulterior motives has already planned everything in secret. Cohen waved his hand. His face was filled with an expression that said, I know, stop pretending. Only for your safe return. At that moment, Thales was shocked. What? Cohen? When did he? Is it the Secret Intelligence Department? Did Raphael tell him? Not only that, I also know that the person with ulterior motives, the police officer had a shrewd look on his face. And the person who planned all of this, Thales looked at him, a little nervous. He had to admit that the Cohen in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling that made him look at him in a different light. Cohen stood up abruptly and said in an imposing manner. It's you, Your Highness. The entire guest hall fell silent. Only Cohen's voice floated in the guest hall, lingering. The police officer maintained a handsome posture of pointing out the culprit, looking valiant and confident. At the tip of his finger, Thales froze on the spot. Doyle, who was outside the door, looked in curiously but was forced back by a smile from Mallows. After a few seconds, Thales, who had recovered, tried to open his mouth. Huh. But Cohen seemed to have practiced it beforehand. He changed his footsteps, retracted his right hand, and swung his right arm. He said confidently, I know you too well, Your Highness. I know that someone as quick-witted as you is the one who started all the schemes. Cohen was excited. Just like 6 years ago, this time, you were also the one who came up with the strategy. You used the Alliance of Freedom and the vassals of Black Sand region to successfully instigate the internal strife between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region, Thales's eyebrows began to twitch. When the two great forces were fighting against each other and had no time to care about each other, you successfully escaped and returned to the country safely. And you severely weakened Extet's strength. Cohen's posture did not diminish. He knew that at that moment, his eyes were shining with wisdom. He waited for the person in front of him to respond. Before Cohen's expectant gaze, Thales squeezed his eyebrows as hard as he could. Not bad, more or less. Cohen's eyes brightened when he received confirmation. Those Northland barbarians. The police officer was very happy. You must have taught them a lesson, didn't you? Thales took a deep breath. Not bad, more or less. Cohen became even more excited. That's why you, who contributed to the country, were conferred the title of Duke the moment you came back. When he heard this, Thales answered numbly, not bad, more or less. When he heard the prince admit it, Cohen retracted his arms and clenched his fists. Yeah. He was completely unaware of Thales' complicated expression at that moment. Hee, how was it? Ever since I learned my lesson 6 years ago, I've been cramming in politics for the past few years. The police officer narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms, looking very knowledgeable. My resourcefulness has also improved, hasn't it? Thales quietly looked at Cohen, who was beaming with joy. Yes. A few seconds later, Thales broke into an awkward smile. Yes. Cohen instantly beamed like a squirrel that had found a pine cone. So, how have the Northlanders treated you over the years? Thales had yet to recover from the shock of Cohen's intelligence. He sighed. How should I say this? But Cohen, who was brimming with confidence, waved his hand and interrupted him. Oh, I get it. Cohen looked up and empathized. When I was in the Tower of Eradication, my teacher was a Northlander. Strictly speaking, Miranda is also a Northlander. Oh my, Cohen seemed to have remembered something and shuddered. The police officer was halfway through his disgusted expression when he suddenly turned around and narrowed his eyes at Thales. You get it? Thales stared at him blankly. Facing Cohen's expectant and longing gaze, the prince could only try his best to smile. Yes, I get it. See. Cohen slapped his thigh excitedly. I knew you would get it. Thales tried hard to suppress the twitching of his lips. Cohen sighed. Unfortunately, no one else gets it. But he immediately perked up. He looked at the confused prince eagerly, as if he was looking at his own younger brother. But it's okay, it's enough that we get it. Thales could only follow Cohen's lead. He smiled foolishly and nodded, suppressing that terrifying question. What do I get? For the first time in this fruitful conversation, the Duke of Star Lake felt that his intelligence level was slightly lacking. Just as Thales was immersed in the sadness of his damaged intelligence, Cohen suddenly stood up and slapped his thigh. All right, I should go. Thales was instantly stunned. Go? Now? The police officer said with a smile, Your Highness, take care. Thales looked at the happy Cohen and asked doubtfully, That's it? Cohen blinked, as if he did not quite understand. Yes. Thales was stunned for a few seconds before he said, Don't you have anything else to do? Yes. Cohen's eyes darted around, and his mood became dejected. I have to go to the office in the afternoon to sign in, or else the director will deduct. Wait. That's it? As the heir of one of the 13 distinguished families, on the first day the second prince returned to the capital, no probing, no roping, no ulterior motives, no flattery, no threats, no temptations, no conspiracies. There's nothing Mallows reminded me of, everything? The Duke stared blankly at the dejected Cohen before him. For the first time since returning to Constellation, Thales felt a little out of sorts. Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. No, the prince hesitated for a moment. He looked at Cohen with a somewhat solemn gaze. How is your father? Thales still spoke, with a hint of discomfort and guilt. Walla Hills. Count Caribbean? Cohen was also stunned. Him? I don't know. He should be quite well. It's been a long time since I wrote to him. The young Duke was a little surprised. But you came all the way here today just to spend a few minutes, chatting with me? Cohen paused for a moment and sank into deep thought. A few seconds later, he shrugged after thinking hard but to no avail. Yes, I just came to see you. The police officer scratched his head. He looked confused. What else? This time, it was Thales' turn to be stunned. At that moment, the legendary wing, Norb from the Secret Intelligence Department, the Duke of Western Desert, Derek Chroma, the Count of Black Lion, Watchman Mallows, Gilbert, Guard Captain Adrian. The faces of many people he had met since he returned to the kingdom flashed in Thales' mind. But, compared to the person before me, Thales looked at the silly Cohen in front of him with mixed feelings. The large police officer also stared at him in puzzlement and blinked. After a long while, the Duke, who had a lot of emotions, snapped out of his daze and took a deep breath. Cohen. You are the eldest son, right? The Caribbean family of the Sword of the Twin Towers? The moment he heard the word eldest son, Cohen looked like a frosted eggplant. He became listless. Yes? Cohen said listlessly. Thales quietly stared at the young master of the Caribbean family, the legitimate heir of Walla Hill. So, after you graduated from the Tower of Eradication, you went straight to Western Desert? You went to Lightning Raven? The police officer waved his hand. Yes. Your father didn't stop you? Thales gently rubbed the teacup in his hand. You know, you are the heir to the family's territory and title. Speaking of this, Cohen tried hard to pull himself together and face these headache-inducing matters. My old man, he. Wait, how did you know that I served in Western Desert and went to Lightning Raven? The police officer looked at him suspiciously. However, Thales' expression did not change. Everyone knows. Cohen thought about it seriously and came to a realization. That's right, everyone knows. As for my father, of course, he stopped me. He didn't want me to join the army, and he didn't want me to go to Western Desert. What I mean is, Cohen answered thoughtfully, but his tone gradually became gloomy. At least he tried to stop me. Thales stared deeply at Cohen. For the first time, he felt that he saw something different in this big man. But you still went. The prince said quietly. Cohen exhaled slowly. I still went. The living room was silent for a while. It seemed that both sides needed time to digest these few words. After that, did he not pressure you? Thales stared at the reflection in the teacup and asked absent-mindedly, forced you to go back and become a qualified heir? Cohen shuddered slightly, as if he had recalled some bad memories. But he still smiled. Of course. You can't imagine. There was a hint of regret at the end of Cohen's words. The way he forced me to leave the army, he did not continue. But you are still here, Thales said faintly, in the capital? Yes. The police officer was also slightly absent-minded. At least in the capital, the old man does not dare to act recklessly. Cohen sighed and sounded resigned. If I leave the capital, I suspect that he will send an army to kidnap me. Ahem, Cohen shrugged and flashed his usual grin. As cheerful as ever. Thales looked at him quietly. He's smiling. The prince told himself. Cohen. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that, I'm not alone. There was another period of silence between them. Mallows knocked on the door softly from afar. It was time to meet the guest. Cohen. Thales put down the teacup in his hand and slowly raised his head. Thank you, the prince showed his warmest and most sincere smile that day. It's nice to meet you. Cohen raised his eyebrows. Yes, I'm also, but the police officer was interrupted. Thales continued to speak to himself. I can see my old face. It's nice. Thales' expression was indifferent, but his words were profound. The moment he finished speaking, Cohen's expression changed. He looked at the prince in a daze, puzzled. What's wrong? Thales smiled. Cohen narrowed his eyes, as if he wanted to carefully size up the master of Mindy's Hall. You're different. Thales could not help but laugh. Is that so? You think so too? Cohen nodded in all seriousness. Yes, you've changed. He tried his best to scan the Duke of Star Lake in front of him. In the end, Cohen, who could not think of an adjective for a long time, could only force out one sentence. Changed. Bigger. Thales snickered. Looking at the prince's smile, Cohen frowned. He turned his head and remembered the child he held under his armpit in the tunnel all those years ago. Yes, he was cuter when he was young. A thought flashed in Thales' mind, and he remembered something. Right, do you remember Ralph? Cohen's thoughts were in a mess. He said blankly, Ralph what? My subordinate, the one with the mask, you mean? Cohen thought deeply at first, then came to a realization. Mute. Looking at Cohen's happy expression, Thales sighed. This might be a bad idea. But, Cohen. Thales paused for a moment, but still looked up. This time, the prince's expression was extremely serious. I want to ask for a small favor. In private. Chapter 519. His Majesty's warrant has been officially issued. Gilbert, who sat opposite him, was full of smiles. He raised his teacup and took a sip. Now, the news of your return and title has spread throughout Eternal Star City. In a few days, the entire Central Territory and even the entire country will know about it. While in the living room, Thales smiled helplessly as the host and not a guest. With the laziness of waking up in the morning, the teenager stood up and slowly walked to the window. The morning light shone through the curtains and illuminated the low-key but tidy guest hall. Thales pulled the window open and was greeted by fresh air. There was also a sudden, piercing noise. Yes. The new Duke of Star Lake leaned against the window and yawned. He pressed his waist. I can feel it from here. Mindy's Hall was not peaceful under the window. The garden and the road outside the iron gate were filled with all kinds of carriages, and this was not counting the many visitors who came on foot or on horseback. Some of them were dressed in luxurious clothes and had obvious emblems. Outside the iron gate, the Royal Guards and Jade Star Private Army were doing their best to explain and dissuade the visitors. Thales leaned close to the window. The sin of Hell's river surged into his ears, and he managed to catch some scattered words. I'm sorry, Your Grace, Mindy's Hall does not receive guests this month. Vanguard Glover's stiff and stern voice came from behind the iron gate. Only His Majesty's special warrant can pass. Then, another slightly agitated voice drowned out Glover's words. No, Luke, I've been your classmate for 4 years, but I've never been close to you. So, unrelated people are all. What? You're just here to look at the scenery? That's enough. Looking at the scenery for 2 days in a row for 8 hours? Do you think I'm an idiot? It was Doyle. At that moment, he stood in front of an innocent-looking noble and waved at Mindy's Hall behind him in exasperation. It's so noisy every day. It's so noisy every day. I don't need to. Doesn't the prince need to rest? Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. Another voice, appropriate and gentle, intruded upon his ears. Then, Honorary Viscount Kemar. It was Mallows, who had a faint smile on his face but was actually aloof. He was facing another noble who was not easy to deal with. Why don't you go to the heir of the Caribbean family and ask him what's the secret to making an exception and meeting the Duke? Oh, so your family is a royal merchant, and you have 3 beautiful daughters ranging from 9 to 19 years old, who are likely to become the prince's concubines. My apologies. Perhaps, as the future royal relative, you will definitely be able to obtain His Majesty's grace? If you come to visit at that time, I will definitely line up to welcome you. Yes, the Mallows family is very grateful for your care. It's really sad that we can't buy your family's goods. Thank you for asking about my parents and family, although they are no longer alive. Well, then on behalf of all my female relatives who are still alive, I thank you and your organ for the greetings. Yes, Sir Viscount. I will definitely bring your words to my ancestral grave and let my ancestors know. But before that, for the safety of the Duke of Star Lake, I will temporarily detain you at the police station. Why? Because I suspect that you have hidden a weapon and that you intend to harm the Duke. Where is the weapon? Look, the jewel on your ring is too bright. It is harmful to the Duke's eyes. Then I suggest that you directly complain to His Majesty or Lord Adrian about my service attitude. How long will you be detained for? Don't worry, there are only 2.5 months left until the Duke's welcome banquet. After that, your plan will fail, and the royal guards will officially file a lawsuit against you for plotting to assassinate the royal family. When he heard this, Thales sighed and pulled down the window. He no longer listened to the pot-bellied Viscount Kyle's panicked self-defense. He also no longer cared about how he fled back to his carriage with a terrified expression on his face. This was the 3rd day since he returned to the capital and entered Mindy's Hall. From the 2nd day onwards, Mindy's Hall was crowded with visitors. There was an endless stream of visitors. It was so noisy that the Star Lake guards could not rest. A few days ago, you should not have met the heir of Caribbean, even if he is your old friend. Gilbert put down his teacup and sighed. Now, many of the nobles, officials, and influential people in the capital are following suit. They want to use their connections to get in. Yes, I understand now. Thales sat back in his seat and said absent-mindedly, "This is the price." He underestimated the influence and impact of his return to the kingdom. The prince did not just attract visitors. Obviously, the Duke of Star Lake's residence had not only awakened the usually quiet Mindy's Hall. In the past 3 days, the mansion's standard had been upgraded, and it affected the entire Eternal Star City. The City Hall issued 6 emergency orders to repair the greenery, change the lights, clean all the streets in Twilight District that the prince could see, and decorate them magnificently. Not a single refugee was allowed to enter, and not a single beggar could be seen. The city's appearance was greatly improved, and to a certain extent, it was even better than Eastern City District, where the nobles gathered. The police station rearranged their patrol schedule and manpower arrangements. The 3 police stations in Twilight District and the 2 adjacent districts, who were originally at odds with each other, became united, friendly, and worked together sincerely. Countless police officers fought to be the first to work conscientiously. Batches of public security teams went back and forth, patrolling day and night, turning this awkward and almost forgotten area into a paradise on earth where no one would pick up anything that was left on the road, and the doors would not be closed at night. The chief garrison officer of Eternal Star City hastily increased the number of city defense teams on the city wall of Twilight District, even though Twilight District was thousands of miles away from the city wall, to ensure that no thieves or rascals can get past US and threaten the prince. He also specially requested for a warrant to mobilize the regular army from outside the city and set up a special route to clear the path for Mindy's Hall's supply and logistics transportation. According to a certain soldier, even the prince's poop that is transported out is not allowed to be tainted by others. Thales pressed his forehead listlessly. Gilbert smiled in resignation. I can already imagine when I return home. I have probably never been so popular in my life. As His Majesty's most trusted vassal, you have always been popular. Thales exhaled. And believe me, compared to the Constellatiates, the extensions will welcome you more. Gilbert nodded in realization. Over the past few days, other than the large group of speculators who had stretched their necks and were waiting outside the wall, eager to try their luck to meet the prince, life in Mindy's Hall was rather peaceful. He slept until he woke up, had breakfast, moved around freely, had lunch, slept until he woke up, moved around freely, had dinner, moved around freely, and slept until he woke up. Oh, right. Basically, I can't go outside when I move around freely, because I have to avoid the paparazzi. Avoid the fanatical speculators who wish to meet the prince but are unable to. Even though the pace of life was similar to when he was in Dragon Cloud City, but there was no scheming and plotting against each other, no uneasiness because the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light, no constant high-pressure feeling like an arrow was knocked on a bowstring, no nervousness and excitement from surviving in a desperate situation, and no crazy journey of fleeing for thousands of miles. No one bothered, no one interfered, and no one questioned him. He was really a little, not used to it. Thales picked up the teacup and moistened his throat in satisfaction. Compared to 6 years ago when he lived here as a guest and had to go through Gilbert for everything, there were still benefits to him becoming the owner of this place 6 years later. At least he could directly give orders to the people around him, such as, "Get me a harder mattress," and his words would be obeyed, at least on the surface. These days, they are indeed. Thales slowly leaned back and let out a heartfelt sigh that was unique to a worm. It's so depressing. He had almost forgotten about the person in Renaissance Palace, that person. So, Gilbert, what are our plans for today? Thales pointed at the table gloomily. Why did you bring a pile of paper? Gilbert, who was looking at the Duke lovingly, turned his head around as if he had suddenly remembered something. He moved the stack of paper on the table to his knees and took out a pair of spectacles at the same time. Please forgive me. I am old, and my eyes are not as good as before, the Foreign Affairs Minister, who was past his middle age, said in embarrassment. His spectacles were very special. They were a pair of hand-held folding glasses. There was no frame, but a handle was specially made on the right side of the frame. By the way, the gift you requested for the Archduchess was ordered from the same handmade spectacles workshop. As Gilbert spoke, he lifted the spectacles to cover his eyes and began to flip through the papers on his knees. I do not know what you are thinking, but they are, after all, custom-made spectacles for scholars and old men like me. The color design is not fancy, nor is it trendy. I reckon that it will not please young ladies. Did you not think of giving something else in the first place? There was an underlying meaning in the Foreign Affairs Minister's words, but Thales, who had been through many battles, remained calm. He pretended that he did not hear anything. Then, first of all, Gilbert did not know whether it was because he saw that the prince had no reaction, or because he had finally found the target on the paper, but he still sighed softly and said, "Your welcome banquet is initially set to be held 2 months later. The new Duke of Star Lake will be officially introduced to the entire kingdom, or at least all of Eternal Star City." The Foreign Affairs Minister still had his head lowered, but he glanced at Thales from the top of his spectacles. Introduced to the entire kingdom. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He took a deep breath and sat up straight in his chair. The laziness and comfort he had felt over the past few days were instantly swept away. It's about time. He sighed and told himself. Wake up, Thales. Other than the noble master of shit-shoveling, how can there be a happy worm in the world? Thales pulled himself together. And what about the past 2 months? Gilbert lifted his eyes from the paper. It is time for you to rest, adapt, and adjust. That long? Gilbert shook his head and denied it. No, it is not long at all. In fact, it is a little too short. After all, you have stayed in Northland for 6 years. The Foreign Affairs Minister sized Thales up. He looked at Thales' habitual posture, which made him seem undisciplined, but in reality, he was sitting with his elbows propped up, and he could roll to the ground at any moment. His gaze was sharp and direct, and he did not avoid Thales' gaze at all. He also wore casual clothes that were convenient for him to move around, but were not very dignified. He frowned in a barely noticeable manner. From the way of speech, mannerisms, habits, etiquette, and knowledge, there are too many things we need to correct. This time, it was Thales' turn to frown. Correct? Speech, mannerisms, habits? Gilbert noticed that he had made a slip of the tongue. I am sorry, I did not mean to be disrespectful, but what I meant was that there are too many things we need to prepare. The Foreign Affairs Minister glanced at Thales. His tone was respectful and cautious. Forgive me for being straightforward. Even though you made a stunning appearance during the national conference, that was 6 years ago. During these 6 years, aside from bits and pieces of news, no one understands you. Now, they only know that Prince Thales has just returned from the boorish, barbaric, dangerous, and bitter Northland. He grew up under the influence and education of those unreasonable boorish Northlanders. Gilbert performed a standard salute and said sincerely, and what we need to show them is. Thales leaned against the back of his chair and pressed his head in resignation. I understand now. You could have told me directly. The young Duke of Star Lake sighed deeply. Everyone from the top to the bottom of the kingdom is suspecting whether the second prince's thoughts have been distorted by the barbaric and perverted Northland barbarians. His personality has been corrupted, his brain has been beaten silly, and his sexual orientation has been changed. After all, in their eyes, all extensions are illiterate. So, they might even suspect whether the heir who returned to the kingdom is only a prince of constellation on the outside, but a boorish illiterate from Northland on the inside. After he finished speaking, Thales exhaled in annoyance. Trapped me for 6 years. 6 years. Are you satisfied? All right, Chapman. You've won a chess piece, I guess. Thales thought in a bored manner. I did not say that. Gilbert smiled cheerfully, but his expression immediately became stern. But sexual orientation. You're joking, right? Thales could not be bothered to end this small tease. He continued, and what all of you need to do is to make me more local, more dignified, more acceptable, and more constellation before I show my face? Not entirely, Your Highness. On the surface, Gilbert let go of the joke that did not make Thales feel at ease. He smiled again and said, in fact, your trip to Northland is one of the most eye-catching things you have done. It is like the legendary journey of a mercenary, unfamiliar and mysterious, and it attracts awe and amazement from those who do not know about it. Those who do not know about it, Thales mocked himself in his heart. But when Gilbert mentioned mercenaries, he suddenly thought of Quick Rope, and then the mysterious and terrifying Ricky. So, we might as well keep some of the marks that Dragon Cloud City left for you. Thales snapped out of his daze. Marks? Gilbert smiled and nodded. Let the others know the advantage of being on both sides of the border, Duke Thales. You are the only one in this era who has received the inheritance of the Empire and Constellation, and has also been honed by the Northern Wind and the Great Dragon. You can debate with the officials in Renaissance Palace, and you can also survive in a desperate situation in Heroic Spirit Palace, God's favored one. The air was quiet for a second. Thales lowered his head and subconsciously rubbed his face in front of the Foreign Affairs Minister, whose eyes shone brightly. Damn it. As expected of someone in the field of diplomacy. Compared to packaging the country bumpkin Thales, these words were rather pretty. The cunning fox of Constellation's power has not diminished, Thales thought with a sigh. Just a few appropriate and harmless words were enough to dispel the unhappiness in his heart. In this regard, he was as different as the clouds and mud from Putray, that gloomy little old man who spoiled his mood. Perhaps this was the reason why one of the two people who worked together in the Foreign Affairs Department could rise to become the king's trusted aide and become famous in the Western Peninsula. The other person was constantly on the move and worked hard every day. No matter how many merits he had, no one knew about it. Thales thought to himself quietly. All right, if I am really illiterate, Gilbert. A few seconds later, Thales adjusted his emotions and replied with a smile as well. Then, isn't it a little too late for you to start eliminating illiteracy at the age of 14? Others may not understand, Your Highness, but I am your full-time teacher. When he talked about the past, Gilbert could not help but feel sentimental. I have only gone through 6 years of breaks between classes. He winked at Thales. So, do you still remember how to compose a sonnet? Thales and Gilbert chuckled at the same time. But unexpectedly, as they laughed, Gilbert suddenly spoke. So, it is only 6 years of breaks. His voice became deeper. Your Highness. 6 years. Thales stopped smiling and looked at the Foreign Affairs Minister strangely. Do not be discouraged, child. Gilbert did not look at him. He only spoke slowly. You have to know. Sometimes, fathers make mistakes. Thales was stunned. Give him time, Your Highness, Gilbert said airily. Give him time. He choked a little. The temperature and light in the reception room seemed to have sunk at that moment. Thales was silent as he pondered deeply. Gilbert did not speak either. The two of them just sat opposite each other in silence. After a long while, finally, Thales took a deep breath and smiled. Gilbert. The prince looked at the middle-aged man who once taught him how to read, who was once in the prime of his life, but now had gray hair and looked exhausted. Thank you. Gilbert forced himself to smile and reined in his emotions. For what? Thales lowered his head. After a while, the corners of his lips curled up. For everything. There was silence. For a moment, there was only the faint noise outside the window. No, Your Highness. Everything, Gilbert sighed. It is all for you. Thales did not speak. Your Highness. Gilbert swept his gaze over the familiar Mindy's hall before him. He finally revealed a haggard but relaxed smile. Welcome home. At that moment, the prince's heart surged with a warmth that originated from 6 years ago. The gloom of the past was swept away. It was like the estrangement when he first returned to Constellation. It was just a fleeting moment. It was not worth mentioning. Chapter 520. Gilbert coughed and quickly regained his composure. So, according to usual practice, as a prince who has yet to reach adulthood, you will have a professional teaching team to ensure that you will benefit from your lessons in grammar, etiquette, and more, 1 or 2 attendants, a certain number of personal protectors. Thales took a sip of tea and used it to tidy up his emotions. It sounds very familiar. Gilbert nodded. He seemed to be a little sentimental. Of course, 6 years ago, due to the urgency of the situation, everything was simplified. We were unable to provide you with the best and most suitable personnel. Later, the development of the situation disrupted our plans. When you were in the north, it was difficult for us to send you the manpower that Extat accepted. I am deeply sorry for this. Gilbert's words were filled with deep regret. Not entirely. Thales shook his head and subconsciously curled up his lips. As a teacher, Putre might have disappeared for a few years and was unforgiving with his words, but he was indeed knowledgeable and had a unique way of thinking. He helped me along the way and taught me a lot. It was hard to imagine that the sinister little old man who smoked his pipe in the corner, occasionally made you choke on your words, and always jumped out when you least expected it, he was actually good friends with the dignified, courteous, thorough, and reliable Gilbert. He was even a classmate who was taught by a home tutor. As for the attendant, Waya was loyal, hardworking, and responsible over the past 6 years. He was a prince's attendant that was hard to come by. Thales keenly noticed that when Waya was mentioned, Gilbert's expression darkened again. The prince could not help but feel sentimental. 6 years ago, when he met Waya, he thought that he was a little rigid and stern, but now, Thales discreetly glanced at the expressionless Star Lake guards around him. He sighed slightly in his heart. There were some things that one should not care about when one was blessed. Then there was the protector. Yes, Ida. Thales suddenly felt a headache coming on. As the prince's protector, he sighed and said awkwardly, very lively. As the prince narrated, Gilbert seemed to have sunk into his memories. His gaze moved slightly. Besides, Thales snapped out of his daze and said with a smile, didn't you invite Old Crow for me in the last year? When this nickname was mentioned, Gilbert's expression brightened, and he beamed with joy. And I hope Mr. Hicks can be of some help to you. Phew, of course he does. Thales shrugged. He thought of that special teacher, the stubborn veteran in Shield District who was physically and mentally disabled, but had a strong will. He also thought of the bond between them and his mysterious mother. And the help he gave me, you can't imagine. There was a moment of silence in the living room. Neither of them spoke. During this time, the servants served tea and snacks under the company of the royal guards. I promise you, Your Highness. Gilbert looked at Thales again. His tone was gentle. Since you have returned to Eternal Star City and have been promoted to a duke, you should have received a noble and effective education. The knowledgeable people appointed by His Majesty and I will do our best for your learning. We will start with setting up your daily schedule and planning your daily life, his daily routine. Thales could not help but scratch his head when he heard this. In truth, I have been used to studying by myself for the past 6 years. You know, there is a huge library in Heroic Spirit Palace, but Gilbert shook his finger, as if he was prepared for this. Being forced to study by yourself behind closed doors due to limited conditions and having resources but not using them are two different things. Also, Gilbert changed the topic, and he became stern and serious. If you know anything about learning, Your Highness, then you will know. Aside from memorizing things by rote and accumulating knowledge effortlessly, nothing can be learned by oneself. Thales stared at him in a daze. Gilbert raised his fingers and tried to persuade Thales earnestly with good intentions. You need someone to guide you, discuss with you, ask for your advice, supervise you, stimulate you, encourage you, help you, and respond to your learning results. These are things that cold, hard books cannot give you. All right, I understand, Thales interrupted him, feeling a headache coming on. He gestured with his finger, as if he had given up on himself. Learning, lessons, and all that. All right, come on. Forget it. Besides, it's just a lesson. Aside from ghosts and crabs, I have never been afraid of anything in my life. Gilbert nodded with a smile. Very well. That is why I want to discuss with you today and sort out your learning schedule from now on. Constellation's cunning fox raised his glasses again. At the same time, he picked up a pen with his right hand and wrote something on a piece of paper on his knees. Thales, who could not fight for a free life as a worm, stared at him in boredom. Then, grammar, etiquette, history, military affairs. Gilbert narrowed his eyes and looked up. Among these 4, what did you learn in Extet? Thales raised his head and thought. The days in Heroic Spirit Palace and Saroma's study room. Grammar, etiquette, history, military affairs. They did not categorize things this way, but let us skip grammar and etiquette first, Thales said, feeling a headache coming on. First, history. Thales tapped his fingers as he recalled. In the past 6 years, they changed many history teachers, from scholars, nobles to priests and priests of the temple. Count Leespan even personally taught them when he was free. Seal Leespan. I remember that Lord Dragon's eye. Gilbert's eyes focused. 18 years ago, during the peace talks at the fortress, he was a difficult opponent. When he remembered Regent Lispan's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through his thoughts, Thales nodded with lingering fear. Rather than calling it history, the Northlanders, especially the nobles, should be called a traditional lesson. Gilbert's gaze flickered. Traditional? Thales nodded. From the ancient Northland countries, Tokma's alliance of 10,000 beasts, to the Iron Blood King's humans' last line of defense, the completion of the Temple of Knights, the kings working together to launch the Holiness Exorcism campaign, then, the kings fighting against each other, the birth of the Pegasus, the award of honor and blood, the conquest of the Empire, then, the King of Rebellion rebelled against the Empire, the independence of Northland, the duel between the 6 kings. The eastward migration of the Mountain Elves, then, the collapse of the Empire in modern times, the orcs marching south during the moonless midwinter, the restoration of the last line of defense, the restoration of the 38th century grounds. Thales counted one by one. Gilbert also scribbled something down on a piece of paper. The Duke sighed. I'm just short of saying that the entire ancient empire was built because of the invincible Northland Knights, and then it was overthrown by them. In the end, we still have to rely on them to protect the human world. There was resignation in Thales' tone. But, until Rikaru overturned Cold Wind and the 10 knights stood side by side in Extet, if you listen to it more, you will realize, the Duke's gaze gradually became serious. Rather than saying that they remember history, it would be more accurate to say that they want to remember the unique traditions of the Northland: survival, blood and iron, joint rule, duel, war, and glory. Gilbert thought deeply for a while before he continued. Or perhaps it is their laws and orthodoxy. Thales narrowed his eyes and nodded. Or to sum it up in one sentence: eat, sleep, fight orcs. The last one can be replaced with empire or constellation at any time. Who knows, it might be changed to Thales one day. The Duke of Star Lake swept away unnecessary thoughts and returned to the main topic. Then, it is Northland's etiquette class. Yes, you heard it right. The Northland nobles also have etiquette classes. How to meet, greet, get along, woo, and of course, how to duel. Thales sighed. The Northland etiquette of insanity. The higher the status of the nobles, the more so. Etiquette. Gilbert pondered and mulled over the word. Regardless of the aspect, the more people who dislike the empire despise it, the more they look up to the former great empire, such as etiquette. Thales recalled some past events and sneered. Believe it or not, in a certain version of the story, Northland's tradition of dueling originated from a pair of brothers in ancient times. Legend has it that they fell in love with the same woman. Just like lions, in order to fight for the damned, right to mate in a pack. Thales pursed his lips. In fact, during his first year in Dragon Cloud City, Thales, who did not know the ropes, received friendly and eager duel requests from various extension nobles. Fortunately, his status was high enough, he was a prince, and fortunately, his backing was strong enough, the Archduchess, and even more so, he was thick-skinned enough. Thales lived through his first year in peace, and swore not to walk together with Saroma in public. She was the one who came to hold my hand first. Late at night, the 9-year-old Thales complained to his pillow, feeling wronged. Apart from that, they would also explain religion and beliefs during etiquette classes. Thales recalled. From the worship of ancestors in ancient times, to the belief in the mountains in modern times, to the Church of Holy Sun in modern times, to the bright moon and the setting sun today, to the throne and the great dragon after the Battle of Eradication, Northland's etiquette and beliefs are inseparable. Gilbert made a few notes, nodded, and said, this is probably due to the influence of the empire's legacy. A few hundred years ago, when the Church of Holy Sun was still the empire's state religion, almost all the secretaries and scholars under the nobles of the empire came from the church's school. Almost every noble family had their own priests, and the belief in the Holy Sun was a compulsory lesson, second only to loyalty to the minister. In fact, religious etiquette and knight etiquette have quite a lot in common. Thales shrugged. He did not know whether he agreed or felt helpless. Aside from history and etiquette, there are also lessons on governance. As the name suggests, it teaches a suzerain's heir how to govern his territory. Of course, only noble families with counts and above would have such lessons. Thales recalled with a headache. It includes financial calculation, agriculture, business administration, human relations, etiquette, nobles' marriage relationships, and so on. There are many and complicated things. Gilbert seemed to be deep in thought. But do you know what's the most interesting thing? Thales exhaled. His tone was one of mockery and one of disdain. Under normal circumstances, women do not have the right to listen to this lesson. They are only prepared for male heirs. Of course, in the past few hundred years, Extet had never produced a female heir who could be put on the table. That was why he had the honor of accompanying a certain someone to attend the lesson. Ironically, Thales was more capable than his female deskmate in stimulating the teacher's desire to guide him in this lesson. But in fact, the contents of the Northland governance lesson, whether it be the measurement of income and expenditure, the management of household affairs, the analysis of human relations, the arrangement of banquets, or the arrangement of marriages according to etiquette, especially the parts related to numbers and marriage alliances, are all managed by the mistress after marriage. This is especially so for some nobles who only know how to drink and hunt, but are not very good at arithmetic. Thales tilted his head and thought for a while. He thought of Nicholas. In fact, there are quite a lot of men like this in Northland. So, among the many lessons that the Archduchess and I have to attend, the inexplicable governance lesson is actually the one that the nobles in Dragon Cloud City will not dispute the most. Because she is a girl, after all. She will have to learn these things after she gets married, but I am a man. It is useless for me to learn these things. The prince said in disdain. Gilbert smiled at him. During the chaotic era of multiple kings, wives and daughters were only the ties that connected families to families, and cities to cities. They had no status to speak of. Only since the fall of the empire did intelligent women have their own stage, a good girl can become a good wife to her future husband, sharing the responsibilities of the man's shoulders, instead of being a beauty in a portrait. From this, it can be seen that the advancement of the status of the noble ladies depends on the maturity of the external conditions and environment. Only when the chaos of war is gone, the granaries are full, production is restored, the rule is stable, the warhorses are useless, the weapons are ownerless, the physical work is reduced, and there are more mental tasks, will the disadvantages of women's bodies be reduced, and their intellect can be put to use. Gilbert added another sentence with a seemingly profound meaning. If the world has not reached that day, then it will be futile for you to stand up for your schoolmates in Dragon Cloud City. However, Thales's interest was piqued. So, if the external conditions are never ripe, such as production is not developed, the economy is backward, the political situation is unstable, and wars are frequent, if the world will never reach that day, such as people still relying on their physical strength and strength to work, then should women be subservient and continue living like this forever? Gilbert raised the spectacles in his hands. It is a pity, but this is an obvious and objective fact. We are powerless to do anything about it. Thales stared at him and suddenly smiled. Reality and ought to be. Gilbert was taken aback. What? You gave me an answer, Gilbert. The young Duke sighed. To answer my ought question. That is not right. Gilbert was stunned at first, then came to a realization. Looks like we can improve our grammar lessons a little. The Foreign Affairs Minister smiled gently. Especially the logical part. Thales smiled to go along with him. But before we solve this age-old problem, let us return to the main topic. Gilbert wisely did not linger on this topic anymore. Then, aside from history, etiquette, and governance? Thales blew hard, but he did not manage to make a sound. But this did not affect the complicated feelings he had towards the next answer. Lastly, and also the most distinctive part of the North. The Northlanders, Military Lessons. Chapter 521. When they talked about this topic, Gilbert's gaze became serious. You can't imagine how the Northlanders, especially the nobles who are above the rank of count, understand military lessons, and how they arrange them. When he said this, Thales's expression became solemn as well. Military lessons are divided into two parts. Outdoors and indoors. Thales's gaze was fixed on the air. The nobles' outdoor military lessons include personal martial arts, military leadership, and so on. They take up a huge proportion, and there are lessons almost every day. Thales spread his fingers. Getting beaten up, riding, charging, archery, hunting, patrolling the military camp, military drills. Of course, the Prince of Constellation usually does not have a part in the last few parts. Gilbert narrowed his eyes. Getting beaten up? Thales sighed and chased away the dead face in his mind. Don't mind these details. The Duke snapped out of his daze. As for the nobles' indoor military lessons, I was also shocked when I first saw them. Thales looked at the Foreign Affairs Minister and said sternly, it's grammar, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy. Gilbert's pen stopped moving. Yes, you heard it right. Thales frowned. How to read, write, calculate, know the weather, calculate distance. These are all compressed by the extensions and placed in the indoor military lessons. Gilbert was silent for a while before he started writing. I have indeed heard that the Northlanders are used to learning how to read and write during the war lessons, but even the Arun family in Constellation, this is the first time I have heard someone who has personally experienced it so closely. Interesting. Thales curled up the corners of his lips and shrugged. As for why, according to a certain dead face, if you do not know how to read and write military orders, you will not be able to calculate the number of people, understand the terrain, and understand the weather and astronomy. Thales mockingly hooked two of his fingers. Then what's the point of fighting a war? Thales leaned back indignantly. Who could have imagined that the seemingly clumsy Nicholas could know how long it would be until daybreak and when would be the best time to launch a surprise attack just by looking up at the stars? Who could have imagined that the seemingly clumsy Nicholas would be able to calculate the slope of the ground in front of him and the preparations needed for the cavalry's charge with just a cursory glance? Who could have imagined that the current direction of the wind would affect the arrows fired by the crossbows just by looking up at the sky? Everyone in the team knows that Iceberg forced him to memorize everything, but he doesn't know the logic behind it at all. This was from a veteran White Blade Guard who talked about the past with the newbies in Heroic Spirit Palace. So, when you're scouting in the wild, you can just ask the leader which direction is east. Don't be specific about which star is the supreme star, or why does the supreme star point to the east. Isaiah once impolitely asked that question. That day, they fought in front of Prince Soria. What? You're asking what happened next? After that, Iceberg came up with a good idea to mediate their conflict. They shook hands 50,000 times. That day, the entire White Blade Guards did nothing but stand in front of the palace gate as punishment. They watched the two of them shake hands again and again without any expression on their faces. They took turns counting from morning till night until they almost puked. When His Majesty found out, he simply moved the dining table out and watched them shake hands while eating. What's gratifying is that after that, they got along much better. At most, they would point at each other's noses and hurl harsh words at each other, but they never fought again. Look, this is the Brotherhood under the Oath of Blades. Oh my God, I'm so touched. Time flies. The touching story is over. Let's get down to business. Who were the bastards who dared to fight at their posts today? And Nicholas was just a beginner. He wasn't even born into nobility. As for geometry and astronomy, even though most of the time, they read back and forth between ancient books and mixed in with a lot of outdated calculations and ancient legends, coupled with the natural geography around Northland. You know, Northlanders are few in number, the weather is cold, the desert is hot, plants are sparse, the stars are full of bad people, and the sea is full of big monsters. Thal's voice became heavy. But as long as it involves practical, experiential applications on the battlefield, these things that seem simple to us will become incredibly detailed and practical. Thal's expression was solemn. Reading and writing emphasize efficiency and directness, while arithmetic emphasizes convenience and speed. As for geometry and astronomy, for example, the calculation of the distance of a charge, the measurement of the slope and firing range, the statistics of the team, the estimation of the battle-loss ratio, the direction of the stars, the prediction of the weather, the observation of the terrain. When the Duke said this, he cast Gilbert a glance with complicated emotions. And there are even foreign languages and music in military classes. Gilbert looked up. Foreign languages? Music? Thales nodded. Do you know how to say, child, in the Orc language? The Northlanders know that Sereno and Serina are the Orc language of the desert and glaciers respectively. Because they can be used when dealing with the bastards. Gilbert shuddered again. As for music, you know that there are many types of Northland's war drums and bone flutes, Thales said quietly. There are those that are crude and desolate, and there are also those that are filled with passion. They range from charging and fighting to the death to retreating and withdrawing, from celebrating victory to sending off at funerals, and so on and so forth. This is the meaning behind the existence of Northland's music. The living room was quiet for a while. Everyone knows that Northland values soldiers and values martial arts. This time, it was Gilbert's turn to sigh. But it seems that their constant victories on the battlefield and their invincibility are not without reason. There is a historical tradition behind it. Let's not talk about other things for now. At the very least, an extant noble who has received a good education will definitely be a qualified commander on the battlefield, regardless of whether it is in terms of spirit, temperament, or ability. They are not illiterate, and neither are they idiots. Gilbert sighed with emotion. There was a great amount of wariness in his eyes. This is our destiny, a terrifying opponent. This topic was a little heavy. Thales could only nod with complicated emotions. So, Northland's historical traditions, Northland's etiquette and jurisprudence, and the knowledge of the Northland nobles' governance. Gilbert shook off his sentimentality. And their most unique military lessons. Are these what you learned in Northland? I can't say that I learned them. I just know them. Thales forced himself to smile. After all, they did not really treat me as a prince and taught me attentively. At least, they did not before the old crow. Gilbert nodded slightly. When he looked at Thales, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. The Foreign Affairs Minister flipped through many pages and took out another piece of paper that was filled with writing. Usually, the education of the nobles in Constellation inherits the empire's tradition. It extends from the empire's 7 arts and forms a system of its own. It is very different from Northland. Gilbert cast a glance at Thales. But I will consider your experience in Northland's education, Your Highness. I will make some minor adjustments. The Duke could only smile. Gilbert also smiled and explained. Usually, the knowledge required by a qualified Constellation noble is divided into 3 categories. 3 categories. Thales nodded in his heart. It's all right. Not much. The first category is the basic category. It is divided into 4 subjects: grammar, history, etiquette, ancient language, and foreign languages. Thales frowned slightly. There are 4 subjects in the first category? That's quite a lot. But grammar, history, etiquette. It's quite similar to Northland. Thales mumbled. Then, Gilbert said his next sentence with a grin. As for grammar, the first subject, it is divided into 3 subjects. Thales instantly froze. What? Gilbert still had that smile on his face as he continued to speak. Grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Thales quickly stopped him. Wait, it sounds a little familiar. The prince did not comment on the total number of subjects, 3 times 4 times 3. Instead, he recalled another memory. Although it was only for a few months, Thales scratched his chin and pondered. But based on the situation in Northland, the old crow rearranged our curriculum. I mean, he rearranged my curriculum. Gilbert gestured for him to continue. Grammar is the subject that Northlanders look down on the most, Thales said tentatively. But the old crow did the exact opposite. He deliberately removed it from the indoors military lessons and emphasized that we need to learn 3 things in grammar. Gilbert smiled. Let me guess, he was referring to grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Thales nodded. Yes, but it's not that detailed. Northlanders don't like it. Usually, the old crow will give us a poem or a short essay. He will ask us to study its grammar, explain the author's thoughts clearly, and summarize its logical structure. Then, he will ask us to rewrite it rhetorically. Gilbert seemed to have remembered something. He nodded with a nostalgic expression. Dragon Kiss Academy has a long history, and Dragon Kissed Land is rarely affected by the flames of war. Over the centuries, it has been a place where the Western Peninsula's people gather. Their culture is deeply influenced by the Empire, and they retain a lot of the Empire's civilization. To a certain extent, they are even more so than us. He nodded in approval and gratification. Thank you, Mr. Hicks. He saved us a lot of trouble. But this time, it was Thales' turn to frown. So, the so-called tradition of the Empire has to be learned in such detail in a grammar class in Constellation? There are 3 main categories. The first category has 4 subjects, and the first subject has 3 subjects, so, 3 times 4, and then 3 times, no way. He thought of something, and his expression darkened. Gilbert laughed. You may not have noticed, Your Highness, but 6 years ago, what I taught you here was the component parts of the grammar class, the grammar understanding of the ancient language of the Empire and ancient poetry, and the logic and rhetoric of sonnets. Thales came to a sudden realization. But since you said so, I will make changes according to my discretion during grammar class. Mr. Hicks handled it very appropriately. Gilbert lifted his glasses again, lowered his head, and marked the first row of the schedule on the paper. Then, let us set aside 6 mornings every week for grammar class. Thales' expression changed. Wait a minute. 6 days? The prince's expression turned bitter. Since we are pressed for time, can't we set it aside for history and etiquette classes? You know, grammar is not something that can be learned in a short period of time. But Gilbert was very insistent on it. The importance of grammar class far surpasses your imagination, Your Highness. The Foreign Affairs Minister continued to scribble the schedule on the paper. Listening and speaking are not difficult. But what is difficult is that aside from listening, not everyone knows how to think, understand, and express. Gilbert looked up. What's worse is that everyone thinks they know how to do it. The cunning fox narrowed his eyes. That is why Mr. Hicks has a saying, most of the conflicts in this world are because some people fail grammar class. This is why aside from listening and speaking, we also need to read and write. This is not as simple as learning how to read. Thales was speechless. All right. Gilbert lowered his head to organize his schedule. You were born noble, Your Highness, but if you cannot even fully understand the words spoken by others, if you cannot even see the logic behind the words, and if you do not even know about the rhetoric that contains reason. Gilbert snorted softly. Then it is extremely irresponsible of me to rashly let you understand history, learn etiquette, and push you to the whole world. The more Gilbert spoke, the more excited he became. If you do not know grammar, do not know logic, and do not know rhetoric, or even worse, if you know all three but do not know how to use them and do not benefit from them, then when you face history, etiquette, and different people, things, the choices you can make based on your intelligence will be very limited. You will either follow them blindly on impulse, or you will oppose them with ignorance, or you will imitate them clumsily, or you will regard them with disdain. And all of them can be categorized into one category, misunderstanding. It will turn you into an arrogant idiot. Thales raised an eyebrow. I'm just asking a question, why do I feel like I'm being taught a lesson? And Thales could not help but think. At this moment, Gilbert is really like the old crow himself. Gilbert continued to speak. On the contrary, if you are well versed in grammar, then you will be able to learn history, etiquette, and the ways of the world with half the effort. You will be able to understand them with just one point. You will not be like most people who only rely on intuition and luck to live in their own world in a muddle-headed manner. Gilbert changed the topic, and his expression became warm. Please remember, Your Highness, this is not for the moment, but for the long term. Thales felt a headache coming on from his words, and he could not help but lean back. All right. Everything you said is right. Everything is right. So, the grammar class is set. Then, in the basic class, there is only history, etiquette, ancient language, and foreign languages left. Gilbert paused for a moment before he put down his glasses. I believe that old crow. Mr. Hicks has also made corresponding adjustments. History, etiquette, ancient language, and foreign languages, Thales sighed. Yes, his first class is history. But his history is not just the traditional fables of the Northlanders. He only tells you what happened, and what you need to remember, what lessons you learn, who is right and who is wrong, and who has the greatest contributions in the history that you need to remember the most, and other flattering words. As Thales spoke, he was gradually reminded of the past. On the contrary, every part of history that the old crow explains will lead to a theme. Then, he will stop there and come back to force you to think. The more he spoke, the more engrossed he became. The formation of laws, the foundation of beliefs, the boundaries of governance, the meaning of victory and defeat. All these things that you cannot see or think of when you only read narratives, only read heroic hymns, and only read predetermined conclusions. Perhaps it was out of respect for his teacher, or perhaps it was because he had spoken too much just now, but this time, Gilbert did not say anything else. Very well, then we will have 3 history lessons a week for 3 nights. We only need to adjust the main points of history. Why don't we start from the 208 emperors of the empire and the 39 kings of constellation? Gilbert happily ticked off 3 boxes on the schedule. Wait. How many? Thales' face instantly darkened. Indeed, he had read about the deeds of many emperors of the empire, but 208? As he looked at Gilbert's smiling expression, Thales exhaled weakly. The etiquette class is taught by Gings. Count Liesban will also appear when he is free. It is said that he often invites some highly respected old nobles and noblewomen, Thales said listlessly. Originally, I often skipped these classes and went out to read and study by myself. At the same time, I would avoid being noticed and test heroic spirit palace's loopholes. I would fight against the star killer with my wits and courage. But after the old crow came, he told us that although it was boring, etiquette classes were not just about etiquette. At least, it was not just about teaching you how to greet others, nod, and bow. Thales's spirits were lifted. This includes ethics, morals, rules of nobility, and religious traditions. It is the true Northland way. From this point of view, even the etiquette classes of Northlanders are not boring anymore, because it reflects the things that Northlanders value. They tell you that as a Northland suzerain, when you want to kill, when you can be pardoned, when you have to fight, and when you need peace. So, in his eyes, etiquette is not just about etiquette, it is something that has been established and is self-evident. It is the old and new laws of Extet, the rules of the nobles, the responsibilities and obligations of the suzerains, and the rights and freedom of the vassals. For example, Thales's eyes focused. Rikaru's joint ruling pledge. What it reflected was not only the cold and inflexible book of rules, but also the warm and lively actors. It's true, politics. It was like, Thales's vision suddenly became blurry. Garfinkel's so-called explanation and index, these so-called elements of tacit understanding that goes without saying, build a bridge between action and scene, allowing people and the environment to reflect each other and build together, such as the public etiquette that everyone must abide by. Thales shook his head desperately, throwing this memory that was too far away from this world and too profound to his brain. After returning from Western Desert, for some reason, the memories of the past 6 years that had gradually quietened down began to surge up from time to time, like a volcano that had accumulated pressure. It was like the return of a tide. Thales pressed against his forehead. While dispelling the dizziness from earlier, he was also puzzled. It's like this after returning to Constellation. This is it a coincidence? Frowny face bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 522. Very well, I will remember. There is no harm in being flexible in etiquette lessons. We will still have 3 nights a week, but when it comes to practical use, we can do it anytime and anywhere. Mobile phones. Gilbert's words rang beside his ears, and they pulled him back to reality. Thales tried his best not to look at the schedule on Gilbert's knees. He also tried his best not to calculate how much free time he had left in a week. He sucked in a deep breath. As for the ancient language and foreign languages you mentioned, the prince nodded. Yes, the language of the ancient empire. The Northlanders despised this stuff. But the old crow insisted on putting it back in the curriculum. Thales's eyes lit up. Don't waste the ancient books in the library. That's what he said. Gilbert moved a little. He was a little nostalgic, and also a little touched. Is that so, Mr. Hicks? Thales snorted and smiled. He intended to lighten the burden of this class. Of course, with your foundation and years of conscious reading, the language of the ancient empire is still quite easy for me. As for my classmate. Thales shrugged. I'm afraid she doesn't think so. When he recalled how Saroma was staring blankly at a book titled Poems of Political Satire from the Era of Kings and City-States, written in the ancient language of the ancient empire, biting her nails and looking around. Occasionally, she would cast a terrified glance at him as he flipped through the pages quickly. Thales instantly felt incredibly happy. He decided that he would never tell her the secret to fast reading. Can't understand? Then I'll skip it. At this moment, Gilbert suddenly spoke. So, Mr. Hicks, are you teaching the language of the ancient empire or the modern language of the empire? Thales was stunned and hesitated. Let me think. However, Gilbert nodded without hesitation and began to write in rustling sounds again. I understand. You will need additional guidance for both languages of the empire. 2 languages. Thales suddenly felt a sense of sorrow, as if he had shot himself in the foot. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked up. And foreign languages? The prince looked at the increasingly fewer empty spaces on the schedule. He said with a bitter expression, does the Orc language count? Gilbert raised his eyebrows. With a look of understanding, he lowered his head and wrote, filling up the few remaining empty spaces. So, you still need guidance for 3 languages, Ancient Cia, Ancient Reen, and the common language of the elves. Huh? Thales lifted his head in fear. I was just joking, Your Highness. Gilbert raised his head and laughed loudly. Except for the elves themselves and linguists, no one can speak the first 2 languages. Don't worry, you only need to learn the common elven language. As he watched her cross out a few more boxes, Thales wisely swallowed the question, so, does Ida know how to speak? Very good. Then, grammar, history, etiquette, and language will be done with the basic classes in your curriculum, Gilbert said in satisfaction. Next is the second category. What? There's more? Thales felt another wave of heartache. The first category was enough to make him suffer. However, Gilbert's next sentence attracted his attention. Philosophy. At that moment, Thales was stunned again. A few seconds later, Thales could no longer care about the pressure from his studies. Je what? Gilbert raised his head seriously and enunciated each word clearly. Philosophy is an ancient name. It's an extremely broad subject. Today, especially in your curriculum, it includes mathematics, nature, art, and theology. What? Mathematics, nature, art, and theology? Thales asked in surprise. All of these can be placed in philosophy. Gilbert smiled faintly and retorted with the same sentence. Which of them can't be placed in philosophy? Thales waved his hand. I know what you mean. The Duke was a little puzzled. But I thought that philosophy, which has a narrow and specialized meaning, is not so specific. Isn't it supposed to answer some broad and profound ultimate questions? The Foreign Affairs Minister seemed to be joking with him as he repeated the same words. Then, what questions do you think are not part of the broad and profound ultimate questions? Thales was stunned. He then scratched his head. God, I must have gotten this from Cohen. What are we eating today? He asked in a daze. Gilbert put down his glasses, sucked in a breath, and sat up straight. First of all, the question of what are we eating can also be very profound. He looked at the prince earnestly and earnestly. Secondly, Your Highness, as long as a scribe or a civil official who graduated from an academy works hard enough and is familiar with ancient books, he or she can also become well-versed in grammar, history, etiquette, and language. As long as a conscript or a commoner knight who came from the city defense team works hard enough and practices martial arts, he or she can also be outstanding in martial arts, calm in command, invincible on the battlefield, and make many contributions. All of them have the chance to be conferred the title of nobility one day. Gilbert's gaze sharpened. But how do you differentiate between the fact that you are a true noble with a long history and extraordinary significance, and the fact that they are not? Thales gave him an awkward smile in return. I don't really know. After all, it's my first time as well, being a noble, after all. Fortunately, he tried his best to suppress the words that he had been ridiculed countless times, glittering golden blood, into his throat. Gilbert smiled mysteriously. If you are not used to it, Your Highness, then just treat it as a nice name, philosophy. Gilbert looked outside the window, and there was a yearning look in his eyes. You must know that long before the age of the Empire, philosophy encompassed everything. It was once known as the study of all laws, and it was a compulsory course for the nobles. At that time, the knights controlled their armies on horseback and talked about philosophy when they dismounted. As a noble, it did not matter whether they learned philosophy or not. Study of all laws? Compared to the seat of all laws that Asda mentioned, Thales paid attention to it quietly. But the content it contains, mathematics, nature, art, and theology, seems to be a little. The prince struggled to find an adjective, but he failed in the end. Gilbert only looked at him from afar with a smile on his lips. He did not answer. Thales, who could not find the right words, could only exhale. You know, you remind me of the old crow again. The Duke of Star Lake recalled the past. Arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and geography. Even though the education of the nobles in Northland included them in military lessons without thinking, the old crow separated them and explained each of the 4 subjects separately. And the old crow did not just talk about simple arithmetic, but Gilbert suddenly took over the conversation. Algebra? Thale's eyes lit up. Did he teach you that too? Gilbert chuckled. This is a compulsory course in Dragon Kiss Academy. It can be considered as an old tradition from a long time ago. Teacher Hicks brought some of it to his home class. The Foreign Affairs Minister said airily, at the very least, all the students in Dragon Kiss Academy must learn how to solve general algebra, such as the principles and formulas of a quartic equation. What? Quartic equation? And it's a compulsory course? Thales laughed dryly. Why? Why not just learn the quintic equation, the sixfold equation, and the sevenfold equation? What he did not expect was that Gilbert began to recall in an exceptionally serious manner. Mr. Hicks said that no one has found a way to solve the quintic equation. It is said that there were some methods during the age of the Empire. Some people found them, but they were lost after the Battle of Eradication. It is said that some scholars who have devoted their entire lives to research even more deeply. Their algebra is no longer limited to referring to simple numbers, but to some objects beyond reality and beyond imagination. They can even find ways to accurately refer to direction and space, as well as motion and change. For this reason, their arithmetic paper can be spread out on several floors. Gilbert, you can stop here. Thale started to feel a headache coming on. He made a gesture to stop Gilbert. You know, in the Northlanders' indoor military classes, I personally prefer astronomy and geography, even though my classmates prefer it the other way around. Sorry, my interest in mathematics can't compare to a little girl in Northland. Thales thought in a half-mocking and half-resigned manner. You really bring shame to the traditions of the Empire. Gilbert lowered his head and continued to fill in the blanks. Apart from mathematics, geography broadens one's knowledge and broadens one's horizons. Art includes music, painting, sculpture, dance, poetry, and drama. It cultivates one's body and mind, and cultivates one's temperament. As for theology, it is more abstruse. You will come to know about it. The weekly schedule required for them to be added together. Let me see. Thales became more and more tired as he listened. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows and picked up the draft of the schedule. Oh, it seems like the schedule can't fit all of them. It's all right. I will go back and arrange the proportion of basic courses and philosophy courses so that they can be mixed together. Thales closed his eyes, resigned to his bad luck. But he remembered something. He immediately opened his eyes and asked, Wait a minute, Gilbert. Didn't you just say that there are 3 main categories? Gilbert looked at him and revealed an expression that said that Thales was worth teaching. Yes, the 3rd main category is practical. I will have to report this to His Majesty to make a decision. What else? Thales asked, not without sorrow. Practical? Gilbert cleared his throat and continued to write notes on the piece of paper that predicted Thales' future fate. Let me give you an example. Practical governing. This is especially needed by the big families with the title of Count and above. Military command and logistics, reporting and handling of government affairs, agriculture and business, finance and taxation, national politics and diplomacy, religion and relations between nobles, law and jurisprudence. But this is not something that can be taught by a normal teacher in an academy. Usually, it needs to be combined with reality and examples. It would be best if the students can personally experience it. After Gilbert finished writing something down, he raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. You do not have to be anxious for now. Fill up the content at the beginning first. He looked at the schedule in his hands excitedly. Then, grammar, logic, and rhetoric in grammar class. Then, history class and etiquette class. I need to make some slight adjustments to the focus of these classes. 2 types of the ancient language of the Empire and the common language of the elves. I reckon that you have almost forgotten the basics of the latter. Then, there is mathematics, nature, art, and theology. The rest of these 4 classes will be further subdivided according to your interests and the teachers you can find. For example, I recommend art. As for the specific choice of tutors, let me take a look. It will be best if I can find a different tutor for each class so that you will feel a sense of novelty and like to attend classes. I will have to make a separate note for practical classes. As he listened to his words, Thale's expression changed from fear, pain, and sorrow in the beginning to gradually becoming numb. Very good. These are the 3 classes for you. Gilbert smiled so widely that his teeth were exposed. I wish you a pleasant study. Thales glanced at the schedule that was almost filled to the brim, and his face instantly turned pale. Do you think that I can handle all of them? Gilbert shook his finger. He was full of confidence. No, no, no. Others may not know, but 6 years ago, I personally witnessed your learning progress. Your Highness, you can be called a genius. Wait. Thales' lips twitched. I believe that these classes will be a piece of cake for you. Besides, 6 years ago, when you were still young, didn't you tell me this? Gilbert blinked. He was filled with the gratification of finding a good student. You love to attend classes the most. Thales' vision darkened. Gilbert. Did you misunderstand something? If he said that his brain was damaged by the Northlanders, would it be of any use? But the Foreign Affairs Minister obviously did not understand his feelings. Then, I will take my leave first. I will come again tomorrow. You must be ready for your grammar class. Thales could no longer remember how he sent Gilbert away. He only remembered nodding and smiling in a daze, then nodding with a smile. When Thales came back to his senses, he was already standing at the door of the reception room. At this moment, a voice that was no longer unfamiliar rose from behind him. Is it over? Thales turned around in a daze. Very good. The police station just sent someone over to chase away the uninvited guests who wanted to visit the Duke. The captain of his personal guards, Watchman Lord Mallows, was still smiling nonchalantly. Then, you should have time, right? Thales looked at him numbly. He did not understand. Mallows grinned, and those who saw him felt as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Get ready, Your Highness. Our training will begin tomorrow. Oh. Thales also returned to his senses in a daze. Wait. F***ck, Thales snapped out of his numbness. He turned around abruptly, and his eyes widened. F***ck what? Mallows frowned a little. Did Count Casso not tell you? Thales shook his head subconsciously. The watchman walked forward and sized up the Duke with narrowed eyes. Other than the complicated classes on the basics, philosophy, and practical matters, there is one more important thing for the nobles of Constellation. One more important thing? Mallows nodded and said with a smile, since the age of kings, it has been the most crucial standard to prove the difference between nobles and commoners. Again? An ominous premonition rose in Thales' heart. He heard Mallows say with a smile, martial arts. Thales did not react and was momentarily speechless. 3 seconds later. The prince took a deep breath. No, I learn martial arts. What does that have to do with you? Mallows interrupted him with a standard etiquette. Unfortunately, I am Tormund Mallows. I have just been appointed by His Majesty to be your martial arts instructor. Thales was stunned. Mallows looked up with a beaming smile. So, for 7 days a week, I need you to devote 7 mornings and 7 afternoons. Starting tomorrow, please move to the training field in the backyard punctually at 6 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. Follow me and train well. He said the last few words with great delight. Thales stared at him blankly, unable to say a word. Mallows patted his shoulder and flashed a friendly smile. Don't be hasty, Your Highness. We still have a long way to go. Thales sucked in a breath and walked forward numbly, completely ignoring the amused gazes behind him. But Mallows stopped him. Your Highness. You may train moderately, but swords are blind. His smile was gentle and magnanimous, but in Thales' eyes, it looked extremely evil. If you bump into anything, please bear with me. Mallows bowed appropriately, smiled, and turned to leave. The prince was left alone in the morning light. At this moment, Thales felt complicated. His mind was gloomy. After a long while, he walked out of the guest hall with a haggard face. He was ready to enjoy his life as a parasite for the last time. The prince suddenly understood. So, when I was in Northland, it was just this world's 9 years of compulsory education. Thales exhaled in pain. Now, I'm finally 14 years old, Thales thought in despair. High school. Watching the Duke walk past with a numb expression, Doyle shook his head in the distance. Unfortunately, this child came when Mallows was being threatened by a fat noble and was in a bad mood. But, Doyle sized up Thales' despondent look. Oh, our second prince, the Duke of Star Lake, can't take it anymore? His eyes darted around and he scratched his chin. After all, the female officials in the palace, they're still waiting to give him a lesson on gender. Royal bloodline, royal bloodline. Chapter 523. In Eternal Star City, the excitement caused by the prince's return had subsided, or perhaps it was just being suppressed, waiting for the next outbreak. At least Mindy's Hall, which was closed to all visitors, was no longer as crowded as before. Thales enjoyed a rare period of peace and quiet. But this did not mean that he was at ease from then on. From the second day onwards, before Prince Thales could properly enjoy the power that came with the great identity of a master of Mindy's Hall, the royal teaching group led by Gilbert, Royal Fresh Meat Packaging Company, the Duke's indignant words, entered Mindy's Hall in an orderly manner. First of all, the instructor for grammar classes, which included the language of the ancient empire and the common language of the elves, was the renowned Grand Scholar Bonner from Wang Liwen Law School. To be able to hire him, one could not help but say that he was a good and cheap teacher. On one hand, Grand Scholar Bonner's bald head, which was so smooth that it could reflect light, saved a lot of lamp oil in Mindy's Hall and conserved resources. On the other hand, his soft, deep, and intermittent voice, "I'm dying of illness," the mean D, who could never speak loudly again, forced the entire Mindy's Hall to maintain absolute silence during class hours, benefiting the environment. Third, his profound knowledge and wide range of fields almost compressed the prince's 5 subjects: grammar, logic, rhetoric, the language of the ancient empire, and the language of the elves, into one, allowing Thales to understand the answers to the following questions. How much would the language, which even has a completely different word order from the common language such as the troublesome language of the ancient empire and the damned common language of the elves, bring about changes to grammar? How would it affect the principles and expressions of logic? What kind of challenges would it bring to rhetoric? How would they affect the current language and way of speaking? How would they change people's habits of thinking? In the end, how would they cruelly and mercilessly nibble away at Prince Thales' precious sleep time? Your Highness, why you can't recite it all? Then sleep a little later. Anyway, you young people are lying when you say that you sleep early. You do everything but sleep in bed. What, it's not good for your hair? Oh, that's not important. Your Highness, do you know about wigs? Who in the palace doesn't wear wigs and fake breasts? What, you won't grow taller if you sleep late? Hey, Your Highness, won't you be tall enough if you wear the crown? The trembling Scholar Bonner, whose words caused the prince's face to change color 3 times. Gilbert personally took charge of the history lesson. Compared to Scholar Bonner's extensive quotations and farsightedness, the Foreign Affairs Minister's goal was simple and clear: to turn Prince Thales into a humanoid version of From the Ancient Empire to Constellation, 2,000 Years of General History Encyclopedia. Index. Your Highness, I must correct your joke. It's just an index of the encyclopedia. It's enough to scare. Ahem, it's enough to show your erudition. The stern Gilbert. As for mathematics, it was perhaps one of the few subjects that could bring comfort to the Duke of Star Lake. Scholar Julio was rather surprised by Thales' level in geometry and algebra, especially when the prince had wasted 6 years in the godforsaken extet. But what gave Thales a headache was that, as Julio's confidence in him grew higher and higher, in order to teach an unprecedented prince of mathematicians, after you're crowned, you must remember to allocate funds for us. Look, oh my, these naughty little formulas are so beautiful and cute. Don't they look like they're smiling at you? Scholar Julio, who kept waving his orchid fingers, the excited former was enthusiastically and rapidly expanding their course syllabus. For example, one day, Scholar Julio finally combined algebra and geometry, and began to plan for Thales to use algebraic equations to calculate the trajectories and changes of celestial bodies. These basic equations don't match up, do they? The movement of the highest star is too strange. And is it possible for us to grasp these immeasurable movements? A few scholars from Dragon Kiss Academy imagine that as long as we divide this movement process into different parts, and then continue to divide it, we will be able to get the answer. Let me show you the calculation formulas they came up with. Hey, Your Highness. What's wrong with you, Your Highness? Wake up, Your Highness. You should finish the questions first before you faint. Scholar Julio, who was young and promising but had turned pale. And the course materials they used had already expanded from the mathematical problems in ancient books to the actual figures of the people's lives. There were even a few times when Julio suggested that they might as well try to estimate the future annual income based on the country's previous annual income, or estimate the figures of all of Constellation based on the population growth in the Central Territory. Thales had reason to suspect that if he did not behave stupidly and slow down the course, it would only be a matter of time before a terrifying bell-shaped curve and a series of concepts appeared in his books. As for the nature course, thankfully, when the knowledgeable Lord Monton talked about astronomy, geography, culture, and customs, he was often humorous and captivating. If the prince did not often interrupt him and embarrass him. Why is the highest star in the east? What are the components of crystal drop ores? If we kill all the whales one day, we won't have any more eternal oil to use, right? Are werewolves and vampires really cursed monsters? Are they related to wolves and bats? Dragon-kissed land is a basin, so isn't its climate a little strange? Are the fog and whirlpools over the twin mist seas really formed naturally? There were so many witnesses to the legend of the sea monsters in the Devil's Sea. Has no one ever doubted it? Why can the beliefs of sunset and bright moon coexist with their temples and churches? Man-eating flowers are like great dragons. How do they deal with their energy consumption? Is the capital of triumph and the homeland of the empire really under the eye of the Sea of Eradication? How do the blood clansmen in Grand Banquet Hill rule? There must be different terrains and climates in the Great Desert, right? Is the desert city Caligri real? Why didn't the mighty force that created the Great Crack and Sink form a whirlpool and suck in the two continents? Where did the plague in the three kingdoms of the Mystery Sea start? Why is the interval between the two eruptions of Sanra volcano so short? Is it because of the direction of the ocean current that the speed to reach the eastern peninsula from different ports is different? The Prince's 100,000 Whys. As for the art class, after seeing and listening to the paintings meticulously prepared by the Duke of Star Lake and the lute performance, the prestigious Master Urin gently told Thales, actually, you don't have to be a creative artist to learn art. You can also be an art appreciator. I think, the Duke is very suitable to be an art appreciator who will leave his name in history, very, very suitable. In short, this week of the Prince's refresher course made Thales miss his former life in Heroic Spirit Palace even more, except for the dead face. Why didn't I kidnap little rascal and bring him to class in the first place? Thales, who felt like his body was being hollowed out every day, silently wept as he thought. It would have been better for him to go back to the desert. At least the orcs would not force him to memorize the 7 types of words, 3 parts of speech, 4 tenses, 3 voices, 4 pronouns, 5 word orders, and 18 different sentence patterns that could be changed according to the situation, including the complicated rules of pronunciation. In comparison, the language of the modern empire of that nuisance of a general in the black track was too simple. Or the 22 variations of the common pronunciation and intonation of the Elven language. God, that was practically a vocal music class. In Mindy's Hall, the pressure Thales felt was so great that he even forgot about the banquet 2 months later, not to mention the power whirlpool in Renaissance Palace. Even some of the special classes that were supposed to be slightly easier were the same. Like now. Do you feel it, Prince Thales? As your weapon, it is so firm, straight, and tough, yet it does not lose its tenacity and elasticity. The gentle and easygoing voice rose from his left ear and slowly circled to his right ear, making him itch. But it is also so impulsive, wild, and has endless desires. It cannot be held back, longing to release itself, to behave atrociously, to conquer. But you cannot easily obey it. You must control it and not let this wild horse out of its cage easily. Thales's cheeks were red, and his breathing was rapid. He had no time to pay attention to the voice beside his ear. Exert strength in your waist, hold it steady with your hands. Yes, that's it. Maintain this posture and direction. Try to straighten it, do not tremble. Sweat flowed down Thales's cheeks. He suddenly trembled. Oh no. The voice became stern. I know this is difficult, but you must persevere. Straighten it. Straighten it. Raise it higher. Don't let it fall. But Thales could feel that he was already, an uncontrollable numbness spread throughout his body. Oh no, oh no. I can't persevere anymore. Thales felt dizzy. He was about to, Finally, with a dull thud, the practice sword in Thales' hands fell onto the sand along with the weight while hanging on the blade. The Duke of Star Lake breathed rapidly. His arm was sore and numb, and his gloves were drenched in sweat. Footsteps rose. Mallows walked up from behind him and stared at the sword on the ground with a contemplative look. The time is a little short. Thales swung his sore arm in frustration. He stomped his feet on the training ground that was temporarily emptied in the courtyard to soothe the numbness. It's fine, the prince said resentfully. I'm just not used to it. Northlanders don't teach like this. They tend to train against each other. Mallows snorted softly. Then perhaps you should go back to Northland? Thales was instantly rendered speechless. The setting sun shone on the courtyard of Mindy's hall, elongating Mallows and Thales' shadows on the ground. Behind them, Doyle stood under a pillar and said something to Glover beside him. Obviously, our prince has not gone through systematic training. Doyle shook his head. Looks like the Northlanders who are good at fighting are limited in their abilities. Glover pursed his lips. That's right. At that moment, Thales was listlessly attending the martial arts lesson, personally taught by Lord Mallows. Obviously, after an entire day of torturing his brain, the Duke was not very interested in his personal guard captain's lesson of standing in a stance. But Mallows seemed to be enjoying it. Sword forms and sword stances are important parts of ancient knight training. The watchman still had that polite smile on his face. He was not troubled by the prince's failure and attitude at all. Especially the 17 knight swords. This is a classical and orthodox knight technique. It has been passed down in the palace since the Empire. After Constellation was founded, it went through the careful research of countless masters, and it became what it is today. Under the gaze of a few royal guards who sparred with him, Mallows walked into the field and elegantly picked up the prince's metal practice sword. He hesitated for a moment and did not pick up the weight-bearing wheel as well. Every movement and posture has been carefully considered and verified countless times. Mallows turned the sword around and handed it over. He was gentle and elegant, and there was not a hint of impatience. And you need to pay full attention to it, carry it through to the end, and execute it to the extreme. Let it be deeply embedded in your body and become instinctive. Thales, whose mind was still filled with word order, cases, and arithmetic formulas, sighed and took the sword that Mallows handed over. But when Thales pulled, the long sword did not move at all. Thales was shocked and snapped out of his listless state. He raised his head and found that the sword was held firmly in Mallows' palm. He did not let go. So that at any moment during the battle, you can return to the most familiar and safest posture. Mallows stared at him deeply and started to become serious. For example, every time you attack, no matter what the outcome of the battle is, you must instinctively and quickly return to defend and remain alert. In the next second, Mallows suddenly let go. Thales swayed a little due to inertia before he stood firm. In the face of this rather unfriendly reminder, Thales forced a smile and swung the sword in a familiar manner. Even when the enemy is dead? Mallow's gaze turned cold. Even when the enemy is dead. Thales was shocked. Mallows continued. I guess the Northlanders did not teach you about the rear attack. Even if you cut off your opponent's head, his body will still retain inertia, and he can completely continue to complete the move he made before he died, such as cutting off your head. Thales paused for a moment. In fact, the Northlanders did. The young Duke turned his eyes and noticed that Doyle and Glover were watching from afar. Doyle even yawned rudely. But, you know, what they have to face is the orcs' near-death counterattack. Thales shrugged. He decided to make a bet on this topic and quickly complete his portion for the day. If they let that kind of counterattack come out, regardless of whether they block it or not, and whether they block it with a strong or weak sword, it is basically a matter of time. There is not much meaning in returning to defend. So they emphasize on offense as defense, and they advocate suppressing the situation and pursuing the enemy while they are victorious. They believe that the most perfect battle is to make the opponent unable to fight back from the beginning until the end. Thales shook his head. Nicholas the Star Killer, Tolja the Fire Knight, Monty the Raven of Death. Among the Northland elites he met, there did not seem to be many who were particularly good at defense. On the contrary, in Constellation, from the Fortress Flower to the Legendary Wing, and even the Night of Judgment in the Prison of Bones, as for the Kingdom's Wrath, all right, that was an unusual existence that even the Northlanders were wary of. But Mallows looked at him with a profound gaze. He then took 2 steps forward, pressed down on Thales' shoulder, and moved closer to his ear. Then you better remember that your life is much more valuable than most people's. What you need to do is to survive, Your Highness, and not to die a moment later than your opponent. Survive. Mallow's tone was wary and mysterious. He sounded a little like a ghost story, and it made Thales shudder subconsciously. Also, most of the opponents you will meet in the future, if there are any, will be humans. Mallows let go of Thales' shoulder expressionlessly. When you face their attack from behind, it is very important to be able to return to defense in time and intelligently. Mallow's smile had long since disappeared. After all, what you learned is sword fighting, not suicide fighting. Thales frowned. He could sense Mallow's displeasure. It seems that my carelessness just now has offended him. Mallows walked out of the arena and said coldly, return to the posture you were in when you received the sword and put on the weights. Try to persevere for another half an hour and let your body get used to it. Half an hour? Thales' face instantly turned sour. He had only experienced 12 hours of training since 6 in the morning. Does he still want to eat dinner? Mallows did not even turn his head around. I know that this process is very boring, empty, and tiring. There is no opponent, and there is no goal. Only you. The watchman's words contained a hint of coldness. There is only loneliness, desolation, forbearance, perseverance, and no helpers or enemies. Thales exhaled. In truth, your greatest enemy is living in your own will. Mallows turned around abruptly. His tone was incredibly firm. Kill it. Take back your will. Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows again. Really? Why did the lines in this training session sound so much like an inspirational story? But even though he criticized in his heart, Thales could only do as he was told. He pulled out the standard knight's posture for receiving the sword and tried his best to make his body meet the requirements. It's just that my mind is a little adrift. Thales thought in resignation. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, it should be almost time, right? After Thales, who was drenched in sweat and looking forward to it, the tip of his sword began to tremble. His movements gradually changed, and he could not quite bear it anymore. Muscle strength had never been Thales' forte. But this time, Thales secretly called out to his most familiar comrade. Soon, that habitual fluctuation came to him in a hidden and obedient manner. It spread to his right arm, soothed the soreness and burden in his muscles, and endlessly injected new energy into it. Thales gritted his teeth and exhaled. Not bad, I feel much better. The trembling at the tip of his sword also slowly subsided. He tried to stretch his body and return to the most standard knight's posture for receiving the sword. Outside the field, Mallow's eyes lit up as he observed attentively. He started to nod. Even Glover and Doyle's attention was drawn to him. Wow, I underestimated him just now. Doyle scratched his head. The Northlanders do have some skills. Even though he did not use Hell's senses, he had more or less enhanced his hearing, and he delivered these words into Thale's ears faithfully. The prince's lips curled up. Not bad. Mallows walked into the field with great interest. Not bad, Your Highness. In fact, it far exceeded my expectations. Thales could not help but straighten the line from his arm to the tip of his sword. Then, Mallows nodded in understanding and smiled mysteriously. It's really not bad. The watchman's gaze swept past Thale's steady arm and standard posture. In his most gentle and elegant tone, he gasped in admiration. Where's the power of eradication? At that moment, Thales, who had been focusing all his attention on maintaining his sword posture, was shocked. What did he say? The tip of his sword trembled slightly. On the other side, Glover and Doyle looked at each other with puzzlement in their eyes. Mallows smiled softly. But he suddenly extended his hand and seized Thale's sword hilt. Suddenly, the sin of Hell's River, which was already active, surged up, causing Thales to instinctively pull his wrist back. A huge force surged over. Mallow's expression first changed, then he curled up the corners of his lips and let go of the sword hilt. It was as if he had discovered something. Thales took 2 steps back due to inertia and looked at Mallows in shock and bewilderment. Asterisk thud. Asterisk there was another muffled sound. The weight-bearing will slid off the sword again and rolled hopelessly on the sand for the last time. The captain of Thale's personal guards exercised his hands calmly and nodded slowly, as if he was still reminiscing about the contest of strength with the prince just now. But his expression calmed down, as if he had understood the truth. Thales understood something and found it increasingly hard to believe. Since 6 years ago, since the first time the strange power known as the Sin of Hell's River awakened in his body, other than Black Sword, whose power came from the same source, no one had ever taken the initiative to discover his secret in the past 6 years. It did not matter whether it was his enemies in Northland and the desert, or his old friends in Constellation. Thales was also happy to hide himself and preserve his trump card. Whether it was against the Star Killer, the Raven of Death, or against Shadow Shield, this trump card that he revealed at the very last moment had a pretty good effect. But, Thales stared at Mallows in a daze. Today, the Sin of Hell's River, finally, he was discovered. You're tuning into the A Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.